Hi everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Welcome back to the channel.
Welcome to Novels Wonderland. The apocalypse begins in the Marvel Universe. Chapter 61 to 120. Chapter 61. Deadpool enters the scene. 1189 words. AIM Experimental Base, Central Control Room. FUCK. Dr. Aldrich Killian slammed both fists onto the control console, his face turning crimson with rage. On the massive monitor in front of him, Marcus could be seen carving through his forces like a reaper unleashed, while the other screen displayed nothing but blood, smoke, and corpses. Four goddamn freaks just waltzed in and ruined everything. How the hell did they even find this place? Killian's fury was understandable. He had been conducting illegal human experiments in this secret facility for months, and apart from a few unlucky intruders, no one had dared interfere. Yet tonight, four monsters had arrived at once, turning his elite soldiers into scrap within minutes. He knew, of course, that his current iteration of the extremist virus was still far from perfect. It was nowhere near the level of the version seen in Iron Man 3, the kind that could go toe-to-toe with Iron Man suits. His soldiers, despite their fiery glow, were still far from the ultimate life forms he envisioned. So he had a contingency plan. Get me that mercenary. Or he can kiss his $2 million payment goodbye. Killian barked, veins bulging in his neck. Yes, doctor, one of his assistants responded and hurried toward the exit. But just as the man reached the door. Ding! The heavy steel door slid open on its own, and suddenly, a ridiculous pop song blared through the hallway. Hey, yeah shoop, baby. Strutting in with exaggerated swagger came a man in a red and black skin-tight suit, walking, no dancing, with all the confidence of a man who owned the room. He moonwalked like Michael Jackson, spun on his heel, and struck a pose, one hand on his head, the other pointing dramatically toward the floor. Deadpool, Killian muttered darkly, pinching the bridge of his nose. I didn't hire you to come here and perform a musical number. Indeed, the red-suited intruder was none other than Deadpool, the most chaotic, foul-mouthed, fourth-wall-breaking mercenary in the entire Marvel Universe. The answer was, none of the above. Hey, Deadpool said cheerfully, scratching his crotch with the barrel of his pistol. You have no idea how hard it is to get in the mood for work these days. I need to feel inspired, you know. Killian's eye twitched. Ugh, you're disgusting. He snatched a stack of $100 bills from the desk and hurled them at Deadpool. Before the money even scattered in the air, Deadpool had somehow snatched it all out of sight, who knew where. Oh, that's the spirit, Deadpool crooned. Don't worry, pal, your $30 million will be well spent. I'll make sure they all get a taste of something hard and satisfying tonight. He paused, tapping his chin. That sounded a bit dirty, didn't it? He leaned down and kissed the barrel of his gun through his mask. Actually, never mind. It sounded just right. Either shut your mouth or get the hell out of my sight. Killian exploded. Deadpool instantly hunched his shoulders, feigning hurt like a scolded puppy. Aw, come on, Doc, don't be like that. You're starting to sound like Spider-Man, always wanting to tie me up and shut me up with sticky white stuff. Not that I'm complaining, of course. Out. The mercenary finally shuffled toward the exit, muttering nonsense under his breath as the door slid closed behind him. The room collectively exhaled in relief. For many of them, Deadpool's mouth was far deadlier than any weapon. Out in the corridor, Deadpool twirled his pistols inside, speaking not to anyone in particular, or perhaps to someone watching beyond the page. Not gonna lie, folks, I'm mostly here hiding out. I just hope nothing worse drops by tonight. Because yes, Deadpool knew. He knew he was a fictional character. And that awareness meant he often held conversations with certain, indescribable presences beyond his world. To everyone else, he was just a lunatic talking to thin air. But they couldn't hear the voices he could. The ones watching. Base, sublevel B1. Meanwhile, Marcus and Thunder had cleared the entire floor, using the stolen hacker's device to bypass layer after layer of security. After descending a long spiral staircase, they arrived at yet another reinforced metal gate. Creak! The massive door groaned open, the grinding metal echoing through the chamber. And then came that voice. "Morning, sunshine. I was supposed to deal with the other two troublemakers first, but you know what? It's rude not to say hello to the main character before we start killing each other." Thunder's eyes narrowed. "Thunder," Marcus ordered coldly. "Attack." The instant he saw the figure inside, red suit, twin swords on his back, and that unmistakable smug swagger, Marcus knew exactly who it was. The most unpredictable man in the multiverse, Deadpool. Without hesitation, both Marcus and Thunder lunged forward, blades flashing in unison. Marcus's silver longsword and Thunder's combat knife sliced through the air, crossing paths in a deadly X aimed right for Deadpool's neck. Deadpool tilted his head lazily. "Oh wow, are we doing the slow-motion cinematic kill scene already?" The twin blades struck true, his head flew clean off, tumbling high into the air. But of course, even decapitated, Deadpool didn't stop talking. "Another Tuesday. So what now? You guys wanna play soccer with it, or are we skipping straight to dodgeball?" Marcus's eyes narrowed, unamused. He already knew from memory that this lunatic couldn't die, not permanently. Without missing a beat, he drew his pistols and fired several rounds straight at the airborne head. Hey. That's cheating," Deadpool quipped. At the exact same moment, his headless body whipped out two pistols of its own, 4 gun barrels total, all aimed upward. Bang! A storm of bullets filled the room. The ricochets sparked as the rounds collided midair, each impact scattering flashes of firelight across the dark lab. Deadpool's severed head spun midair, rotating like a demented carnival trick as bullets whizzed past. Thunder reacted a second too late, momentarily stunned by his absurd regeneration. But she recovered quickly, electricity crackling across her arms as she charged again, blades flashing yellow under the lab's emergency lights. Deadpool, naturally, couldn't help himself. "Whoa there, sweetheart, even if you do get my body, you'll never win my heart. Though if you really wanna get physical, I can be convinced." The merc with a mouth was grinning, or at least, his headless body was giving off that impression. And Marcus realized with cold clarity. This battle was about to be far more troublesome than he'd planned. ______. Big shout out to Devin Drenovas and Melon. A heartfelt thank you to Devin Drenovas and Melon for joining my Patreon and supporting this journey. Sparkles. Your generosity truly makes a difference and helps bring chapters out faster for everyone. Welcome to the VIP family, Devin Drenovas and Melon, you both are awesome. Chapter 62, The Immortal Monster. 1174 words. Just as Thunder, gripping her tactical dagger in reverse, lunged toward Deadpool's decapitated body on the ground, the body moved first. Even without a head, it was still in motion. With one hand, Deadpool's body fired his pistols upward, intercepting Marcus's bullets midair. At the same time, his left hand reached behind his back, drew a katana, and parried Thunder's attack with practiced ease. "Can't touch me," Deadpool quipped, his movements surprisingly fluid despite his headless state. His swordsmanship was almost elegant, the ease of a seasoned fighter, not that it stopped him from running his mouth. Meanwhile, his head was finally descending from the air, spinning as it fell. "Oh, sorry, sweetheart," he called cheerfully. "I'd love to keep playing, but I really need to go catch my head." With a powerful kick, he forced Thunder back several steps, then leapt upward, his neck stump aligning perfectly with the falling head. The two connected with a soft snap. Perfectly reattached. Almost perfectly. Hey, that's better. Wait, damn it, it's backward. Before Deadpool could correct the situation, his face and backside now facing the same direction, Marcus struck. He surged forward and unleashed a tenfold enhanced iron punch, slamming his fist straight into Deadpool's torso. The blow sent Deadpool hurtling through the air like a ragdoll, crashing into a concrete wall with such force that his spine audibly snapped. A crater several meters deep spread across the reinforced surface. "Gotta hand it to my right foot," Deadpool groaned cheerfully from the pit, his body twisted at impossible angles. "Pretty sure that's the only bone I didn't break." Even with a shattered body, he kept talking, as energetic as ever. With a casual twist of his hands, he grabbed his own head and spun it 180 degrees like a doll until it faced the right way again. Thunder didn't waste the opportunity. ZZZZZZT. A surge of electricity burst from her palm, condensing into a sphere of blinding yellow light. The lab filled with the sound of crackling current, sharp, rapid, almost like the cries of 1,000 birds. Her slender hand transformed into a blade of living lightning. With deadly precision, she thrust it toward Deadpool. "This looks like it's going to hurt." Deadpool yelped, covering his face melodramatically. Boom. The thunderstrike hit him square in the abdomen, detonating inside his body with a deafening crack. A surge of bioelectric energy tore through every cell, charring him instantly. Within moments, Deadpool's entire body blackened into a smoking husk, the scent of scorched flesh filling the laboratory. It was Thunder's most powerful attack, the Thunder Blade, a move that concentrated her bioelectric energy to its peak before releasing it all in one devastating, lightning-fast strike. The blast could obliterate a human body in an instant. "Don't relax yet, Thunder," Marcus warned, his voice low and steady. He knew that even this wasn't enough to kill Deadpool. The moment her strike landed, Marcus conjured 6 spears from his hands, each forged from volatile, flammable biometal. In a blur of movement, he hurled all 6 at the smoldering figure embedded in the wall. Each spear found its mark, pinning Deadpool in a grotesque, cruciform shape against the reinforced wall. Marcus pulled out a lighter, flicked it once, and tossed it toward the body. Boom. 6 consecutive explosions ripped through the lab. The fire consumed Deadpool completely, the shockwave tearing chunks out of the walls. The mercenary's body was incinerated into dust, fragments scattering like dark snow through the air. Even the thick metal wall behind him was reduced to rubble, leaving a gaping hole in the structure. There was no other word for it, total annihilation. Scatter the ashes. It was a full-service execution, and in the Marvel Universe, only a handful of beings would ever need such treatment. "That should have done it," Marcus muttered, watching the ashes drift away in the air. Even Deadpool would need time to recover from that. But Thunder's expression darkened. She glanced toward a shadowed corner and said quietly, "Master. I'm afraid he's already recovered." "What?" Marcus turned and sure enough, from the darkness stepped a completely intact Deadpool, not a scratch on him. His red and black suit gleamed faintly under the emergency lights, as spotless as if nothing had happened. "Wow," Deadpool said, applauding slowly, his tone almost impressed. "I've gotta hand it to you, that was one of the top 10 best ways I've ever been killed." "Bravo, really?" He smirked beneath his mask. "You even cremated me. Very professional." Thunder's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. "Master, I don't think I can launch another Thunder Blade anytime soon," she said, clutching her badly burned hand. "But how could he recover that fast?" Marcus's expression was grim. "It's his finger," he said. "When I kicked him earlier, he sliced off one of his own fingers and tossed it away. That body," he pointed at the newly reformed Deadpool, "grew from it." Deadpool chuckled, unfazed. "You caught that, huh? Smart boy. Still, shame about all that effort you wasted burning me. A beautiful cremation, though, 5 stars. This wasn't regeneration. It was something beyond regeneration." Deadpool's healing factor was so absurd that it defied causality itself, true immortality, a body that could regrow from the smallest fragment, even from ashes. Fighting him head-on was useless. Marcus knew it. Continuing to do so would only waste time and energy. And Deadpool, unpredictable, chaotic Deadpool, might be insane, but he was no fool. Beneath that lunatic charm was a killer's instinct sharper than any blade. Hey, I'll let you two lovebirds decide which one of you wants to die first, Deadpool said cheerfully as he drew both katanas from his back. The blades glinted menacingly as he spun them in his hands. If you're out of ideas for my next death, maybe you should be planning your own. Thunder stepped forward, raising her knife despite her trembling arm. Master, I'll hold him off. Marcus grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Go after Killian. Don't get in my way. He stepped forward, the silver longblade forming in his grasp, gleaming coldly under the lab's flickering lights. Thunder hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. Yes, master. As she retreated down the corridor, Marcus and Deadpool stood face to face, blades drawn. Deadpool tilted his head. Hey, before we start, just so we're clear, that guy owes me $2 million. So if you could, not kill him before I get paid, that'd be great. Marcus raised his weapon, eyes narrowing. Too bad, he said, voice cold as steel. I'm already planning to. Their blades flashed simultaneously. And the battle between the immortal fool and the undying monster began. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 45+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 63, Captured. 1,113 words. Deadpool's twin blades came down like a violent storm. Marcus could only raise his own to parry, sparks bursting in dazzling silver and gold with each clash. It was only after crossing blades that Marcus realized the terrifying truth: Deadpool's swordsmanship wasn't as erratic or wild as it seemed. Beneath the apparent chaos was a ruthless precision, each strike instinctively aimed at his vital points. Even with the Winter Soldier's combat experience flowing through him, Marcus found himself barely holding his ground. And to make matters worse, Deadpool's twin katanas weren't ordinary weapons. Each time Marcus's high-density biometal blade met them, a fresh notch appeared on its edge. Had he not continuously repaired it mid-battle using his metallization ability, the blade would have snapped long ago. Even without his insane regeneration, Deadpool was a monstrous fighter. Hey, Deadpool. Marcus gritted his teeth, pushing the mercenary's blades aside before speaking through clenched jaw. 200 million. Take the money and walk away. If Deadpool was only here for a payday, then with Tony Stark, the world's wealthiest man, backing him, Marcus could afford to throw around billions like pocket change. 200 million was practically charity. 100 million. Deadpool's attack faltered, his tone suddenly curious. How many tacos does that buy me? Enough for you to eat yourself to death, resurrect and die again, a few million times over. Marcus snapped irritably. Ooh, tempting, Deadpool hummed, twirling his blades lazily. And honestly, I'd love for you to be my new employer. It'd give me so much more screen time in this story. Clang. Without warning, Deadpool's swords crashed down again with tremendous force, slamming into Marcus's blade and forcing him backward, his boots screeching across the metal floor. So you're not satisfied with the offer? Marcus snarled, forcing his weapon up to resist. Deadpool shook his head, his muffled voice still somehow smug. Nah, it's not that. It's just that for a mercenary like me, keeping my word still counts for something. Sorry, Mr. Protagonist, I've got to play my part in this act. Then so be it. Marcus growled. With a sudden twist, he deflected Deadpool's dual blades to the side, and used the opening to drive his knee straight into the mercenary's gut. Deadpool gasped, doubling over, and Marcus seized the chance, reversing his grip and plunging his blade through Deadpool's back, twisting hard until the weapon shredded his organs to pulp. Virus touch activated. Target, Deadpool. Zombie virus injection successful. Target possesses a mutant regenerative factor. Infection rate unable to surpass cellular regeneration speed. Virus will soon be expelled. Recommend increasing virus input. So that was it, Deadpool's regenerative factor was even stronger than Spider-Man's mutated genes. It not only resisted the virus's invasion, but purged it entirely in seconds. In other words, his body was the perfect counter to the zombie virus. The system suggested an alternate method, increasing the infection rate by force. Theoretically, that could work. Deadpool's healing factor might seem invincible, but it wasn't absolute. His regeneration could repair damage, but not resist mutation. Cancer cells, for example, still plagued him. And Marcus's zombie virus was far deadlier than any cancer. The question was how to inject enough of it long enough to overcome that healing factor. Oh, my poor stomach. Deadpool groaned dramatically. It's a total disaster in there. He bent down, scooping up the pile of blood and shredded organs that had spilled from his abdomen, only for his body to knit itself back together, good as new, within seconds. The only trace of injury was the slick pool of gore left on the floor. That actually hurt a little, Deadpool admitted casually. Can't you, stab me with some gentlemanly restraint next time? Marcus sighed. You are, without question, the most irritating creature I've ever met, in every possible way. Killing someone with this level of regeneration was nearly impossible. There were generally 3 viable methods. 1. Containment, trap them in a space they can't escape, rather than killing them. Continuous damage, force them to keep regenerating until exhaustion or collapse. Spiritual annihilation, use soul-based or psychic attacks to erase them entirely. For now, Marcus could only attempt the first 2. Binding Deadpool was pointless, he could regrow his entire body from a single finger. A rope wouldn't hold him, he'd simply bite his tongue off and spit out a new body. He needed a sealed container. Fortunately, this secret laboratory had just the thing, a massive glass tank filled with some kind of unknown chemical fluid, its lid conveniently ajar. That would do nicely. Deadpool tilted his head when Marcus didn't advance. Hey pal, just standing there ignoring me. You know, according to the contract, I've technically done my job just by keeping you busy. But man, you're boring me to death over here. Marcus's eyes narrowed. Don't worry. You won't be bored for long. Mental possession, Hawkeye. A gleaming silver bow formed in Marcus's hand, 2 arrows appearing between his fingers in the same instant. With deadly precision, he fired them both, straight at Deadpool's eyes. Deadpool raised his katanas to deflect, but the moment blade met arrow, a blinding flash erupted. Boom. Twin explosions went off point blank, the blast scorching Deadpool's mask to a crisp. He staggered, blinded by smoke and heat. Marcus closed in like lightning. He swung the reinforced bow like a club, smashing it against Deadpool's knee with bone-shattering force. The mercenary screamed as he was lifted off the ground. Marcus followed up immediately, a brutal rising iron punch that sent him flying higher into the air. My kidneys in my mouth. Deadpool shouted mid-flight. I can taste iron and regret. Marcus knocked 2 arrows again, this time, each trailing a fine strand of metal wire. He released, the arrows whistling past Deadpool's sides before wrapping tightly around him midair, binding his limbs in a cocoon of steel. I love baths, Deadpool said cheerfully, twisting helplessly, but I'm really picky about the water quality, glub glub glub. Before he could finish, Marcus yanked the wires downward. Deadpool's body crashed into the massive tank of viscous liquid, submerging completely. One final arrow flew, striking the tank's sealing mechanism. The heavy lid dropped into place with a metallic thud, trapping Deadpool inside the tank. And for the first time, the merc with a mouth went silent. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 45+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 64, The Backlash. 989 words. Deadpool floated motionlessly in the transparent green liquid, his body bound tightly by metal wires, leaving him helplessly suspended within the giant glass tank. Submerged completely, even the merc with a mouth could no longer spit out his endless stream of nonsense. For the first time, Deadpool was, mercifully, silent. But then, several oval-shaped objects began drifting out from behind his belt, rising slowly through the viscous liquid. Marcus's eyes widened. And not just any grenades, every one of them had its safety pin already pulled. Marcus's heart sank. Deadpool had anticipated this from the start. The moment Marcus had thrown him into the tank, the lunatic had yanked the pins. Damn it. Boom. A chain of deafening explosions erupted within the tank, shattering it in an instant. A wave of chemical fluid and glass fragments burst outward like a green tsunami. Razor-sharp shards tore through Marcus's skin, riddling his body with bloody holes. I knew it wouldn't be that easy, he growled. Instead of retreating, Marcus charged through the deadly spray, his body shredded and bleeding, teeth clenched in defiance. With a roar, he lunged at Deadpool. Tenfold iron fist. His right arm transformed into a gleaming mechanical limb of living metal, similar to the Winter Soldier's cybernetic arm, before slamming into Deadpool's face with the force of a missile. The impact sent Deadpool flying like a human cannonball, the shockwave warping the air as he crashed toward the far end of the lab. Marcus's eyes gleamed coldly. You know what they say, when your body's soaked, your resistance drops to 1/5 of normal. Deadpool slammed directly into the laboratory's main power conduit. ZZZZZZT. The result was catastrophic. His body smashed through the armored casing, embedding deep into the electrical hub. Blinding arcs of blue-white lightning erupted across the room, forcing Marcus to shield his eyes. Smoke poured from Deadpool's twitching body as flames ignited along his suit. Hate electro-therapy. He managed to croak between convulsions. The lab's lights flickered wildly as power surged out of control. Machines sputtered and died one after another. Sparks rained down from the ceiling as the entire grid overloaded. Deadpool's body regenerated only to be destroyed again, trapped in an endless cycle of repair and disintegration. Each jolt fried his cells anew, forcing his healing factor into overdrive, until even it began to falter. Finally, the overload became too much. The system blew out, plunging the base into semi-darkness. The lightning faded, leaving only the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Deadpool was charred black, motionless, reduced to little more than a smoking corpse. Marcus didn't hesitate. His right arm morphed into a clawed weapon, sharp metallic talons piercing deep into Deadpool's chest. Let's see how you like this. Virus touch, maximum output. Zombie virus injected successfully, body takeover failed. Zombie virus injected successfully, body takeover failed. Zombie virus injected successfully. Body takeover failed. Remaining bioenergy, 50%. Marcus snarled, driving more and more of the virus into Deadpool's body, forcing it into every regenerating cell. But the healing factor resisted stubbornly, purging the infection as fast as it entered. I'm not giving up, you freak. He poured in everything he had left, his body trembling under the strain. Remaining bioenergy, 20%. Warning. Host is being corroded by unknown chemical substance. Virus adaptation error detected. Detected reverse invasion from mutant healing factor. Engaging defensive response. What? Marcus looked down. The wounds on his body, where glass shards had pierced him, were turning an unnatural green. The veins around them bulged and darkened, spreading rapidly under his skin like roots of poison ivy. He could feel it, something was changing inside him. Defensive response failed. Mutant healing factor has breached containment. Damn it. Marcus tore his clawed hand free from Deadpool's chest, but it was already too late. A wave of pain like molten fire ripped through his nerves, nearly knocking him off his feet. What the hell is happening? He gasped. Green veins crept across his entire body, pulsing beneath his skin, Deadpool's burnt corpse, meanwhile, suddenly went limp, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Marcus's mind raced. What did these AIM lunatics create besides the extremis virus? The veins on his arms throbbed violently, and small lumps began forming beneath the skin, cancerous growths spreading fast. That was it. The healing factor. The immortality that made Deadpool unkillable was nothing but an infinite, uncontrolled cellular mutation. A self-sustaining cancer. Unable to halt mutant factor intrusion. Attempting to devour. Devour failed. The mutated tissue grew faster and faster. His skin bubbled, his muscles twisted out of shape. If this continued, his entire body would transform into one massive tumor, a grotesque fate beyond recognition. He could abandon the clone body, of course. Marcus's consciousness could always be transferred. But if he did that now, the mission would fail. Thunder and Winston would be left alone against not only AIM's defenses, but the other two unknown superheroes also hunting for the extremis virus. And in 3 days, the U.S. Navy's carrier strike groups would launch their full assault. He couldn't afford to lose this battle. Marcus clenched his jaw. System, try fusing the damn thing. If he couldn't resist it, then he would merge it. The healing factor and the zombie virus, two extremes of regeneration and corruption. He would force them together and see what new power was born from their collision. Warning, fusion attempt will result in unpredictable mutation. Success not guaranteed. Outcome may include catastrophic virus evolution. Yes/no. Marcus didn't hesitate. Yes. The moment he shouted, the cancerous growths exploded outward, coating his skin in a layer of writhing green tissue. His vision darkened, strength draining from his limbs. Then, blackness. He collapsed, his body twitching once before falling still, as silence reclaimed the ruined laboratory. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 45+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 65, Ability Mutation. 1083 words. Mutant regeneration factor has spread throughout the entire body. The system prompt jolted Marcus from the fog of semi-consciousness, though it brought with it unbearable pain that racked his entire body. Thankfully, after countless battles and injuries, his pain tolerance had become formidable, enough to keep him from screaming outright. Warning, virus is being modified by the mutant regeneration factor. Mutation imminent. Marcus could feel it, every single one of his internal organs was mutating, the cells twisting into a cancerous frenzy. The malignant growth spread rapidly, replacing his normal tissue at a terrifying rate. Under the crushing pressure of uncontrolled proliferation, the zombie virus was forced to abandon its human cell hosts and attempt to adapt to the rapidly mutating cancer cells. Finally, every cell in Marcus's body had been replaced, each one now a cancerous cell infused with the zombie virus. Commencing fusion process. All 60 trillion cells in his body began to change simultaneously. The once grotesquely deformed cancer cells gradually started reverting toward a more normal state under the virus's influence. Yet they could not fully return to what they once were. Instead, under the combined forces of the mutant regeneration factor and the zombie virus, his cells transformed into something entirely new, a hybrid, neither healthy nor malignant, something in between. Cellular control partially lost. Metallization ability significantly reduced. Damn it, just as I feared. The metallic transformation granted by the zombie virus relied on absolute virus control over his cells, every cell acting as living metal. But now, with the virus no longer fully dominant, that control had fractured. Testing his ability, Marcus immediately noticed the difference. The transformation rate had plummeted, his once instantaneous metallization now took several seconds to complete, reducing his combat effectiveness by nearly 100-fold. That meant techniques like sniper arm, high-frequency slash, and tenfold iron fist were effectively unusable. Half his offensive strength, gone. Still, not all the changes were bad. The mutant regeneration factor had fully integrated into his biology, taking over the virus's role in healing and even surpassing it. High-speed regeneration enhanced. New abilities awakened, hyper-regeneration and death resistance. Hyper-regeneration greatly reduces bioenergy cost for healing. When bioenergy falls below 50%, regeneration speed increases by 150%. When bioenergy falls below 10%, healing no longer consumes bioenergy. Death resistance, when death occurs due to non-spiritual causes, including total disintegration, incineration, or molecular breakdown, consumes 5% of bioenergy to completely restore the body. Each activation reduces bioenergy capacity by 20% for 4 hours. Marcus blinked at the prompt, then let out a humorless laugh. I've basically got a weaker version of Deadpool's immortality. It was strange, almost ironic. As long as this clone retained more than 5% of its bioenergy, it could technically resurrect indefinitely. The only issue was the temporary drop in energy capacity. He sighed softly. If only my real body had this ability. For a disposable clone, immortality was almost a cruel joke. It existed to die, infinite resurrection didn't make it more valuable, just more expendable. Still, there was a silver lining. His powers had diverged so far from the original that the two were now drastically different entities. If his true body specialized in offense, focused on metallization and brute combat, then this clone had evolved into a defensive variant, one built around endurance, regeneration, and attrition. And that was perfect. The greater the difference between his clone and his true form, the less likely anyone would realize they were the same person. With one identity acting as the hero, and the other as a ruthless force stealing technology and resources, Marcus could play both sides of the board, and reap the rewards from both. But with his metallization weakened, he would now need weapons to compensate for his lost strength. And lying conveniently nearby was a treasure trove, the remains of Deadpool himself. The mercenary's body was riddled with weapons and gear, most of which had miraculously survived the carnage. Marcus started by picking up 2 customized SIG P6 tactical handguns, the same type used by British SAS and the U.S. Navy SEALs, 9 by 19 mm caliber, extended 20-round magazines, and pinpoint precision. Perfect for close to mid-range engagements. He secured them to a belt formed from his own living metal. But the true prizes weren't the guns. It was the blades. Marcus reached for Deadpool's twin katanas, and the instant his fingers brushed the first one, a new system prompt appeared. Special equipment detected. Identifying. Identification complete. Special equipment. That was new. Name, adamantium katana. Material, adamantium alloy, tempered cobalt steel composite. Weight, 1.8 kilograms. Length, 1.1 m. Description, a weapon forged for Deadpool during the Weapon X project using leftover adamantium from the Wolverine experiment. Though its purity is only 54.7%, it remains a blade capable of slicing through diamond with ease. Marcus's eyes gleamed. Adamantium, the rarest and strongest metal in the Marvel Universe. Even Tony Stark couldn't secure enough of it to upgrade his Iron Man armor. To hold a blade forged from such material was a miracle in itself. He tested it with a swing, slicing effortlessly through reinforced concrete. The wall split as though it were made of tofu. A blade that could cut anything. Then he reached for the second katana, expecting a twin adamantium weapon. Instead, the system chimed again. Name, carbonadium alloy katana, prototype. Material, carbonadium, tempered cobalt steel composite. Weight, 4.2 kilograms. Length, 1.1 m. Description, developed by Weapon X researchers as an experimental weapon designed to neutralize Deadpool. Carbonadium inhibits regenerative abilities and prevents most healing factors from functioning. Wounds inflicted by this blade are extremely difficult to heal, and often result in fatal blood loss. However, its suppressive effect on Deadpool's mutant regeneration is limited, and only slows his recovery rate. Marcus's grin widened. That's poetic. A weapon designed specifically to kill beings with regeneration. Against opponents like Deadpool, or anyone enhanced by Extremis, it was the ultimate countermeasure. And considering AIM's Extremis soldiers relied heavily on accelerated healing. Marcus slid both swords across his back, the adamantium katana gleaming with cold precision, and the carbonadium one emanating quiet menace. A perfect balance, one blade to cut through anything, and the other to make sure what it cut never healed. Looks like things are about to get interesting, he murmured. _____. Big shout out to Devin Qualls and Hyper. A heartfelt thank you to Devin Qualls and Hyper for joining my Patreon and supporting this journey. Sparkles. Your generosity truly makes a difference and helps bring chapters out faster for everyone. Welcome to the VIP family, Devin Qualls and Hyper, you both are awesome. Chapter 66, Uninvited Guests. 1036 words. After securing his newly acquired weapons, Marcus covered his face once more and prepared for the next stage of his mission. His true goal tonight wasn't Deadpool's equipment or abilities, those were merely fortunate bonuses. The main objective remained unchanged, seizing the Extremis virus in its purest form. But just as he steeled himself to move, a grim update came through his psychic link with his subordinate. Hawkeye, boss. Marcus, what is it, Hawkeye? Hawkeye, boss, whatever you're doing, it's getting way too loud. SHIELD has noticed. The Avengers are mobilizing. Estimated arrival, 10 minutes. Marcus, I figured as much. Things are getting out of hand. Seems we're not the only ones after the Extremis virus. You got eyes on the others? Hawkeye, yeah. SHIELD. Agents tailing Punisher and Daredevil just lost them, both vanished in New Jersey. They're your mystery intruders. Be careful, boss. Those two are bad news. Marcus, I don't care what they are. If they get in my way, they die. Daredevil and the Punisher, two infamously relentless vigilantes. Under normal circumstances, Marcus might have tried his usual tactic, play the hero, earn their trust, then betray them at the perfect moment. But with the Avengers inbound, there was no time for games or deception. This time, there was only one rule left: kill anyone who stands in the way. AIM Experimental Center. Inside the laboratory's heart, two scientists were frantically gathering documents and hard drives from the tables. One was a sharply dressed man in his 40s, Aldrich Killian, head of the organization known as AIM. The other, a woman in a white lab coat, was his assistant, the botanist Maya Hansen. After witnessing Deadpool's utter defeat through the surveillance feeds, they both knew the facility was doomed. All they could do now was grab what mattered and run. Killian unlocked a heavily fortified safe, revealing a sleek silver briefcase. After a fingerprint scan and a multi-layered code entry, the case hissed open to reveal 3 syringes glowing with fiery orange liquid. Maya, Killian said quickly, these are the original samples of the Extremis virus. Take 1. He tucked 2 into his belt and handed the third to her, his voice urgent. We'll split up. Whatever happens, one of us must ensure the research survives. Maya clutched the syringe to her chest, nodding firmly. Understood. For the hope of healing every disabled person in the world. I'll keep moving, no matter the cost. At that moment, a squad of heavily armed Extremis soldiers burst through the door. Their commander, a burly mercenary with a grim face, snapped, Dr. Killian, we have to move now. Good, Killian said sharply. You protect Doctor, take her through the alternate route. Get her out of here alive. The soldiers immediately surrounded Maya and began escorting her toward the secondary exit, unaware that Killian had already stripped off his expensive suit and replaced it with an ordinary soldier's uniform. His plan was simple and cruel. Maya, carrying a vial of the extremist virus and escorted by elite guards, would draw all enemy attention. While the enemy chased her, he, disguised as a grunt, would quietly slip away with the other 2 samples. Sacrificing one vial and his assistant was a small price to pay for his own survival and the preservation of his research. Maya, however, misunderstood entirely. Believing Killian had risked himself to protect her, she was moved to tears. Her resolve hardened, she would not let his faith in her go to waste. Carefully, she tucked the syringe into her coat and led the soldiers down the escape corridor. Less than a minute after they departed, a red countdown appeared on every monitor in the facility. Base self-destruct sequence initiated. Timer, 10 o'clock. 9:59. 9:58. Exactly as Killian had planned. But halfway to the exit, Maya's group ran into a far greater threat. The air filled with the stench of gunpowder. A single man stood in the center of the corridor, his broad frame blocking the way forward. In each hand, he held a gleaming Desert Eagle, the silver barrels still steaming from recent gunfire. The floor around him was slick with blood, dozens of extremist soldiers lay sprawled in lifeless heaps, bullet holes punched clean through their chests. The man himself, however, was untouched. He turned slowly toward Maya's group, revealing the stark white skull emblem emblazoned on his black shirt. The Punisher. Another bunch of dead men walking, he muttered, his voice cold and gravelly. The surviving soldiers raised their rifles in panic, but the Punisher didn't even flinch. To him, these were nothing but poorly armed amateurs waving toy guns. The first soldier to speak shouted, "He's alone. Take him down." Bang. Before the men could finish, the Punisher's pistols roared to life. His arms moved faster than the eye could follow, like a blur of death. The corridor lit up with muzzle flashes as a rain of .50 caliber rounds tore through the extremist soldiers. Each impact lifted bodies off the ground before slamming them into the walls with wet, meaty thuds. Not a single one managed to fire back. When the gunfire ceased, the only sound was the clinking of spent casings hitting the floor. The Punisher stood amidst the carnage, unfazed, smoke rising from his barrels. At his feet, Maya trembled violently, paralyzed by terror. The blood pooling around her reflected the grim white skull on his chest. She had never seen such ruthless efficiency. This man was no hero. He was a killing machine in human skin. Don't come any closer," she stammered, legs giving out beneath her. Crawling backward, she grabbed a pistol from one of the fallen soldiers, fumbling to raise it with both trembling hands. The Punisher didn't stop walking. His boots crunched through glass and blood as he advanced, eyes cold and unblinking. "I said stop." Maya screamed, tears streaming down her face. Her voice cracked with desperation. "Don't come any closer." He gave no response. With a sob, Maya squeezed the trigger. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 80+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 67, Chapter 67, The Battle for the Extremist Serum. 979 words. The bullet screamed past the Punisher, ricocheting off the reinforced wall before finally flattening into a misshapen lump of metal. Even though the shot had come dangerously close, the man didn't flinch. His expression remained cold and unreadable as he continued to advance toward Maya, step by steady step. Don't come any closer." Maya's voice trembled as she realized her first shot had missed. Panic overtook her, and she desperately squeezed the trigger again. But before the second bullet could fire, the Punisher's hand shot out like lightning, smacking the pistol from her grasp. It clattered across the floor, spinning several times before coming to a silent stop. Disarmed and terrified, Maya collapsed to her knees, clutching her head and screaming. She expected to feel the pain of her body being torn apart, maybe even humiliated before she died, but the killing blow never came. Heart pounding violently in her chest, she cracked open her eyes. The Punisher was gone. Turning around, she saw him walking away, the glowing orange extremist serum clutched in his hand. "Why?" she gasped, tears still streaming down her cheeks. "Why didn't you kill me?" Without looking back, the Punisher answered in his low, gravelly voice, "Because your eyes don't have the look of a killer." Suddenly, a figure darted from the shadows ahead of him, a woman in tactical gear, her short pink hair brushing her ears, yellow electricity flickering across her body like a living storm. Her movement was sharp, disciplined, and predatory. It was Thunder, Marcus's second-ranked mutant enforcer. "That's the kind of look I'm talking about," the Punisher muttered darkly. Both fighters immediately drew their weapons, two Desert Eagles aimed squarely at Thunder, while she brandished her twin electrified daggers. The oppressive tension between them was palpable. Even Maya, crouched in the corner, could barely breathe. The sheer killing intent radiating from both sides made the air feel heavy and suffocating. "Thunder, Master, I've located Maya Hansen and the Punisher. One vial of the extremist serum is in his possession." "Marcus, no sign of Killian." "Thunder, none. Only this one vial so far." "Alex, Master, we'll need more than one sample for proper research. AIM must have kept at least 2 or 3 original vials." Marcus, agreed. "The rest are likely with Killian. I'll go after him myself." "Thunder, you keep the Punisher occupied, I'll handle Killian, and then come to back you up." "Thunder, understood. Leave him to me." "Winston, what about me?" "Marcus, secure the perimeter and dispose of the bodies, Winston. The Avengers will arrive soon. We'll need a clean retreat path. Everyone stay sharp. Operation Extremis retrieval begins now." After cutting the psychic link, Marcus found himself face to face with several extremist soldiers in full tactical armor. These were the elite guards protecting the facility's core zone. The instant they spotted him, they panicked and raised their rifles. A barrage of gunfire erupted, filling the corridor with smoke and the roar of automatic weapons. "Perfect," Marcus murmured coldly. "I need a live one." Mental possession, Winter Soldier. Drawing the carbonadium katana from his back, Marcus charged headlong through the storm of bullets. The rounds tore into his flesh, spraying blood in every direction, but he didn't slow. The pain only fueled him as he crashed into the enemy line like a living weapon. Under the deadly precision of the Winter Soldier's combat instincts, Marcus's blade danced like a dragon, cutting arcs of silver through the red mist. Every stroke was lethal, limbs severed, torsos split open, the corridor drowning in blood. The carbonadium blade glimmered faintly with a cold blue hue as it struck. The extremist soldiers' regenerative powers, their greatest strength, were completely nullified. Wounds that should have sealed in seconds now gushed uncontrollably, their bodies collapsing one after another, unable to rise again. Against this weapon, the so-called super soldiers were no different from ordinary men. One strike was enough to end them. Within seconds, only one remained, a terrified soldier trembling by the wall. Before he could even think to flee, Marcus drove his sword straight through his abdomen, pinning him to the concrete. The man screamed in agony, blood pouring from his mouth. "Shoo!" Marcus pressed a hand over his lips, silencing him with an icy glare. "You scream again, and I'll make it worse. Tell me where Killian is and I'll let you down. Understand?" The soldier whimpered, gasping through the pain. I don't know. Killian left the control room. I haven't seen him since." "Aya." Marcus twisted the blade slightly, drawing another scream. Judging by the man's tone, though, he wasn't lying. Marcus frowned and shifted tactics. "Then tell me, how many exits does this facility have?" "Th3. The soldier stammered, drenched in sweat. "One west gate, one on the rear side where you came in, and a secret escape tunnel. Killian has the key for it, it's in the 5th room to the left of this corridor." "Good boy." Marcus pulled the sword free. The man dropped to his knees, clutching his stomach, choking on his own blood. Then the blade flashed once more. His head rolled to the floor. "I said I'd let you down," Marcus muttered, wiping the blade clean. "Not that I'd let you live." A voice echoed through the corridor speakers. "Warning, base self-destruct sequence engaged. Evacuation required within 10 minutes. Remaining time, 9 minutes." Marcus exhaled sharply. As expected, a facility like this, housing illegal bioweapons and classified experiments, would rather erase itself than risk exposure. Every trace of the extremist virus would be destroyed if he didn't move fast. "Time's running out," he said grimly, gripping the carbonadium blade tighter. And with that, Marcus sprinted toward Killian's escape route. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 45 plus advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 68, Daredevil. 1054 words. Marcus quickly located the secret passage the extremist soldier had mentioned. It was sealed shut by a thick blast door, built from a reinforced alloy strong enough to withstand direct hits from military-grade C4. Clearly, this was Killian's personal escape route, no expense spared on protection. Unfortunately for Killian, there was no such thing as indestructible when faced with adamantium. Marcus drew his adamantium katana, and with a blur too fast for the human eye to follow, slashed downward. A web of cracks instantly spread across the door's surface before it shattered into dozens of small, neat metal fragments that clattered to the floor. Beyond it lay a narrow, winding passageway disappearing into darkness. Fresh footprints were still visible on the dusty floor, Killian's without a doubt. "So, the great Dr. Killian finally runs," Marcus muttered, stepping closer. "For a supposed criminal mastermind, you'd think he'd at least try to make a dramatic last stand. He's chosen to bolt like a rat." He sheathed his blade and slipped into the corridor. "Let's just hope you haven't gotten too far." But Marcus was already too late. Abandoned factory, surface level. Dr. Aldrich Killian had emerged safely from the tunnel, and was now in an old, deserted factory on the outskirts of town. There, waiting for him, was an inconspicuous SUV, though inconspicuous was a lie. The vehicle had been heavily modified, loaded with reinforced armor plating and military-grade tech. Everything had gone according to his plan. He'd used Maya as bait, disguised himself as a grunt, and kept 2 vials of the extremist serum on his person. Once he reached the docks, he would board a private ship, arranged through criminal channels, and vanish overseas. A new lab, new funding, and a fresh start were all waiting. AIM would rise again. But just as he was about to open the SUV's door, a shadow blocked his path. A man stood there, tall, lean, and dressed in a dark red leather suit that clung tightly to his muscular frame. A pair of devil-like horns adorned his mask, which covered his upper face completely. His eyes were hidden behind the mask's fabric, yet he faced Killian with uncanny precision. In the dimly lit factory, the man stood still as stone, not needing light to see. "Daredevil." Killian froze, his face twisting in fury. The name left his lips like venom. "You." Even though it was their first encounter, everyone in New York knew the Crimson Devil who haunted its alleys, the blind vigilante who terrorized criminals and defended the innocent. Matt Murdock, attorney by day, avenger by night. Blinded as a child by radioactive chemicals, he had gained radar-like senses and reflexes beyond normal human capability. Through years of martial arts and staff combat training, he became Daredevil, the guardian of Hell's Kitchen. "You're the man in charge of this illegal facility, aren't you?" Daredevil said calmly, his head tilted slightly as if listening to the air itself. No, you're mistaken," Killian stammered, raising his hands. "I was just passing by." Daredevil's lips tightened into a thin line. "Your heartbeat says otherwise." "You're lying." His enhanced hearing was more precise than any polygraph ever built. There was no escaping his judgment. With a quiet click, Daredevil drew two short batons from his belt, snapping them together into a single, staff-like weapon. He pointed it at Killian's chest. "Stay down and don't resist," he said firmly. "The police are on their way." Killian's expression hardened. His voice dropped into a low, bitter growl. "Why do you people always have to interfere?" Before Daredevil could answer, Killian's right arm began to glow, a molten orange radiance spreading across his skin like living magma. His palm ignited into searing flame, radiating intense heat that warped the air itself. He lunged forward, trying to drive his blazing hand into Daredevil's face. But before Killian even moved, Daredevil had already sensed the attack through his radar sense. He sidestepped effortlessly, letting the blow crash into an old steel cot. The metal bed hissed and sagged as it melted into glowing liquid iron that splattered across the floor. Killian gritted his teeth, his eyes wild with fervor. He wasn't just another mad scientist, he was the most successful subject of the extremist experiment, his body more powerful and unstable than any of his creations. "My research could change the world," he shouted, voice rising with manic passion. "Every crippled, broken soul could be whole again. Why can't you see that I'm doing this for them?" His words weren't entirely false. The extremist project, if stabilized, could indeed restore lost limbs and heal incurable injuries. It could end physical disability as humanity knew it. And Killian, once a frail man plagued by congenital defects, had poured his life into conquering his own limitations, refusing to accept weakness, refusing to surrender to fate. But Daredevil was unmoved. He shook his head slowly, his tone quiet but resolute. "Tell that to the judge, Doctor. Maybe he'll find sympathy for you." "I don't." "Sympathy?" Killian snarled, his mouth curling into a twisted grin. The heat from his body intensified, metal groaning and dripping like wax beneath his feet. "I don't need sympathy," he hissed. "I need victory." With a furious roar, Killian slammed his fist into the molten steel beside him, sending a wave of glowing iron droplets spraying toward Daredevil. The blind hero spun his staff with fluid grace, deflecting each piece midair before it could touch him. But Killian was already charging in, his fist blazing like a miniature sun. Daredevil ducked, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. The heat still washed over his face, scorching his skin, and igniting the edge of his leather cowl. The mask burned away, revealing his eyes, pale, unmoving, lifeless. The eyes of a man who could not see. Killian froze mid-strike, astonishment flickering across his face. "You're blind," he breathed, his anger momentarily replaced by fascination. His molten fist trembled, its glow dimming slightly. He relaxed his arm, eyes wide as he studied Daredevil's scarred face with almost reverent awe. "You're one of us," Killian said softly, a strange light gleaming in his molten eyes. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 55+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?mark U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 69, Killian's Power. 1080 words. When Aldrich Killian realized that the fearless hero standing before him was, like himself, a man living with a disability, genuine surprise flickered across his face. For a moment, admiration replaced hostility. To be blind, yet still fight on the front lines as a hero defending others, such courage was rare, even among the extraordinary. "Forgive my earlier outburst," Killian said, spreading his glowing hands in a gesture of peace. His tone softened, his words persuasive. "You of all people, understand the pain of living in darkness. Every day, trapped in a broken body, helpless, limited. Everything I've done, all my work, it's been for people like us. We're not enemies, Daredevil. We're the same. We should be allies." Daredevil used his staff to pull himself upright. The burnt remnants of his mask clung to his face, and he wiped away the charred fabric covering his ruined eyes. His voice was cold and steady. "If seeing again means spilling innocent blood, then I'll stay blind forever." The words had barely left his mouth when he lunged forward, swinging his staff in a blur toward Killian's temple. The heavy weapon cut through the air with a sharp, explosive whistle before it connected solidly against the side of Killian's skull. A sickening crack echoed through the darkness, a sound that usually meant the end of a fight. "Pity," Killian said, his voice disturbingly calm. Daredevil froze. Killian stood tall, completely unfazed, though his head hung crookedly from the impact. With a single twist of his neck, the bones snapped back into place. Then his hand shot out, seizing Daredevil's staff. The skin of his palm glowed molten red, and smoke curled up between his fingers. Daredevil tried to wrench his weapon free, but Killian's grip was iron. The heat radiating through the staff grew unbearable, forcing the hero to release it. Burnt flesh peeled from his palms as he stumbled backward. Killian let the weapon drop with a hiss, leaving blackened fingerprints branded into the metal. Even so, Daredevil did not retreat. With both hands bleeding and trembling, he stepped forward and struck with his fists. One clean hit connected with Killian's jaw, twisting his face aside. The vigilante pressed on, landing blow after blow, left, left, like a furious boxer punishing a training bag. His father had once been a boxer too, until the mob took his life. "Are you done?" Killian asked coolly after taking another punch square in the nose. He straightened his head slowly, letting the next hit glance off his cheek. Only then did Daredevil realize Killian hadn't moved. Before he could react, Killian's foot slammed into his chest like a battering ram. The blind hero flew backward, crashing through piles of garbage before hitting the ground with a thud. He gasped for air, struggling to rise, when his own staff came hurtling toward him, thrown like a spear. It sliced across his cheek and buried itself deep in the concrete wall behind him, the metal glowing cherry red. "Now do you understand?" Killian's voice echoed across the ruined factory. "This is the power of the extremis virus. With it we, the broken, the unwanted, no longer have to beg for help or pity. We don't need fake sympathy or false equality. We'll take respect by force and reclaim what was stolen from us." Daredevil, half kneeling amid the debris, stared back with a bloodied grin. "What you're earning isn't respect," he said hoarsely. "It's fear. Fear is still better than pity." Killian roared, his expression twisting with fury. He pointed at Daredevil's lifeless eyes, his voice rising to a feverish pitch. "Don't you want to see again? To look at the woman you love, not with your hands but with your eyes? Don't you long to stand atop the world and watch the city spread beneath your feet, instead of hearing it whisper in the dark? Do you know what it means to open your eyes after a lifetime of blindness?" "Yes," Daredevil murmured softly. "There's no greater joy in the world." Even he couldn't deny it. For a man born into endless night, that was the most beautiful dream imaginable. But he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to rise once more from the reeking trash. Grasping the molten hot staff embedded in the wall, he burned his palms black just to hold it again. The air filled with the sickening stench of scorched flesh. "But that kind of happiness," he said, pulling the weapon free, "isn't something I ever asked for." With a fierce roar, Daredevil thrust the glowing staff forward like a lance. The red-hot metal pierced straight through Killian's chest, lifting him clean off the ground and slamming him against a nearby concrete pillar. Without pause, Daredevil grabbed broken steel rods scattered across the floor and drove them into Killian's limbs, one after another, pinning him in place like a crucified figure. Only then did he stop, leaning heavily against another pillar, breathing hard. His hands were ruined, flesh charred black, fingers barely moving, but there was no regret in his expression. From the moment he'd donned the mask, he'd accepted pain and death as the cost of justice. "I'll make the same choice," he whispered, "no matter how many times fate repeats itself." "You truly are blind, Daredevil," Killian rasped, his voice low and hollow. "You can't see what really matters." "No," Daredevil answered, gripping his staff once more. "I can still see justice. That's exactly why you're blind. With a snarl, Killian's entire body ignited. Flames erupted from his wounds, melting the steel that held him. The staff in his chest liquefied into glowing metal that dripped onto the floor. Daredevil barely had time to brace himself before Killian struck again. A blazing hand smashed across his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. His strength finally gave out. His body refused to move. Killian loomed over him, breathing hard, molten veins glowing beneath his skin. From his belt, he pulled out an empty syringe and drove the needle into his own arm, drawing a vial of bright, orange-red blood. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he plunged it into Daredevil's neck. Only when you feel the extremis running through your veins, Killian said darkly, will you understand just how precious it truly is for people like us. _____. Shout out to Voodoo. A huge thank you to Voodoo for joining my Patreon and supporting the journey. Your support means a lot and helps keep the chapters coming faster. Welcome to the VIP Club. Sparkles. Chapter 70, The Chase. 1,112 words. By the time Marcus emerged from the hidden tunnel and stepped into the abandoned factory above ground, his eyes fell immediately on a strange sight, a human body encased entirely in a thick, cocoon-like shell of hardened scabs, lying motionless near the exit. He recognized the condition instantly. It was the natural reaction of a body undergoing transformation under the extremis virus, when flesh burned, healed, and restructured itself in a cycle of violent regeneration. What he didn't realize, however, was that the one sealed inside the cocoon was none other than Daredevil, who had fallen to Killian moments earlier. But Marcus had no time to wonder. A sudden roar of an engine shattered the silence. A black SUV burst through the rusted factory gates, metal doors screeching as they tore from their hinges. The vehicle swerved sharply, tires screaming, and sped out onto the road. There was no need to guess who was inside. Aldrich Killian, the very target of Marcus's mission, was making his escape. Marcus vaulted over the wall in pursuit, landing lightly on the cracked pavement before taking off in a sprint. Even at this late hour, New York's streets were never truly empty. The avenue leading toward the docks was still busy, trucks, taxis, and sedans all inching forward in an orderly flow of headlights. All except for one. The black SUV tore through the lanes like a runaway beast, weaving between vehicles with reckless precision, metal scraping against metal as horns blared in protest. Behind it, a figure in a silver hood and mask raced after the car, his every stride covering meters at a time. The sight was inhuman. Marcus ran with a speed rivaling that of Olympic sprinters, yet his pace didn't falter, not even after a full kilometer. To the stunned onlookers, he might as well have been a machine disguised as a man. Inside the SUV, Killian caught a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror, and his expression twisted in fury. You just don't know when to quit, he spat, slamming his foot down on the accelerator. The engine roared, the speedometer needle climbing dangerously high. The SUV shot forward again, scraping along the divider and sideswiping several cars in its path. Watch where you're going, maniac. A truck driver stuck his head out the window to shout, only to freeze as a heavy thud echoed above him. Two boot-shaped dents appeared on his roof. Marcus was running across the tops of cars. He leapt from one vehicle to the next with fluid precision, his movements impossibly fast for a human. Each step left a clear dent in the metal, his weight and force turning the orderly traffic into chaos. Horns blared, brakes screeched, and collisions erupted in every direction. Within seconds, the once smooth flow of traffic collapsed into a snarling gridlock. Cars spun, overturned, and crashed against the barriers. The only vehicle still moving freely was Killian's black SUV. Even so, the chaos forced him to slow slightly, and that was all the opportunity Marcus needed. Closing the distance to within 10 meters, Marcus drew both of his SIG P6 pistols and opened fire. Bang! Each bullet struck precisely at the SUV's tires, but the rounds simply flattened against the rubber, embedding themselves uselessly. Killian's car had been reinforced with military-grade armor, even the wheels were bullet-resistant. The sound of gunfire sent bystanders screaming and scattering. Some fled into nearby shops, others ducked behind cars. A few, pale with shock, fumbled with their phones to dial 911, but by the time any call connected, both men had already vanished down the highway. Killian leaned halfway out of his window, shouting over the roar of the engine, "Stay back if you want to live. I don't have time to deal with you." Marcus smirked beneath his mask. "Funny, neither do I." He sheathed one pistol and reached behind his back, fingers curling around the hilt of his adamantium katana. With a sharp motion, he hurled it forward like a spinning blade of silver light. The weapon cut through the air with a shriek and slammed into the SUV's rear wheel. The blade sliced straight through the reinforced tire and buried itself in the wheel housing. Sparks erupted as the unbreakable metal locked against the rim, grinding violently with every rotation. Any normal blade would have shattered instantly under such strain, but this was adamantium, the hardest metal known to man. It didn't bend, it didn't break, it bit deep and held fast. The effect was immediate. The SUV's rear wheel seized up completely. Momentum ripped the car off balance, sending it careening sideways. Shit. Killian barely had time to curse before the world flipped upside down. The SUV rolled violently across the asphalt, smashing through the divider and colliding head-on with a fuel tanker. The impact crumpled both vehicles like tin cans. And then, boom. A fiery explosion engulfed the street, a column of flame rising high into the night sky. The shockwave shattered nearby windows, setting off a chorus of car alarms. Within moments, both vehicles were nothing more than burning husks of twisted metal. By all logic, no living being could have survived the inferno. But logic didn't apply to Aldrich Killian. From the heart of the firestorm, a figure emerged, a man wreathed in flames, his flesh glowing like molten steel. He walked out of the blaze with calm, deliberate steps, unbothered by the fire consuming him. It was as if the inferno itself bowed to his will. The extremis virus had made him something more than human, something indestructible. Killian's voice cut through the roar of the burning wreckage. "Why must you all force me to do this?" he shouted to no one in particular. "I only wanted peace, to perfect my work. But no, everyone has to stand in my way." He reached into the wreckage and pulled free the adamantium katana, still glowing red-hot from the flames. His palms, burning with intense heat, gripped the blade tightly. Instead of melting, the sword seemed to drink in the energy, glowing brighter with molten light. Thanks to the unique properties of adamantium, once forged, it could not be reshaped or destroyed. The blade held firm, unyielding even under thousands of degrees of heat. In Killian's hands, it became something new. A weapon forged from science and rage. A flaming sword of pure energy, the perfect extension of his extremis-enhanced power. And now, with fire swirling around him like a storm, Killian turned his gaze toward Marcus. "Let's finish this. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 55+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 71, The Terror of High Heat. 971 words. Marcus hadn't expected Killian to actually pick up the adamantium katana and wield it as his own weapon. It reminded him of those superhero movies where, if the villain got hold of Captain America's shield, they'd usually graciously toss it back instead of running off with it. Apparently, that kind of courtesy was reserved for heroes, not monsters like Killian. Still, Marcus had finally cornered his target. 2 syringes filled with glowing orange-red liquid hung securely at Killian's waist. Miraculously, the vials had survived the earlier explosion without so much as a crack. It seemed even the virus's containers were products of advanced technology, fortunate news for Marcus. That meant he could fight without worrying about destroying what he came for. He drew his carbon steel alloy blade, its surface gleaming with a cold reflection of his own eyes, sharp, calm, and unyielding. No matter what, those 2 vials of extremis virus would be his. Drop your weapons and put your hands where I can see them. Now. A group of port security guards arrived at the crash site, pistols drawn and voices tense. For ordinary people, the sight before them should have been terrifying, a burning SUV, and a moon wreathed in flames standing tall beside it, but they were New Yorkers. In a city constantly attacked by aliens, mutants, and gods, seeing a moon on fire barely cracked the top 10 weirdest things they'd witnessed. Courageous, yes. Not so much. Without a word, Killian hurled the red-hot wreckage of the SUV toward the shouting guards. The molten steel scattered midair, splashing across their bodies like liquid death. In seconds, the men were reduced to charred skeletons, their bodies consumed by a heat no human could possibly endure. Marcus seized the brief distraction. He sprinted forward, closing the distance in a blur, and slashed downward with his carbon steel blade, aiming straight for Killian's skull. But Killian wasn't slow to react. He swung the adamantium sword, now glowing bright red from his superheated hands, to intercept. Don't let the blades touch. Marcus instantly read the danger. The adamantium blade, charged with Killian's thermal energy, could easily destroy his own weapon, and him along with it. He shifted his strike at the last moment, letting his attack pass harmlessly over Killian's head while narrowly avoiding contact with the molten edge. It was the right decision. The carbon steel sword wasn't built for durability, its strength lay in its unique property of suppressing regenerative abilities. Against a normal weapon, it was formidable, but against adamantium, especially one turned into a blazing plasma cutter, it would have shattered instantly. He had saved the blade, but put himself in grave danger. The missed attack left his guard wide open. Killian didn't hesitate. With one fluid motion, he drove his foot squarely into Marcus's abdomen. The impact was explosive. Marcus's body was launched backward, crashing through a car windshield and skidding along the ground, dragging the entire vehicle several meters before it came to a stop. Every bone in his torso screamed in protest, several fracturing under the sheer force of the blow. Worse still was the heat. His abdomen was scorched black, a charred footprint burned deep into his flesh, so hot that the skin and muscle had melted enough to expose glimpses of the organs beneath. A normal human would have been vaporized. Even with Marcus's enhanced body, he barely clung to consciousness. But the pain only made him grin. Because just before the kick had landed, within the fraction of a second before impact, he'd hooked his blade under Killian's belt and flicked one of the extremis vials into his own hand. Gotcha. His entire body ached, but the rush of victory drowned it out. The extremis virus was his now. If Killian could achieve this level of power with his crude methods, Marcus could only imagine the potential once it was fused with the zombie virus and enhanced by Stark's genius. Evolution, regeneration, mutation, the possibilities were limitless. But Killian wasn't about to let him dream. Having monitored Marcus's battles before, he knew this man wouldn't die so easily. With a snarl, Killian raised the adamantium sword high and brought it down in a blazing vertical arc. The red-hot blade sliced cleanly through the wrecked car, its metal frame splitting apart like butter. But the car's interior was empty. Killian's eyes darted downward, and there it was, a half-open sewer hatch beneath the car. His hand instinctively went to his waist and froze. One vial was missing. Fuck. His rage erupted like a furnace. If earlier Marcus had merely been an annoyance, a persistent fly, now he was the one thing Killian truly despised, a thief. No insult burned deeper for a scientist than seeing his life's work stolen before his eyes. Killian kicked open the sewer hatch and jumped in after him. The round metal cover, still glowing from the heat of his body, melted midair before splattering onto the concrete as a pool of molten iron. Marcus stumbled through the dark, foul-smelling tunnels below, blood dripping steadily from his wounds and leaving a crimson trail behind. Every breath burned his lungs, but he pressed on. He knew Killian wouldn't just let him escape. He needed time for his regenerative factor to mend his shattered body, time to recover enough strength to fight back. And truth be told, Marcus wasn't planning to run. He still wanted that second vial. Then he heard it. "You bastard." Killian's enraged voice bellowed down the tunnel, echoing through the walls. The temperature spiked instantly, the air shimmering as waves of heat rolled in from behind. A thick cloud of white steam followed his voice, devouring the dim light ahead. The chase wasn't over. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 55+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 72, The Reversal of Power. 1080 words. The thick fog that filled the sewers wasn't natural, it was steam. The intense heat radiating from Killian's body had instantly vaporized the wastewater flowing beneath his feet. With a surface temperature reaching several thousand degrees, even standing near the water's surface was enough to boil it dry. From the moment Killian leapt down into the tunnel, the entire area had become a suffocating cloud of white mist. Within that fog, visibility was almost zero. Even objects a few meters away appeared only as blurred silhouettes, smaller things disappeared entirely. If Killian could have deactivated his heat output, he might have preferred to fight under clearer conditions. But once the extremis virus pushed his body temperature to maximum, there was no easy way to cool down. This environment was dangerous for him, it gave his enemy the perfect cover. Was this what Marcus had intended all along? To lure him down here, into a place where the very heat that made him powerful would betray him. In the choking steam, Killian's burning body glowed like a beacon in the dark, an easy target, while Marcus could vanish completely into the mist. Even realizing this, Killian's confidence didn't waver. His regenerative ability made him practically unkillable. He sneered, his voice echoing through the tunnel. "Stop hiding, coward. Come out and face me." Better a coward than a corpse, Marcus thought grimly, crouched in a narrow side passage, letting the fog cloak him. From their earlier clash, he'd seen enough to know that Aldrich Killian wasn't just another villain, he was a monster. This was the same man who, in the movies, went head-to-head with Tony Stark's entire Iron Legion. Even Marcus's true body might not win a head-on fight against him. Without the mutated regeneration factor he'd stolen from Deadpool, he wouldn't have lasted more than a few seconds. This wasn't fear, it was strategy. Killian had no reason to flee from anyone, not even the approaching Avengers. The only thing that gave Marcus any real chance was the weapon in his hand, his carbon steel alloy katana, the very blade designed to suppress regenerative abilities. He'd already confirmed during earlier battles that the metal worked against the extremis virus. One clean strike would end Killian permanently. The problem was getting that strike in. Killian was too strong, too fast, and too angry to make mistakes. As Marcus plodded in silence, Killian crouched and examined the ground. His eyes glowed through the steam, spotting faint, dried blood patterns on the concrete, droplets that had evaporated in the heat, leaving faint rusty stains leading deeper into the tunnel. A twisted grin spread across his face. "Got you." He followed the trail slowly, each step echoing in the tunnel like the footsteps of death itself. Marcus's wounds had mostly healed by now, but even so, a direct confrontation was suicide. He made his decision instantly, retreat first, strike later. He broke from hiding and sprinted deeper into the sewer. His sudden movement didn't escape Killian's notice. The fireman grabbed a half-meter-long steel rod from the grate, pressed it against his red-hot adamantium sword, and swung. The steel melted instantly, launching forward as a crescent of molten metal, a burning slash of liquid fire. It sliced through the fog like a blade of light and struck Marcus's right shoulder, carving a deep gash down to the bone. The wound ignited, forcing Marcus to smack at the flames with his other hand, trying to keep the fire from giving away his position. Killian had aimed for his leg, but the attack had been slightly off. Still, it was enough. The brief flash illuminated Marcus's escape route through the haze. Nowhere left to run. Killian roared. The flames along his feet surged brighter. With each step, the thrust of the fire pushed him forward like rocket boosters, propelling him faster and faster. Within seconds, he was practically flying through the tunnel. Marcus realized too late that there was no outrunning him. "I've got you." Killian's fiery figure burst through the mist just as Marcus reached a narrow junction blocked by an iron grate. By now, Marcus's right arm was gone, severed by the earlier molten strike, leaving only a shredded stump. Killian didn't hesitate. With a single blazing swing of his adamantium sword, he cleaved through Marcus's left leg, sending him crashing to the ground. "Die, insect!" Rage contorted Killian's face as he raised his glowing blade high above his head, and brought it down in a killing arc, aiming to split Marcus cleanly in half. It was over. Or so he thought. Marcus, lying bloodied on the ground, smiled faintly, a cold, knowing smile. Killian froze mid-swing. His entire body trembled as pain erupted through his chest. He looked down in disbelief. A blade, Marcus's carbon steel katana, had pierced straight through his back, the bloody tip emerging from his chest. He staggered, eyes wide. "What?" Turning his head, Killian's gaze followed the length of the blade until it reached its source. A severed arm, wedged between the iron bars behind him, clutching the katana's hilt with a death grip. Even as realization dawned, more questions flooded his mind. Why wasn't his regeneration working? How had Marcus managed this? When had that arm, his arm, been placed there? But before he could think further, his strength vanished. His body went limp, collapsing face first into the filthy water. Marcus exhaled slowly, his grim satisfaction hidden beneath exhaustion. This victory was the product of one of his greatest habits, test before trust. When he had first acquired Deadpool's mutated regeneration factor, Marcus hadn't simply relied on the system's description. He'd run countless experiments on himself, and in doing so, discovered something the system hadn't mentioned, an evolved trait that separated superregeneration from standard healing. Severed limbs could remain biologically active for a short time. His lost arm hadn't been cut off by Killian at all. Marcus had torn it off himself during his escape, hiding it behind the grate while the fog concealed his movements. He'd timed everything perfectly, his sprint, Killian's pursuit, the angle of approach, so that when Killian charged past, the detached arm could strike from behind. And it had. The carbon steel blade, the bane of regeneration, plunged into Killian's unprotected back, precisely where his heart should have been. The hunter had become the hunted. The strong had fallen to the weak. All in a single breath. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 55+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 73, Aftermath and Reflection. 1182 words. The instant Killian's body was pierced by the carbon steel blade, everything changed. His self-healing ability, the core of his power, collapsed, and the flames that once obeyed his will turned against him. The heat that had made him invincible now consumed him from within, burning through every muscle fiber until his body was nothing but a smoldering husk. He fell to the ground, gasping, completely paralyzed and helpless before Marcus, the man who had outwitted him. A single moment of arrogance had cost Aldrich Killian his life. In battles between superpowered beings, unless one's ability completely overpowers or directly counters the other, victory depends on one's understanding of both powers, how to exploit the enemy's weakness, and how to wield one's own strength. Killian had discovered new ways to use his high-temperature ability during the fight, but his brute force style lacked strategy. His failure to analyze Marcus's powers had sealed his fate. Sheer power alone can win battles but not wars. Especially not in the Marvel Universe, a world overflowing with reality-breaking forces, time reversal, causal manipulation, and other near-omnipotent abilities that could overturn any outcome. Marcus knew this all too well. Many supervillains before him, despite their overwhelming might, had fallen because they underestimated this world's absurd arsenal of miracle powers. He had even considered it himself. What if he managed to unleash his zombie virus on a global scale, infecting 90% of humanity in an instant? Would that be the end of the world? Because someone would simply go back in time and stop it before it began. In this universe, time itself was an unreliable ally. The moment Marcus caused too much destruction, the timeline would simply rewrite itself. Two individuals in particular made that threat very real: Doctor Strange, wielder of the Time Stone, and Kitty Pryde, the mutant capable of sending consciousness backward through time, as shown in X-Men, Days of Future Past. Both were beings beyond Marcus's current reach. If he drew their attention too early, they could easily travel back and erase him before he ever rose to power. His armies, his viruses, his victories, gone, as if they had never existed. The conclusion was clear: conquering humanity first, and then dealing with the superheroes was suicide. It was a tempting illusion, a trap that lured him to expose himself too soon. If Marcus wanted to bring this world to ruin, he had to eliminate its greatest defenders before they ever realized he was the threat. Fortunately, Doctor Strange was often too busy dealing with multiversal crises to notice one more virus outbreak on Earth, and Kitty Pryde only intervened when mutants were endangered. For now, neither had reason to suspect Marcus. The zombie birds he'd released earlier were part of that very test. If the virus spread uncontrollably, it would be a victory. If it was stopped by time-traveling heroes, that too would yield valuable data. Until he gained enough strength to kill those two temporal gods outright, Marcus could not afford to be seen. In this world, even a single moment of overconfidence could mean losing everything. The deeper Marcus studied this universe, the more he realized how truly impossible its destruction was. The X-Men, Doctor Strange, the Avengers, even the Asgardians and Guardians of the Galaxy, each represented a wall he would eventually have to break through. The zombie virus, as it currently existed, was far too weak. Against gods and cosmic beings, it was little more than dust in the wind. That was why the extremis virus mattered so much. Its fusion with the zombie virus would mark the first true step in the evolution of his plague, a key advancement toward the end of the world. Marcus crouched down, his gloved hand hovering over the still-glowing vial of extremis. But before he could reach it, a burned, trembling hand clawed at the ground beside it. Killian's half-destroyed form shuddered, eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse but defiant. "Why?" he rasped. "Why stop me? A small sacrifice, and I could have made the world better. Medicine has always advanced through tragedy. Tell me, what did I do wrong?" According to the usual script, this was where the hero would deliver a noble speech, something about ethics, humanity, and the sanctity of life. Unfortunately for Killian, Marcus was no hero. "Wrong?" Marcus said coldly, pressing his boot down on Killian's hand. "You didn't do anything wrong. You just aimed too low." A blade of silver metal extended from Marcus's palm. Without hesitation, he slit Killian's throat in one clean motion. "Your creation deserves a grander purpose, to destroy the world." Virus touch activated. Target, Aldrich Killian. Zombie virus successfully injected. Host infected. Warning, target deceased. Mutation accelerating. Result, mutant class infected individual will reanimate within 1 hour, retaining full human cognition. Action advised, subdue or erase consciousness upon reawakening. Marcus exhaled through his mask and wiped the blood from his blade. Once Killian's corpse was hidden, he sent a mental signal through his undead network to Earthshaker, ordering him to retrieve the body later for transport back to Queens. 2 of the 3 extremis vials were now secured. The last one was still in the hands of the Punisher, locked in battle with Thunder. Marcus reached out through the psychic link. "Marcus, Thunder, report." "Thunder, apologies, Master. I've retrieved the vial, but Maya and Daredevil were taken by the Punisher." Marcus, Maya? Why would he take her? Thunder, I don't know. Daredevil's been injected with the extremis virus, he's in the cocooning stage. The Punisher abandoned the vial to save him. Marcus frowned. Daredevil infused with extremis. A superhuman body enhanced by both training and virus perfection, guided by that unyielding, heroic resolve, he would be far stronger than Killian ever was. A dangerous development indeed. But that was a problem for another day. For now, the mission was complete. All 3 vials were accounted for. The next step was to retreat before the Avengers arrived. Mission accomplished, Marcus murmured. All units, withdraw. Elsewhere, AIM Research Facility, North Corridor. From a pile of blackened debris, something moved. A charred corpse twitched once, then twice. Cracks spread across its surface as the black crust flaked away, revealing living flesh beneath. A man emerged from the ashes, brushing soot from his scorched red suit. It was Deadpool. "Hey, anybody miss me?" he said cheerfully to no one in particular, glancing around the ruined corridor. "Feels like I've been offline forever." As he dusted himself off, his eyes caught a small piece of paper lying beside him. He bent down, squinted at it, then clapped his hands together. "Well, what do you know? Somebody did leave me a note." Then, over the facility's loudspeakers, came a chilling monotone voice. "Self-destruct sequence complete. Detonation commencing." Deadpool's masked head tilted slightly. "Am I allowed to say a bad word right now?" A moment later. Boom. A series of massive explosions tore through the entire base, engulfing everything in blinding flames once more. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 55+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 74, Alex. 1121 words. Marcus's team of 3 soon returned to Queens through the underground tunnel, while Earthshaker departed to retrieve Killian's body. Their rendezvous point was the same pharmaceutical company where Winston had been created, now transformed into the headquarters of Marcus's undead army. Out of a certain dark sense of humor from his past life, Marcus had renamed the facility, the New Umbrella Corporation. New Umbrella Corporation Medical Laboratory. Alex carefully extracted a small vial of Marcus's blood and placed it under a microscope. His brows furrowed as he studied it in silence, his expression a mix of fascination and frustration. "Master," Alex finally said, adjusting the focus on the lens, "this body of yours has become something entirely different from the clone I originally constructed. The fusion between the mutated regenerative factor and the zombie virus has produced a highly unusual, likely unrepeatable mutation. Honestly have no idea how to replicate it." Marcus nodded slightly, unsurprised. In the Marvel Universe, Deadpool's regenerative factor was famously impossible to copy. The fact that his zombie virus had merged with it at all was already a statistical miracle. Expecting that hybrid to be transferable to other undead was wishful thinking. That meant if this body ever died completely, Alex wouldn't be able to reproduce it again. The vessel could no longer serve as a disposable pawn. Still, the combination of its hyper-regeneration and death resistance granted Marcus an extraordinary level of survivability, perhaps even greater than his original body's. A trade-off well worth the risk. As Marcus watched Alex deftly operate the medical instruments and scientific equipment, a question occurred to him, one he had been too busy to ask before. He had known Alex for only 2 days, but this was the first time he'd truly felt curious about his background. "Alex," Marcus began, "you seem to have an impressive level of medical and genetic expertise. Was that something granted by the virus?" Alex shook his head calmly. "No, Master. Before my infection, I earned my degree in genetics from Columbia University and worked as a researcher for Gentech Corporation. Medical research has always been my profession. Marcus froze. The name rang a bell. He frowned. Alex, your full name isn't Alex Mercer, is it? Alex glanced up from his microscope, puzzled by his master's tone. Yes, master. That is my full name. Marcus blinked, his composure breaking for the first time. Have you ever heard of something called blacklight? Alex nodded thoughtfully. Before the outbreak, I did receive an internal notice from Gentech. The upper management was planning to transfer me to a classified program codenamed Blacklight. But before I could report for the project, I was infected by the zombie virus. Marcus leaned back slowly, realization dawning. So it's true. Standing before him was none other than Alex Mercer, the protagonist of Prototype. Except this Alex hadn't yet become the monster he was destined to be. He hadn't joined the Blacklight project, hadn't been transformed into the apex predator that would one day consume entire cities. For now, he was simply an unassuming scientist, a researcher who had stumbled into Marcus's service. Marcus couldn't help but smirk. Before crossing worlds, he'd heard rumors that Marvel once planned to acquire the Prototype franchise and integrate Alex Mercer into the Marvel universe. The deal had supposedly fallen through. Yet here he was, alive, real, and standing in the same lab. And with Gentech's existence confirmed, Marcus realized something far more important. This world contained the Blacklight virus. A virus infinitely more aggressive and potent than Extremis, a viral apex predator. That would be his next target for assimilation. The lab door creaked open, and a massive dark-skinned man entered. It was Earthshaker, the mutated courier Marcus often used for transport missions. He knelt respectfully upon entering. Master, he reported, Killian and the Extremis samples have been delivered to Stark's residence. Marcus gave a satisfied nod. He had already arranged for one vial of Extremis to be sent to Tony Stark for research, and for Killian's reconditioning to be handled personally by him. After all, it had been Tony's broken promise years ago that had pushed Aldrich Killian from idealistic scientist to vengeful supervillain. As the saying goes, the one who ties the knot must be the one to untie it. If Stark could drive Killian to madness once, then perhaps he could now drive him to obedience. Marcus didn't care how Stark achieved it, whether through persuasion, coercion, or less conventional means. What mattered was the result. System notification. You have successfully subdued the zombie-enhanced villain, Aldrich Killian. Subject is now bound by mental link and cannot disobey direct orders unless consciousness is fully terminated. Marcus raised an eyebrow. That was fast. He couldn't help but smirk. Tony, you didn't actually sell your body, did you? Regardless, it meant he had acquired another valuable asset, a scientist versed in cutting-edge technology, and a powerful combatant when needed. Killian's leadership over AIM also granted Marcus potential influence in the scientific underworld. A perfect pawn. You may go, Marcus said, dismissing Earthshaker with a wave. Once they were alone again, Marcus picked up one of the remaining vials of Extremis and turned to Alex. Alex, how long will it take for the zombie virus to assimilate and evolve after consuming Extremis? Alex frowned slightly, considering the question. I can't say for certain, Master. The duration of virus assimilation depends on the genetic complexity of what's being absorbed. Each strain reacts differently. Marcus exhaled. That's troublesome. He had expected as much, but still, time was a luxury he didn't have. By morning, he would have new operations to oversee. If the process required the same 3-day crystallization period as the standard Extremis mutation, it could prove problematic. The odds were slim, but Marcus was never one to gamble unprepared. In that case, he said after a moment's thought, using this body to conduct the assimilation should work just as well, correct? Alex nodded. If you undergo the fusion process personally, the results should be identical. You'll become the virus mother strain, allowing your main body to inherit the new capabilities. Additionally, because this vessel contains Deadpool's mutated healing factor, it's possible it will manifest unique mutations beyond the original form. Perfect, Marcus replied, his tone decisive. Then begin the injection. He handed Alex the vial of glowing orange liquid, then lay down on the reinforced examination bed at the center of the lab. Under the cold fluorescent lights of the new Umbrella laboratory, the next stage of evolution was about to begin. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support the translation. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 75, The New Ability, Blood Flame. 1,105 words. Alex inserted the needle connected to the vial of extremis serum into Marcus's arm, puncturing the artery with practiced precision. The glowing orange liquid began to flow steadily into his bloodstream, spreading its light beneath his skin. Through the translucent flesh, one could see the radiance coursing through his veins, spreading from his arm across his entire body, infusing itself into every drop of his blood. Ah! An unbearable scream tore from Marcus's throat as his body convulsed violently. It felt as if his entire being were roasting from the inside out, his blood boiling, his organs seared, his brain cooking under an impossible fever. The pain was absolute. Every nerve screamed as molten agony surged through him. If not for the restraints he'd ordered Alex to bind him with beforehand, Marcus would have thrashed off the bed long ago. Mutation always came with a price. Great power was never born without pain. But Marcus had long since accepted that truth, ever since the day he was gunned down by those street thugs. There was no turning back for him. Compared to the loneliness of fighting the entire world, the isolation of living between life and death, and the sorrow of leaving everything familiar behind, this agony was nothing. He would endure. He always endured. A thick, dark crust slowly formed over his body, sealing him in like a cocoon. His consciousness faded into darkness. At first, Marcus thought he could simply disconnect his awareness, withdraw from this vessel and return to his main body, but to his surprise, he found himself trapped. The virus's evolution wasn't just physical this time, it was altering something far deeper, his very consciousness. Time became meaningless. When Marcus finally regained sensation in his fingertips, it was as though years had passed. His nerves reconnected one by one, bringing his body back to life. Slowly, he cracked open the hardened shell encasing him, the flakes crumbling like dry clay. They were still warm to the touch, yet Marcus no longer felt the heat. He rose unsteadily from the bed. The lab was empty, Alex was nowhere in sight. Marcus took a deep breath and approached the mirror to examine himself. The reflection staring back at him was. The cancerous decay that once lingered in his cells was completely gone. His features mirrored those of his true body, cold, handsome, and dangerously composed. It seems I'll have to start wearing a mask during operations, he muttered. This body was the one he intended to use for his darker deeds. It wouldn't do to let it tarnish the heroic reputation of his main identity. He flexed his arms, testing the changes. His strength had multiplied. What was once merely a tenth of his true body's power had now grown equal to it, 10 times beyond human limits. The only difference now lay in his abilities. This form had weakened metallization, but possessed hyperregeneration and death resistance, giving it an extraordinary edge in survival. Calling this vessel a clone no longer seemed fitting. It had evolved into something else, an alter ego. A darker self meant for infiltration and destruction. His main body would remain the mask of light, the respected hero. Between the two, Marcus would control both sides of the moral divide. Light and darkness, hero and villain. To master both was the only path to true power. And when the time came, when the two selves merged again, that would be the moment Marcus Vale declared war on the entire world. Extremis virus assimilation complete. Zombie virus evolution, first stage complete. Host identity evolved, special infected, virus progenitor. System unlock, pathogen genetic enhancement interface. New ability unlocked, blood flame. Blood flame, a fusion of the extremis virus's thermal energy and the zombie virus's bioreactivity. Generates special flames using the host's own blood as fuel. The user may freely grant or retract the flame's virus infectivity. Blood flame, huh? Marcus mused, scanning the brief description. Like his metallization ability, it was short and vague, leaving much to the imagination. But that suited him fine. No matter what the system said, Marcus trusted only one method of understanding a new power: personal experimentation. He formed a small blade from his thumb and nicked his index finger. Immediately, a crimson flame burst from the wound, dancing at his fingertip. It gave off no smoke, no crackle, just a smooth, otherworldly burn. Oddly, it didn't hurt. So this is blood flame, he murmured, watching the glow reflect in his eyes. A fire fueled by blood. Fitting name. He reached for a nearby industrial thermometer to measure the temperature. The readings jumped instantly, over 2,000 degrees Celsius and climbing fast. With a mere thought, Marcus intensified the flame, and the meter's needle shattered as the temperature skyrocketed past its limit, likely reaching close to 10,000 degrees. A faint burning smell reached his nose. He turned to see the bedframe beneath him glowing red-hot, the metal beginning to warp. TCH. SHHHH. Smoke curled upward, triggering the lab's fire sensors. The sprinkler system burst to life, showering the room in artificial rain. The flames on the bed hissed and died, but the blood flame on Marcus's fingertip didn't even flicker. Not a drop of water could extinguish it. Fascinated, Marcus considered the implications. Water usually kills fire by absorbing heat and cutting off oxygen. But blood flame burned without either. It had no combustion point, no need for air. It was a phenomenon beyond physics, sustained only by blood itself. When Marcus clenched his fist, the flame vanished instantly. The wound on his finger had already sealed, depriving the fire of its fuel. That seemed to be the only way to extinguish it, stop the flow of blood, and the blood flame died. Next, Marcus decided to test something else. He reopened the cut, but this time didn't summon the flame. A few drops of blood fell to the floor. He let the wound close, then focused his mind. Burn. A flash of crimson. The droplets erupted into blood-colored fire, blazing for a brief second before vanishing without a trace. When it was over, not even a stain remained on the concrete floor. Every molecule of blood had been completely incinerated. After a few more trials, Marcus determined the limits. Blood separated from his body for less than a minute could still be ignited. Anything beyond that timeframe was inert, unresponsive even when touched by active blood flame. The glowing crimson fire pulsed gently in his palm, beautiful and deadly. Marcus smiled faintly. So this is blood flame, he murmured, admiring its eerie glow. A power born from my veins themselves, destructive, unyielding, and alive. This was no mere ability. It was evolution made manifest. __. New fanfic. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, The Extremist Zombie, Thunderbeast. 1,102 words. As Marcus pushed the blood flame further, he made another remarkable discovery. The fire didn't harm him at all, in fact, it reinforced his body. The effect was faint when the flames were small, but once he summoned them in large quantities, his physical strength and stamina surged dramatically. It was an exceptional ability, both destructive and practical. Its potential easily rivaled that of his former metallization skill. The drawback, of course, was its immense energy cost. Using his blood as fuel meant that normal regeneration wouldn't be enough to sustain it, but with his hyper-regeneration, the two powers worked together perfectly, like they were made for one another. As Marcus continued to test his new ability, Alex returned to the lab, carrying several vials of extremis serum in his hands. He looked calm but pleased, as though he had just finished another experiment. "Congratulations, Master," he said with a respectful nod. "It seems the evolution process went quite smoothly." Marcus smirked faintly. "More or less. What about you, Alex? Did the virus in your body evolve as well?" Alex shook his head. "That's the problem, Master. I've discovered something, both good and bad. Without your explicit authorization, the zombie virus in any other host will remain dormant. It will not evolve into the new strain on its own." Marcus frowned slightly. "So I have to authorize evolution manually." That added complexity, but also control. It meant he could decide who evolved and who didn't, preventing chaos and maintaining hierarchy among his infected. Still, it would slow down mass conversion. "Let's test that, then," Marcus said, extending a hand. A faint pulse of energy rippled from him as he granted permission. Several thin, glowing blood-red filaments appeared in the air, slipping soundlessly into Alex's body. The man's skin began to emit the same orange-red luminescence characteristic of extremis infection, while Marcus felt his own bioenergy drop sharply by 10%. "How do you feel?" Marcus asked. "Any new abilities?" Alex flexed his fingers experimentally, his eyes briefly flashing crimson. "Enhanced regeneration, thermal control, identical to extremis traits. And now I possess the authority to elevate lower-tier zombies into extremis-class zombies, or as I call them, evolved infected." Marcus smiled. So, the blood flame was his alone. A gift unique to the progenitor. The term extremis zombies caught his attention. These must be the evolved forms of the infected, superior in strength, speed, and resilience. But based on Alex's explanation, Marcus couldn't just wave his hand and upgrade every zombie in Queens overnight. Each evolution required bioenergy, and the transformation could only be triggered by Marcus himself, or by a mutant-level infected like Alex. In other words, Marcus concluded, we'll need more evolved infected, a lot more, if we want to build an army. Exactly, Alex agreed. And the creation of specialized extremist zombies, those modified through genetic programming, will require even greater amounts of bioenergy. With only 7 mutant-level infected in Queens, it's impossible to construct a full extremist army before the US military arrives. Energy. Always energy. There was never enough of it. Marcus sighed quietly. So much for easy world domination, he muttered. The system never gave him anything for free. It handed him the gun, but not the bullets, and then dropped him into a war zone surrounded by enemies. Sometimes he wondered if any other reincarnators had ever actually succeeded in their so-called destroy the world missions. Fine, Marcus said at last. Complaining won't solve anything. I already have an idea. Has the extremist virus programming completed yet? Take me to see it. Alex nodded. Of course, Master. Please follow me. He led Marcus into a wide, heavily reinforced chamber that resembled a containment facility for large animals. In the center stood a massive iron cage, and inside it, a zombified African elephant, likely abducted from a local zoo. Several tubes were inserted into the creature's body, connected to a series of computer-like machines on the far side of the room. This device, Alex explained, placing a hand on one of the consoles, is the virus compiler. I've been refining its algorithms. It can encode genetic instructions directly into the virus. Once a specific transformation pattern is completed, the virus will carry the blueprint permanently, no need for further assistance. He gestured toward the elephant. This specimen is the first test subject. Watch carefully. Alex extended his hands toward the cage. Several hair-thin blood filaments appeared once again, penetrating the elephant's hide. The beast immediately went berserk, thrashing against the cage with thunderous force. Its gray skin began to harden and darken as scabs formed across its entire body, until at last it was completely cocooned in a thick black crust. The animal fell still, as though sealed inside a massive, charred chrysalis. So far, so good, Alex said, satisfaction in his tone. The reprogramming has taken effect. Minutes passed. The cocoon began to expand, pressing against the reinforced bars of the cage until the metal began to groan under the pressure. Cracks appeared across the shell's surface, glowing with a deep crimson-orange light, the telltale sign of the extremis virus's high-heat activation. "It's emerging," Alex warned. A burst of scorching air exploded outward, blowing the cocoon apart into burning fragments. The iron cage buckled and collapsed under the immense force as the creature within tore itself free. What emerged was no longer an elephant. The monstrosity that stood before them was something from another world, a nightmare of flesh and metal fused together. It towered even higher than the original beast, its enormous tusks transformed into serrated, scythe-like mandibles sharp enough to shear through armor. Its entire body was encased in a carapace of glowing plates, its muscles bulging beneath molten seams. Its massive head bore a crown of horned ridges, and every step it took made the reinforced floor tremble. It wasn't a creature anymore. It was a living siege engine. Tanks, Alex said with grim satisfaction, would be lucky to survive a charge from this thing. Marcus stared, a flickering in his usually cold eyes. Thunderbeast, he murmured, the name forming naturally on his lips. Alex inclined his head slightly. If that name pleases you, Master, then so be it. The design is based on heavy biological weaponry concepts. Its purpose is to counter fortified defenses, armored vehicles, barriers, walls, anything a normal infected couldn't breach. Marcus stepped forward, examining the monster as it exhaled plumes of steam through its vents. "Yes," he said softly, a sharp grin curving his lips. "It will be very useful indeed. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 77, Thunderbeast Charge. 936 words. Marcus and Alex rode atop the massive Thunderbeast as it rumbled through the streets of Queens. Its broad back, protected by a crown-shaped, spiked carapace, resembled a small transport vehicle, quite practical for carrying cargo. Unfortunately, this Thunderbeast was merely an experimental creation, engineered through the extremis virus. Some of its features lacked the natural perfection of a true living organism, and the biological materials forming its body still fell slightly short in hardness and resilience. Compared to the authentic Ultralisks from StarCraft, capable of charging through the vacuum of space, this imitation was far inferior. Still, in the Marvel world, no human army could compare to those spacefaring forces, and for them, even this extremis Thunderbeast was more than formidable enough. "Alex, do we have to use elephants as the base material to create a Thunderbeast?" Marcus asked. After all, elephants were rare in the United States, and the sudden disappearance of a herd would definitely raise suspicion. Fortunately, Alex's answer put him at ease. No, ordinary zombies can also be evolved into Thunderbeasts. It just consumes far more bioenergy. The greater the size and strength difference, the higher the energy cost for reconstruction. Everything came down to energy. For Marcus, his evolved infected subordinates were his energy producers. The more individuals capable of evolving ordinary zombies into extremis variants, the greater their advantage would be in the upcoming battle for New York. Suddenly, the roar of helicopter blades broke Marcus's thoughts. It seemed another squad of reckless mercenaries had come to try their luck. Ever since Marcus had ordered his forces to eliminate any trespassing mercenaries, none of them had ever left alive. Ironically, this only caused the market price for live zombies to skyrocket, attracting even more desperate mercenaries to their deaths. Alex watched the helicopter descend onto a nearby rooftop before turning to Marcus. "Master, Thunder is nearby. Shall I have her handle them?" "No need," Marcus said, amused as he patted the Thunderbeast's armored hide. He watched as the mercenaries, heavily armed and fully geared, filed out of the chopper. "Let's give the Thunderbeast something fresh to chew on." That was always Marcus's approach: test, then apply. Moments later, the massive thunderbeast moved forward with thunderous steps. Though its gait looked heavy, it was astonishingly fast, shaking the ground as it approached the mercenaries' landing zone. The main street ahead was cluttered with abandoned vehicles, scattered chaotically after the city's evacuation. Several mercenaries were advancing cautiously among them when the earth tremors caught their attention. "What the hell is that?" one of them shouted, peeking over a car hood. When he saw the 5-story-high thunderbeast emerging from the darkness, his jaw dropped wide enough to fit an apple. But these weren't amateurs. The heavy weapons specialist immediately reacted, firing a rocket straight at the creature's head. The missile streaked through the air with a trail of white smoke and struck the thunderbeast's crown, exploding in a brilliant flash that lit up the night sky like lightning. As the smoke cleared, the mercenaries froze in horror. The thunderbeast stood unharmed. Its thick carapace gleamed under the firelight, and its enormous, bone-like pincers opened with a metallic shriek. The insignificant blast had only enraged it. The creature bellowed, unleashing a deafening roar that shattered windows up and down the block. Behind its armored shell, Marcus scratched his head and muttered to Alex, that roar's a bit unnecessary. Let's cut that next time." "Apologies, Master," Alex replied calmly. "It's a residual animal instinct." As the two conversed casually, the thunderbeast charged. Its colossal limbs lifted and slammed down with terrifying force, leaving crater-like footprints in the concrete. Small cars were flattened underfoot, while trucks were hurled aside like toys. The beast's advance was like facing an army of 10,000 armored knights, earth-shaking and unstoppable. Seeing the thunderbeast bulldozing through the vehicles toward them, the mercenaries panicked, though instinct kept them from running blindly. "Get inside the buildings," one of them shouted. They believed the creature's size would keep it from following them indoors. If they could make it inside, they might survive. But reality proved them wrong. As the last mercenary darted into a 7-story building, the thunderbeast crashed straight into it without hesitation. Concrete and steel shattered like paper, its bladed crown tore through the facade, and its massive pincers sliced everything over a meter tall clean in half. Within 10 seconds, the entire building collapsed into rubble. No one inside survived. When the dust settled, the scene looked like the aftermath of a tornado: cars flung aside, buildings toppled, and not a single soul left alive. It was impossible to imagine anything standing against such destructive force. Up above, thunder had already dealt with the rooftop helicopter. For Queens, it was once again a peaceful and quiet day. "Well done," Marcus said, leaping down from the thunderbeast and gazing up at the monstrous creature, a mixture of awe and satisfaction in his eyes. "With this kind of weapon, our zombie army can finally stand toe-to-toe with the U.S. military's mechanized forces." "Thank you, Master," Alex replied with a slight smile. "But this isn't the full extent of the thunderbeast's abilities. Like all extremis variants, it has powerful regeneration and heat emission capabilities. Its potential is far greater than this." Regeneration and heat. Marcus already knew how devastating those traits were from Killian himself. On a creature this massive, their effect would be catastrophic. Military was in serious trouble. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 65+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=795143336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 78, Pathogen Gene Enhancement System. 1083 words. The Thunderbeast, as the first experimental product of virus programming, had proven that the extremis virus's ability to reconstruct living flesh was indeed remarkable. However, relying solely on this single heavy-type creature would not be enough for Marcus's undead army to gain a decisive advantage in the upcoming war against the U.S. He needed more: a full range of evolved zombie units that could coordinate and complement one another in battle. Naturally, the heavy responsibility of developing these new breeds once again fell on Alex's shoulders. "Don't worry, Master," Alex said confidently. I've already designed the structural templates for the next series of extremist zombies. The Air Force and naval units are next in line. Soon we'll have a fully integrated army for land, sea, and air operations. That was precisely why Marcus trusted him. Alex often understood what needed to be done without requiring further instruction, a rare talent for internal and technical affairs. Even more conveniently, Alex held a degree in genetics, and his mastery of biological architecture was so advanced that even Tony Stark would have to admit defeat in that field. You've worked hard, Marcus said simply. After parting ways with Alex, who immediately returned to his virus programming research, Marcus turned his attention to the most valuable reward from this operation, a new feature unlocked after his evolution into the virus core, the Pathogen Gene Enhancement System. Pathogen Gene Enhancement System, LV1. Transmission Effect Exchange List. Skill Effect Exchange List. Symptom Effect Exchange List. Remaining DNA Enhancement Points, 11. DNA Enhancement Points. So that was the system's internal currency. But why did he already have 11? The question was quickly answered by a system notification echoing in his mind. For every mutant infected created, the host receives 1 DNA enhancement point. Mutant infected can be produced by allowing large zombie groups to evolve slowly through infection. Humans with strong willpower have a higher chance of mutation, or by directly infecting and transforming superhumans or supervillains in the Marvel world. Proceed with caution. So that was it. He currently had 7 mutant infected evolved from ordinary zombies in Queens, plus 4 created by directly transforming superpowered individuals, Hawkeye, the Winter Soldier, Tony Stark, and Killian, totaling 11. From this, Marcus deduced that the system provided 2 distinct methods of acquiring DNA points. The cultivation path, focused on mass infection and gradual evolution of the general population, and the predatory path, based on hunting and converting superpowered beings. Each had its pros and cons, but in the Marvel world, filled with enhanced humans and gods alike, the predatory approach was clearly more efficient. Now it was time to see what could be purchased with those points. Marcus opened the first category, the Transmission Effect Exchange List. Transmission Effect Exchange List. Airborne Transmission LV1 slightly enhances the pathogen's survival and infection capacity in the air. The spread radius of the zombie virus extends up to 50 kilometers. Non-zombified carriers can spread infection via sneezing. Cost, 10 DNA points. Waterborne Transmission LV1 increases the pathogen's survivability and infection rate in water sources. The virus can now remain infectious even when diluted 100,000 times, and zombie fluids retain infectivity at up to 100x dilution. Cost, 10 DNA points. Cold-blooded transmission LV1 improves infection efficiency among cold-blooded animals. Mutation time is reduced to a few hours, and the infected become highly aggressive toward all life forms. Cost, 10 DNA points. Warm-blooded transmission LV1 enhances infection capacity in warm-blooded animals, excluding humans. Mutation occurs within hours and the infected display a strong predatory instinct. Cost, 10 DNA points. No wonder Marcus had always felt the zombie virus's infection rate was unusually weak. The system had been holding back, waiting for him to evolve into the virus progenitor before allowing him to customize its spread patterns. He studied the options carefully. Airborne transmission sounded convenient, but the real-world effect was limited. Waterborne transmission was incredibly efficient, though its intercontinental reach might be restricted. Cold-blooded transmission could exploit insects and reptiles, vast in number and difficult to defend against. Warm-blooded transmission mainly affected birds and mammals, fewer in number but strategically valuable, especially given birds' long-distance travel. Each option was undeniably powerful. Unfortunately, none were immediately necessary. At the moment, Marcus's greatest challenge wasn't spreading the virus, it was surviving the impending U.S. military assault, especially if they managed to locate him through the professor's telepathic abilities. He would postpone transmission upgrades until the crisis was over. Next, Marcus opened the second list. Skill Effect Exchange List. Current skill, Mutant Infected Mental Link. DNA points required to unlock next skill, 50. Indeed, every zombie under his command was connected through the Mutant Infected Mental Link, the variability that made him the master of the virus. Without it, his entire control network would collapse. The first skill alone was already extraordinary, the next one must be on an entirely different level. Unfortunately, 50 points was far beyond his current capacity. He'd have to shelve that idea for now. Finally, Marcus checked the third category, Symptom Effects. Just from the name, he already had a feeling this was exactly what he needed right now. Symptom Effect Exchange List. Bone Spikes LV1 grants all standard zombies protruding bone spikes, enhancing their melee attack power. Cost, 10 DNA points. Bone Shell LV1 grants all standard zombies external bone armor, improving their physical defense. Cost, 10 DNA points. Accelerated Metabolism LV1 increases zombies' healing rate and allows regeneration of severed limbs during battle. Cost, 10 DNA points. Adrenal Surge LV1 boosts running speed, stamina, and attack frequency of all zombies. Cost, 15 DNA points. Exactly what he needed. For the zombie virus, the changes that occur after infection, the physical transformations and mutations, were the symptoms. This list clearly existed to enhance the collective combat power of his horde. Ordinary zombies without any symptom upgrades were weak, fragile enough that even untrained civilians with crude weapons could kill them. But if he unlocked even one of these traits, each zombie would become exponentially harder to deal with. And if he managed to unlock all of them, then there would be only one conclusion. The zombie legion would rise. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The Next Phase of the Plan. 1081 words. During his earlier stage as a special infected, Marcus could only be considered the master of zombies, not the master of the zombie virus itself. He could command the undead, yes, but he had no authority over how the virus evolved or spread. Now, with the pathogen gene enhancement system unlocked, he finally wielded complete control, not just over the movement of the infected, but over the very direction of virus evolution. A virus progenitor, that was what truly defined one capable of commanding the fate of the zombie virus. It was the first true threshold toward the destruction of the Marvel Universe. Marcus had now reached that crucial first step. But it was only the beginning. He knew from the start that the two ways to obtain DNA enhancement points were vastly different. The large-scale cultivation route, where one relied on mass civilian infection, was now impossible. Countless nuclear warheads were already trained on him, any sign of massive expansion would trigger instant annihilation. Holding New York's Queens District, with its 1 million infected, was already an accomplishment in itself. That left only the second option, the predatory route, hunting and assimilating large numbers of superheroes and supervillains. But attacking entire hero teams like the Avengers, Fantastic Four, or X-Men was pure suicide. Likewise, raiding villain organizations such as Hydra, the Brotherhood of Mutants, or the Hellfire Club was no easier. Some of them were arguably even stronger than the heroes. As for isolated vigilantes or lone villains, they were scattered all across the globe, and Marcus simply didn't have the time to hunt them one by one. Fortunately, there existed one ideal place, a single location that gathered countless supervillains together, all stripped of their power, separated from one another, and utterly defenseless. Yes, it was time to launch a grand-scale prison raid. Of course, such an operation required meticulous planning. The last mission, Operation Extremis, had gone off the rails thanks to the unexpected interference of Deadpool, Daredevil, and the Punisher. Marcus couldn't afford that kind of chaos again. As always, the first step of any successful operation was information gathering. Previously, this responsibility fell to Hawkeye, who had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. for Marcus. But now he had a far more valuable agent, none other than Tony Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s security consultant. Marcus shifted his consciousness back into the body stationed in Tony's underground laboratory. When he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a reinforced alloy table, surrounded by medical equipment aimed directly at him. His arms and legs were restrained tightly, like a test subject awaiting dissection. "Well, well. You're finally awake," Tony said, twirling a scalpel between his fingers with a mischievous grin. "Bad timing though. I was just about to take you apart again." Marcus chuckled calmly. "I don't mind as long as you've finished the device I asked for." Tony smirked. "You're talking to Tony Stark." "Of course I finished it." He released Marcus's restraints, then picked up a sleek, futuristic helmet from the nearby workbench. Its curved lines pulsed with a faint blue glow as he handed it over. "This is your mutant-infected mental link simulation helmet. It can't connect to mutant-infected like you or me, and it won't receive your direct control signals, it can only command standard zombies. The control priority is the lowest tier, and its range is extremely limited, you can only control about 10 at once. Honestly, I don't see what use this toy could have." Marcus took the helmet, smiling faintly. "Toys, Tony, are made to be played with. Just not by us." He turned the helmet over in his hands, satisfied. To him or the higher-level infected, it might be nothing more than a trinket, but to ordinary humans, it would be a priceless weapon. Like the other mutant-infected, Tony had awakened a unique ability through his activated X gene, super-accelerated cognition. His brain now processed information 10 times faster than an ordinary human's, vastly improving his efficiency. That explained how he managed to design and build such advanced equipment in a single night. The ability suited him perfectly. Securing this crucial piece of equipment pleased Marcus immensely. He handed the helmet back to Tony and gave precise instructions. "Good. Now send this helmet, along with a few additional gifts, through black market channels to Hydra's secret base in Sokovia. If you use just one aircraft, you should be able to avoid S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance, correct?" Tony nodded. "One plane, yes. But that's the limit, a small, single-pilot aircraft. It can't make frequent trips, either. Even with my clearance, S.H.I.E.L.D. has tightened border control to the extreme." "One flight is all I need," Marcus replied calmly. "The cargo is small but important. Oh, and Tony, do you know about the Raft prison?" The Raft, a high-security, ocean-based Supermax prison designed specifically to hold enhanced criminals. It was located near Rikers Island in New York. In Captain America: Civil War, it was where anti-registration heroes were detained at the end of the film. In terms of villain density, it was the perfect target for Marcus's next move. Tony caught the gleam in Marcus's eyes and immediately understood what he was planning. The Raft, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s maximum security facilities. It's older than I am, and its internal blueprints are classified at the director's level. Of course, if you really want them, I could hack them for you. Marcus shook his head. That would blow your cover far too early. Once that happens, Fury wouldn't even need proof, he'd figure it out by process of elimination. That's not something I can afford. Got it, Tony said. So I keep playing my part. Exactly, Marcus confirmed. Keep your cover intact and continue your research. If Fury asks about me, tell him I'm willing to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. And explain that you plan to recommend me for the Avengers Initiative. Everything was falling into place. Each step was deliberate, precise, and silent. A new storm was brewing, one that would soon engulf the entire world. ______. Big shout out to Chris J. A heartfelt thank you to Chris J for joining my Patreon and supporting this journey. Sparkles. Your generosity truly makes a difference and helps bring chapters out faster for everyone. Welcome to the VIP family, Chris J., you're awesome. Chapter 80, Interlude, The Observer's Daily Life. 1066 words. In a place beyond comprehension, neither its location nor its era known, there existed a strange, windowless chamber filled with bizarre devices so advanced that no ordinary person could guess their function. Near the only doorway hung a small plaque, like a room number, which read, Universe Destroyer Observation Room. Inside, a man in a tight blue suit lounged comfortably in his chair, his eyes glued to a massive screen. Streams of green data cascaded endlessly down its surface, giving the entire room the eerie feel of the Matrix. Suddenly, a woman wearing the same blue suit entered and sat down beside him. It's been a while since I've seen you this fascinated, she said with a teasing smile. Something interesting happened. The man, still captivated by the scrolling data, lit up like a fan discussing his favorite movie. Hey, you won't believe it. That Marvel Cinematic Universe finally has a destroyer who completed his first virus evolution. The woman's curiosity sparked immediately at the mention. You mean that insane new universe, the one where they can travel through time and rewrite timelines? Oh wow, surviving long enough to reach that stage in that universe is no small feat. Ha! Yeah, this guy just became a virus progenitor. He's officially taken his first step toward global destruction. What? He didn't evolve into a virus progenitor right from the start using the zombie virus sample. He only managed to evolve later, she exclaimed, her face a picture of disbelief, as if someone had just told her the sun now rose from the west. That's incredibly rare. Every other would-be special infected I've seen barely lasts 3 days. The man nodded in agreement. Those impatient types always rush to spread the virus too fast. The base strain, before enhancement, infects at a snail's pace, and when they panic, they expose themselves. Their death rate is practically a rite of passage for beginners. The woman chuckled. Even the ones lucky enough to become virus progenitors don't fare much better. Remember that guy who infected half of humanity? He got greedy, tried to wipe out the remaining population before neutralizing the superheroes. They united science, magic, mutant powers, everything, and hunted him down. He made such a scene that Doctor Strange noticed and rewound time to erase him early. Such a waste. You just can't go all in without weakening the heroes first. The man sighed. Yeah, and that guy was running a slow-growth strategy too. The two of them continued to chat casually about the many Marvel World Destroyers they'd seen fail, discussing their strategies and deaths as if they were analyzing movie plots. Yet neither could come up with a truly reliable winning route. Even after witnessing countless failures, they still hadn't found the perfect path to success. The woman rested her chin on her hand, her expression softening. Honestly, I feel bad for these poor souls. None of them ever get the chance to live a normal life. The man gave a wry smile. The last one who tried living like a regular person lasted 5 years, before Galactus devoured the Earth along with him. No mercy at all. That's not just a Marvel problem, the man replied with a shrug. The system never spares anyone who refuses to play their assigned role. I bet your side's guardians aren't much different. The woman nodded. True enough. But still, the Marvel Universe shouldn't even be in the newcomer pool. It's a death trap. Even veterans who've destroyed 2 or 3 worlds don't make it out alive if they slip up once. I have no idea what the system was thinking when it made that decision. The man's smile froze slightly as he shook his head. We're just employees, remember. The lowest tier workers in the system's bureaucracy. Understanding its logic is way above our pay grade. All we get are these fragmented data streams. I can't even request a proper visual feed, let alone answers. The woman hesitated for a moment, then said thoughtfully, you know, I've always had a theory. What if the system's ultimate goal is to create someone capable of destroying itself? Think about it, something that's existed for so long that even time has lost meaning. Wouldn't such an eternal entity crave a final, permanent death? The man blinked in surprise, then flicked her forehead lightly. You've been reading too many novels. That's a ridiculous theory. If the destroyer's final mission was to annihilate the system itself, then what's the point of your guardians? She thought for a few seconds, then replied, half serious, half playful, maybe the guardians are the final safeguard. After the system's destruction, they'd exist to stop, or seal away, the rogue destroyer who went too far. You know, like creating your own final boss, then training a hero to kill him once your job's done. That'd make the system oddly responsible, don't you think? The man sighed. You've definitely gone off the deep end with that one. Anyway, shouldn't you be getting back to your own department? With a reluctant pout, the woman stood and left the universe destroyer observation room. Once she was gone, the man leaned back in his chair again and turned to a smaller monitor beside the main display. On it, a table of survival rates flickered softly. Universe survival rate. Game of Thrones, 15%. Harry Potter, 10%. Bloodborne, 5%. Command and Conquer, Red Alert, 8%. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, 7%. Midline horizontal ellipsis. As he scrolled down the list, the man muttered to himself, to think they sent someone into the Marvel Universe with nothing but a weak zombie virus sample. That's practically a death sentence. Tell me, system, are you testing their strategy, or just their luck? The numbers continued to flash by, most survival rates hovering around 10%. Then, at the very bottom of the list, two final entries stood out. One Punch Man, 0.1%. Marvel Cinematic Universe, 0%. The man chuckled grimly. Figures. Interactive segment. One Punch Man Destruction Mission. Objective, annihilate the planet. Starting item, the Allspark from Transformers. Can anyone guess how the One Punch Man universe was destroyed? Here's a hint, it wasn't through mind games or persuasion. The real answer is far simpler than you'd think. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 81, Chapter 80, Death Ray. 1,141 words. After assigning Tony his new tasks, Marcus met with the latest addition to his undead army, Dr. Aldrich Killian. The man before him was no longer the violent, unstable figure he once was. Instead, he had returned to the calm focus of a true researcher. When Marcus entered the lab, Killian was working intently at a mechanical workstation, tapping away with delicate precision. There was even a faint smile on his face, the rare, genuine satisfaction of an inventor seeing progress in his creation. Marcus couldn't help but be surprised. So Killian has a side like this after all, he thought. The man might have been a fanatical villain, but it was undeniable, he was also a brilliant scientist. Ah, it's you, Killian said, noticing Marcus's presence. So what should I call you now? Something like that short-haired girl does. Marcus, he replied simply. All right, Marcus. Killian chuckled bitterly. I'm not exactly happy about it, but it seems I've lost to you this time. Still, I've got to admit, managing to bring Tony Stark under your control. That's something even I couldn't have pulled off. While I wasted years scheming for revenge against that arrogant man, you went ahead and made him your subordinate. Makes all my efforts look childish in comparison. Marcus smiled faintly. We all have our childish moments. I've been blinded by hatred myself, and made plenty of mistakes because of it. He was referring, of course, to his reckless revenge against the thugs who had murdered him back when all of this began. Had he resisted that impulse, perhaps things wouldn't have spiraled into such a dire state today. His gaze soon shifted to the peculiar mechanical device on Killian's workbench. It resembled a robotic arm. Marcus pointed at it. What are you working on? I remember assigning you to research the extremis virus, not robotics. Oh, it's very much related, Killian replied, instantly animated by the chance to discuss his invention. Like all scientists, his excitement flared the moment the topic turned to his work. He lifted the mechanical arm and attached it to his left shoulder. It extended upward, like a third arm sprouting from his body. At the palm of its mechanical hand was an emitter identical to the repulsor cannon in Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. This was inspired by Tony's pulse cannon, the one powered directly by the arc reactor, Killian explained proudly. But this arm draws energy from an extremis-enhanced organism's internal heat source, converting it into thermal energy and firing it as a concentrated laser beam. Like this. The arm's metallic fingers spread open. A bright, molten red light began to swirl in its palm, then, with a sharp hiss, a blinding beam of crimson energy shot forward, slicing a smoking line across the floor. The laser vanished a second later, and the scorched path it left behind detonated in a burst of heat, turning the concrete beneath into loose, molten ash. This, Killian declared with a grin, is a death ray, powered by the concentrated thermal energy of the extremis virus. I'd bet my life its firepower rivals Tony's pulse cannon. Anyone hit by this thing will be shaking hands with God before they hit the ground. His tone carried the unshakable pride of a man who had just redefined destruction itself, and rightly so. With this death ray, Killian had transcended the limits of his previous hand-to-hand combat style. He had evolved from a brawler into a true ranged powerhouse, a veritable battle mage of science and fire. Under his and Tony's combined genius, Marcus was certain they would soon develop even more terrifying weapons capable of unleashing the full potential of the extremis virus. Combat, defense, innovation, Killian excelled in all three. He was an invaluable asset. And Marcus's ambitions didn't stop there. He fully intended to recruit even more powerful villains like Killian in the near future. Good, Marcus said approvingly. Begin mass production of this mechanical arm as soon as possible. We're going to need them. And prepare your personal combat gear, you're coming with me on the next mission. Killian raised an eyebrow. What kind of mission? A prison break, Marcus said simply. Prison break? Killian repeated, intrigued. He had never heard of this plan before, but something in his gut told him this was no small-scale operation. Which prison are we talking about? Marcus's lips curled into a faint smile. The most secure one in the world. August 1st, 6 a.m. Sokovia, Eastern Europe. Hydra's secret research facility. Baron Wolfgang von Strucker stood across from a shady black market dealer, his expression grim. As one of Hydra's highest-ranking leaders, he was acutely aware of the chaos unfolding across the United States. For someone to bypass every level of security, escape American soil, and find his supposedly secret base in Eastern Europe, this merchant had to have powerful backing. Baron Strucker, the man said casually, reclining in an expensive leather chair surrounded by Hydra soldiers. I'm just a courier. Please, don't make things difficult for a small-time businessman like me. A dozen rifles were trained on him, even the Winter Soldier and Crossbones stood by, ready to tear the intruder apart at a single order. Strucker's cold eyes shifted to the table, where two peculiar items rested, a sleek blue helmet and a vial of blood-red liquid. One glance told him these were no ordinary goods. His voice hardened. Tell me exactly what these are. Who sent you? And how did you find this place? Lie to me once and you'll leave this room in pieces. The merchant chuckled nervously. You know, I had a feeling this job was too good to be true. They offered me a ridiculous amount just to deliver a couple of trinkets. I should have known better. Despite his words, he showed no fear. Calmly, he reached inside his coat. Don't move, one of the Hydra soldiers shouted, raising his weapon, but Strucker held up a hand to stop them. The merchant withdrew 3 small metallic spheres and rolled them gently onto the table. They clinked together, rolling into position as if guided by unseen hands, forming a perfect equilateral triangle. Then, in a flash of white light, a holographic projection shimmered into existence above them. The moment Strucker saw the figure's face, most of his doubts vanished. It was none other than Aldrich Killian, leader of AIM, the Advanced Idea Mechanics, a faction that had once splintered off from Hydra's own scientific division. Or at least that's what they still believed. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 82, Chapter 81, The Deal. 1,176 words. If any other organization had discovered the location of Hydra's secret research base, Baron Strucker would have been on high alert. But the situation was different this time. The Advanced Idea Mechanics, or AIM, had once been part of Hydra's own scientific division. Both sides were familiar with each other's inner workings, and as two long-standing villain organizations, they already had an unspoken agreement: neither would expose the other's secrets. In that sense, Killian's appearance here made perfect sense. Long time no see, Baron Strucker. I believe the last time we met was shortly after I took over as head of AIM, wasn't it? Killian greeted him with a polite smile. The two men had crossed paths before, though it had been years ago. Strucker replied coolly, Killian, spare me the pleasantries. You wouldn't come all the way here just to exchange greetings. I heard your New York lab was completely wiped out by the Avengers. What's this, you've come to ask for help? Killian chuckled, undisturbed. AIM has indeed taken a serious hit lately. But let's not pretend you've been doing much better. I hear your agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. were hunted down to the last man by the Avengers. Seems to me Hydra's suffered even greater losses. Strucker's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Killian's words weren't wrong. Both Hydra and AIM were on the brink of collapse, cornered by the ever-growing might of the heroes. They were, in a sense, two desperate survivors clinging to their final scraps of power. And that was precisely why Marcus saw an opportunity, one he could exploit. So, Strucker said at last, his tone laced with suspicion, do you have a proposal, then? Killian's smirk deepened. He could tell the Baron had taken the bait. The man's irritation only confirmed his suspicion. Killian must have brought something that could change their current predicament. I do have a suggestion, Killian said lightly. But before we discuss business, could you do me a small favor? This conversation doesn't need an audience. He didn't need to finish. Strucker understood immediately. The Baron gestured subtly toward his men. A gunshot echoed through the room. The black market courier who had delivered the package collapsed instantly, a neat hole in his forehead. His body was dragged away, and soon the chamber was silent, leaving only Strucker and Killian's holographic projection. Speak, Strucker said coldly. If your proposal doesn't satisfy me, you'll end up like him. Killian, unfazed by the threat, smiled calmly and pointed toward the items on the table, a sleek blue helmet and a vial of crimson liquid. I know your style, Baron. You'll want to hear my offer first. This vial contains blood taken from one of the zombies currently causing chaos in America. The helmet, a prototype that allows limited control over their movements. I'm sure you can appreciate the value of these two items. The moment Strucker heard the word zombie, his expression changed dramatically. His gaze sharpened, his voice lowering to an icy growl. The zombie virus. AIM created it, didn't you? Don't tell me it's a mutation of your extremis formula. You realize what you've unleashed. Half the world's nuclear arsenal is aimed at New York because of that disaster. No wonder the Avengers came after you. It was a reasonable assumption. If Killian possessed a device that could control the undead, it stood to reason that he'd had a hand in creating them. And the destructive power of the virus, enough to draw global nuclear attention, needed no further explanation. Killian raised his hands lightly in mock surrender. An accident, I assure you, he said smoothly, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Then, his tone shifted. Our main focus remains on the extremist program. However, our research into the zombie strain has also yielded some interesting results. We're considering offering those results for trade. Strucker's eyes narrowed further. Research results. You mean a way to control the undead? So, in other words, you haven't developed a vaccine. He had caught the crucial omission instantly. If AIM had a vaccine, Killian would have brought it as the centerpiece of his negotiation. Killian smiled disarmingly. We're scientists, Baron, not a medical company. Vaccines are someone else's problem. So let me ask you directly, are you interested in this trade or not? It was a dangerous offer. Without a vaccine, the zombie virus was a ticking time bomb that could destroy anyone who dared study it. Under normal circumstances, Strucker would never touch something that volatile. But Hydra was wounded, cornered, and running out of options. What do you want in return? He asked cautiously. Only, Killian said, his tone turning sly, a partnership. When the transmission finally ended, Marcus leaned back in satisfaction. Killian had done exactly as planned, and Hydra had taken the bait. Once the zombie virus reached Hydra's hands, they would inevitably expand its reach. And with Hydra's vast underground network, a global web stretching back to the Nazi era, the virus would soon find new vectors of transmission across the world. No other organization on Earth could offer such reach. As for the so-called zombie control helmet Hydra had just acquired, Marcus couldn't help but laugh. To him, it was nothing but a toy, a harmless distraction. If even Tony Stark couldn't create something capable of undermining his control over the undead, Hydra's mortal scientists certainly stood no chance. Just then, another message came through. Tony's voice crackled over the communicator. Hey, Marcus, looks like Fury's finally making his move. He wants you to report to the Avengers helicarrier for a meeting. Marcus's lips curved into a knowing smile. As expected. A meeting with the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., one that he had no intention of walking away from quietly. A banquet with no return, Marcus murmured. He turned to Tony. You stay here. I'll go alone. Tony blinked. What am I supposed to tell Fury, then? That I passed out drunk. Marcus chuckled as he got into Tony's luxury car. Captain Rogers will give him the perfect excuse. Before Tony could reply, Marcus hit the accelerator and sped off. Considering the tense conversation last night about Tony's parents' deaths, Captain America was no doubt confronting Fury at this very moment. It was the perfect smokescreen. Tony's temporary disappearance would raise no suspicions. And meanwhile, Marcus needed Tony working day and night in his underground lab, crafting new weapons. The bunker beneath Stark's mansion was even shielded against nuclear blasts. No one could touch him there. In times like these, those who offered aid in crisis were far more valuable than those who joined in peace. And soon, with Tony gone, the Avengers would find themselves desperate enough to welcome Marcus with open arms. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 65+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 83, Chapter 82, SHIELD's Test. 1081 words. After nearly an hour's drive, Marcus arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters, a towering, cylindrical structure overlooking the sea. Beside it floated an enormous vessel that dominated the horizon, a massive airborne helicarrier, easily weighing over 100,000 tons. Suspended in the air like an alien warship, its shadow alone could strike fear into anyone below. Compared to it, even the mighty Triskelion looked like a child's toy. It was no wonder that in Captain America, the Winter Soldier, Fury claimed that just 3 of these airborne carriers could control the entire world. Armed with nuclear weapons and cloaked in cutting-edge stealth technology, they were practically invincible. The difference between S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power, and that of a conventional military was like that between humanity and an alien invasion force. More importantly, this was the birthplace of the Avengers Initiative, and now, its operational headquarters. The one sent to receive Marcus was none other than the Black Widow herself, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s master spy and the Avengers' most dangerous seductress. Every step she took carried a deliberate, sensual grace, perhaps meant to test him. Unfortunately for her, Marcus had no interest in a woman who would sell her soul, body, and loyalty for the sake of a mission. "You're alone?" she asked smoothly. "Where's Tony?" Marcus noticed she wasn't surprised by his arrival without Stark. That alone told him everything. She already knew about the tension surrounding Tony's parents' deaths. She was merely keeping up appearances. "He didn't want to come," Marcus replied evenly. "Didn't tell me why." Her lips curved faintly, though her eyes remained cold. "Let's hope he doesn't make any bad choices." "All right, follow me." Every word out of her mouth felt deliberate, as if each syllable carried two meanings. Marcus couldn't read whether it was genuine concern, or just another part of her act. She led him into a small jet transport, a sleek hovercraft that lifted them from the Triskelions' runway into the clouds, toward the colossal helicarrier. As they approached, Marcus could finally appreciate its true magnitude. Its structure mirrored that of a conventional aircraft carrier, twin decks lined with fighter jets, a towering superstructure filled with control towers and radar dishes, and four enormous turbine engines the size of city blocks. These colossal rotors kept the entire warship suspended in midair, hurling cyclones of compressed air beneath it. "Welcome to our flying fortress." That was the first thing Nick Fury said when Marcus stepped off the transport. Even the perpetually grim director couldn't conceal the pride in his voice. The helicarrier truly was a marvel, a fortress in the sky, armed to the teeth, and shielded from detection. Of course, Marcus knew its history all too well. In the first Avengers incident, one mind-controlled Hawkeye and a handful of commandos had nearly brought the entire ship down. And this time, it was about to face a threat far worse, one standing right before him. "Let's head inside," Marcus said calmly, following Fury into the command deck. None of them realized they were letting a wolf walk right through the front door. The command center was built like a grand amphitheater, filled with rows of computer stations manned by dozens of officers. Their tense expressions and rapid reports made it clear this wasn't a training drill, this was an active combat deployment. Propulsion systems check complete. Hovering stable. Power output rising to 8%, preparing for full acceleration. All stations ready for launch sequence. Engaging full speed mode. Once everything was in order, Fury took his position at the central control platform and raised his hand. "Activate Shield Emergency Protocol 19.6. Engage reflective panels. Operation Codename, Decapitation. Begin the mission." A pulse of blue energy swept through the ship. One by one, glowing hexagonal plates spread across the helicarrier's hull until the entire structure shimmered and vanished from sight. Within seconds, the massive warship had disappeared completely, leaving not even a shadow on the ocean below. Reflective panel system engaged. "Vessel is now fully cloaked," reported Deputy Director Maria Hill crisply. "Good," Fury said, turning to face Marcus and the others, Captain America, Thor, Bruce Banner, and Black Widow. "Operation Decapitation has officially begun. Until it concludes, I'll need your full cooperation. No external communication. No departures. You'll remain on board until further notice." Though his words were directed at the whole group, Marcus knew the message was meant for him alone. After eliminating Hydra's infiltrators within S.H.I.E.L.D. the day before, Fury finally felt confident enough to contain Marcus, the so-called Hydra Slayer, whose background still reeked of suspicion. That was the real reason for this meeting. Fury wasn't inviting Marcus to join the Avengers, he was putting him under observation and house arrest aboard the most secure facility in the world. Marcus smiled faintly. "I'm happy to cooperate." Everything was unfolding exactly as he'd predicted. Let Fury think he was being cautious, it only helped Marcus's cover. With another body still active outside, he could continue his plans without interruption. And now, by playing along, he could both erase suspicion and embed himself deeper within the Avengers' ranks. Two birds with one stone. He scanned the heroes around him. Present were Captain America, Thor, Bruce Banner, and Natasha Romanoff, but not Hawkeye, War Machine, or Falcon. It seemed the more conventional heroes had been deployed elsewhere. Captain America was the first to approach him, offering a handshake and a warm smile. "Good to see you, Marcus. I'm glad you agreed to join us. Whatever happened before, that's behind us now. You're one of us, and we're grateful for your help during the Hydra raid." Marcus noted the choice of words carefully. One of the heroes, not one of the Avengers. Steve Rogers wasn't the manipulative type, which meant the phrasing came straight from Fury's playbook. Another subtle probe. Another test. Marcus's smile didn't falter. "So another round of games, is it? Fine by me." After all, he already had a trump card, the Winter Soldier, his hidden piece still deep within Hydra's ranks. Whatever questions Fury had, Marcus would make sure every answer fit perfectly into place. _____. Big shout out to Grimdark49. A heartfelt thank you to Grimdark49 for joining my Patreon and supporting this journey. Sparkles. Your generosity truly makes a difference and helps bring chapters out faster for everyone. Welcome to the VIP family, Grimdark49, you're awesome. Chapter 84, Chapter 83, The Sparring Match. 1,180 words. As Marcus had anticipated, Nick Fury wasted no time in setting up a test. "Marcus," Fury began, with that deceptively polite tone of his, "I'm glad to welcome you among Earth's heroes. Don't take this the wrong way, it's not your past as a Hydra assassin that concerns me. It's just that your training may have left you with habits that are a bit too ruthless and deadly for a hero's standards. So I'd like you to undergo some retraining under our supervision. Captain Rogers will be your instructor. What do you say?" It was an obvious trap, a cleverly disguised test aimed at the very heart of Marcus's fabricated identity as a former Hydra assassin. Fury must have noticed something off during Marcus's earlier confrontation with the Winter Soldier. His movements at the time hadn't matched those of a professionally trained killer, too clean, too efficient, too measured. Despite Marcus's efforts to mask his technique and minimize his movements, Fury's sharp eyes had caught the discrepancy. He'd let it slide back then, likely to avoid jeopardizing the Hydra purge that was underway. But now that Marcus had willingly stepped onto Fury's floating fortress, the director wasn't about to let such inconsistencies go unanswered. Any sign of hesitation now, any trace of unease, would only confirm Fury's suspicions. "It would be my honor," Marcus replied smoothly. There was no other answer he could safely give. Beneath the helicarrier's deck lay a massive training facility, a combat simulator the size of a football field, built with reinforced alloy walls and capable of generating holographic battle environments for live drills. Of course, today's training had nothing to do with drills. It was an interrogation, masked as a sparring session. Captain America stood across from Marcus, rolling his shoulders as he settled into a fighting stance. "Marcus," he said, his voice steady and direct, "before we can retrain you, I need to know what kind of combat background you have. Let's spar, your movements will tell me everything I need to know." From behind, Fury added with deliberate calm, "Marcus, Tony's analysis shows your physical capabilities are about 5 times greater than the captain's. So please restrain yourself, this is a skill test, not a death match." They were working in perfect sync. Rogers would fight, and Fury would watch every motion, every reaction, every telltale move. If Marcus's fighting style didn't match the profile of a Hydra assassin, he'd be exposed instantly. And Captain America, a man who had spent decades fighting Hydra soldiers, would know the difference better than anyone. It was the most effective test SHIELD could have devised, short of telepathic interrogation from Professor X himself. "Ready, Marcus?" Rogers called out, his expression calm but focused. Let's see what kind of men you really are. Marcus smiled faintly. Of course, Captain. Mental possession, Winter Soldier. Marcus's body tensed as his mind linked with his second vessel. He launched forward like a cannonball, his metallized left fist striking with explosive force. The blow slammed into Captain America's shield with a deafening clang, the sound reverberating through the training chamber like a church bell. Sparks scattered as Marcus followed up instantly, his right hand darted out to knock the shield aside, and his left leg snapped upward in a brutal kick that drove into the captain's midsection. The super soldier's body folded under the impact and was sent flying across the room, tumbling several times before he managed to regain his footing. For a split second, even Steve Rogers looked stunned. Fury had told him to expect unrefined, amateurish movements, the sloppy strikes of a man trained only to kill, not to fight. But what he'd just encountered was the opposite. Every motion was fluid, precise, and devastatingly efficient, as smooth as a dance and as lethal as a machine. Marcus, or rather, the Winter Soldier in his body, didn't give him time to recover. With another thunderous step, Marcus lunged forward, leaping high into the air before driving his steel arm down like a hammer. The metal floor buckled under the impact, caving in where his fist struck. If Rogers hadn't rolled aside at the last instant, the blow might have shattered half his bones. But Captain America was no pushover. A veteran of 100 battlefields, he quickly found his rhythm again. Spinning on one heel, he slashed forward with his shield in a blinding arc. The edge of the vibranium disc whistled through the air, close enough to shear off several strands of Marcus's hair. It was a feint. The real attack came immediately after, a brutal knee strike aimed at Marcus's face. At the last second, Marcus raised a hand to block, catching the blow but still forced several steps backward by the sheer force of it. Rogers pressed the attack, pivoting with perfect precision, as he hurled his shield like a discus. In a confined space like this, the ricocheting weapon was nearly impossible to evade, but Marcus didn't back down. He stepped forward into the throw, catching the vibranium edge in his metal hand. The shield froze between them, both men gripping it tightly, raw power rippling through their arms. For a moment it was pure muscle against muscle, strength against strength, until Fury's voice cut through the tension. That's enough. The two men froze, breathing heavily. Marcus immediately released the shield, stepping back. Rogers blinked in surprise, his eyes refocusing as his combat instincts subsided. Your technique, he said slowly, his gaze settling on Marcus's metallic arm. It's familiar. You fight just like the Winter Soldier. Marcus finished with a light smile. He was my hand-to-hand combat instructor. I suppose I still mimic his movements without realizing it. Honestly, seeing him again that day, it rattled me more than I'd like to admit. Rogers exhaled slowly, the pieces falling into place. So that's why he fought like that. In a single, effortless explanation, Marcus had turned suspicion into credibility. His previous mistake, the one Fury had noticed during the Hydra raid, now had a perfectly logical reason behind it. Fury's expression softened, ever so slightly. His mind connected the dots, too neatly for Marcus's liking but exactly as planned. The story checked out. The inconsistencies were gone. Marcus, the defector from Hydra, had just become trustworthy. After so much doubt, even the ever-cautious Nick Fury had to concede, this man's loyalty was genuine. Any remaining uncertainties could no longer be verified, and Charles Xavier had long since refused to use his telepathy for invasive probing. Which meant, for now, Marcus was beyond reproach. Welcome to the Avengers, Captain America said warmly, extending a hand before Fury could speak. Marcus clasped it with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Checkmate. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 85, Chapter 84, Power classification. 932 words. Congratulations. After formally announcing Marcus as the newest member of the Avengers, Nick Fury stepped forward to shake his hand. Now that you're officially one of us, I can brief you on the upcoming operation. The target of Operation Decapitation is the Hydra research base you mentioned in Sokovia. According to your intel, that's where the zombie virus was developed. Our goal is to seize the facility and secure every piece of data related to the virus. Marcus wasn't surprised in the least. He had predicted this exact move. After all, he had deliberately planted the information about Sokovia being the virus's supposed origin site. He knew S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be able to resist such a lead. In the face of a global outbreak, obtaining first-hand data from the alleged creators of the virus was a matter of utmost urgency for the U.S. government. And who better to storm a fortress guarded by supervillains like the Winter Soldier, Crossbones, Quicksilver, and Scarlet Witch than the Avengers themselves? With S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention drawn entirely to Sokovia, Marcus's own prison raid team back in New York would have the perfect opportunity to act. The pieces were moving exactly as he'd planned: lure the tiger from the mountain, then let the wolves devour each other. S.H.I.E.L.D. thought they were about to destroy Hydra. In truth, they were about to hand Marcus the perfect distraction. "I'll be joining the operation," Marcus said, playing his part flawlessly. "I'm confident you'll recover Hydra's full research on the virus." He emphasized once more the supposed link between Hydra and the zombie plague, cementing the deception in Fury's mind. Marcus would make sure S.H.I.E.L.D. found something in that base, but whatever they uncovered would be exactly what he wanted them to see. The so-called zombie control helmet was never meant for Hydra alone. Humanity's endless greed for power it could never truly control had destroyed it countless times before, and Marcus intended to let history repeat itself once again, this time on a grander, bloodier stage. As the helicarrier steadily approached Sokovia, Marcus watched from his assigned quarters while the warship remained cloaked, conducting long-range scans of Hydra's stronghold below. Fury would no doubt analyze the entire facility, map out the defenses, and devise a meticulous strike plan before launching the assault. That gave Marcus a few hours to rest. Of course, resting was the last thing on his mind. He sat before the SHIELD-issued computer in his quarters, browsing through every file accessible to his clearance level. As expected, most of it consisted of mundane reports, public operations, minor incident logs, and bureaucratic protocols. Anything remotely classified was locked behind multiple layers of security. Fury's trust, it seemed, only went so far. Then again, Marcus couldn't fault him for it. Even Captain America, the golden boy of patriotism, was often left out of Fury's deeper operations. The director trusted no one completely. In his eyes, any power outside of direct governmental control was a potential threat, even when it called itself a hero. Still, one document managed to catch Marcus's attention, an internal S.H.I.E.L.D. report titled Threat Level Assessment Protocol. Curious, he opened it. According to the file, S.H.I.E.L.D. used an 8-tier threat level classification system to evaluate individuals with extraordinary abilities. These rankings determined response protocols, the number of agents to be deployed, and what level of force was authorized in engagement. Below was the summarized system, along with examples Marcus mentally added as references. Human class threats. Epsilon level. Weaker than an average human, the elderly, children, or civilians without physical capability. Considered non-threatening. Delta level. Standard untrained adult male. Can be subdued by a single agent without weapons. Minimal threat. Gamma level. Trained soldiers or skilled martial artists. Engagement recommended with light firearms support. Moderate threat. Beta level. Physically peak human, exceptional combat training. Should not be engaged alone, heavy firepower recommended. High threat. Examples: Hawkeye, Daredevil. Superhuman class threats. Once the alpha levels begin, individuals are classified as beyond human capacity. Alpha level, subdivided, lower, middle, upper. Alpha lower. Capable of destroying heavy armor or tanks, resistant to most conventional weapons. Severe threat. Examples: Thor, Loki. Alpha Middle. Exist outside the boundaries of known physics. Physical laws largely ineffective against them. Extreme threat. Examples: Vision, Scarlet Witch. Alpha Upper. Possess power capable of annihilating an entire city. Conventional military forces are useless, requires multiple alpha-level individuals or nuclear intervention. Catastrophic threat. Examples: Magneto, Professor X. Omega level. Entities who can manipulate matter and energy itself, possess infinite potential, or are functionally immortal. Apocalyptic threat. Examples: Dark Phoenix, Hulk at full unleashed strength. The file noted that Alpha Upper was considered the maximum threat humanity could conceivably counter. Once an Omega-level entity appeared, SHIELD classified the event as non-containable. In such cases, the only viable strategy was evacuation or surrender. Marcus leaned back thoughtfully. Based on this system, his own current strength placed him near the upper end of Alpha Lower, a formidable superhuman, but still a long way from the next tier. Compared to beings of Alpha Middle or higher, he was an insect before a god. And those above even that. The Omega class, the ones who could rewrite the world with a thought. Against them, not even his entire zombie legion would stand a chance. The road to world's end in the Marvel Universe, it seemed, was still long and perilous. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 86, Chapter 85, The Raft Prison. 1046 words. The Raft, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most secure high-risk detention facility, floated silently beneath the waters off Rikers Island, New York. Built to contain the world's most dangerous individuals, it was a fortress of cutting-edge technology and black-budget innovation, a perfect embodiment of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s obsession with control. Within a half-mile radius around the prison, the surrounding ocean teemed with genetically modified jellyfish engineered to release a lethal neurotoxin upon contact. Inside, the prison courtyard was protected by a powerful energy field, reinforced by 30 automated laser turrets controlled by a central AI system. Guards wore lightweight power armor designed by Mach V, their faces concealed by opaque visors, and carried shock batons that could only be activated by encrypted authorization. Even the infamous Thunderbolt initiative applied here, a program that offered inmates the chance to reduce their sentences by serving in state-sponsored missions to combat evil. That also meant Marcus's upcoming operation to free certain inmates wouldn't just face S.H.I.E.L.D. guards, it could face supervillains turned state operatives as well. But first, there was the matter of getting the raft to surface. Normally submerged deep beneath the Atlantic, the prison would need to be brought up to sea level before the Hydra transport ships Marcus had borrowed could engage. New York time, 9:40 a.m., Rikers Island. Switching to his dark-side body, Marcus stood alongside Thunder and Killian, watching as two matte black military transport vessels approached through the stormy waves. From them disembarked squads of Hydra special forces, each bearing the iconic serpent emblem. Leading the troops were two familiar faces, Crossbones and the Winter Soldier. They were to serve as both allies and scapegoats. Killian, acting as the operations liaison, stepped forward with a cordial smile and extended his hand. "Welcome, friends from Hydra. Here's hoping our cooperation runs smoothly." "It should," Crossbones replied gruffly, shaking his hand. "AIM and Hydra have been apart for far too long." "Still." His eyes narrowed, shifting toward Marcus. "Only 3 of you. And that man, have we met before?" Marcus met his gaze calmly, saying nothing. During the Hydra raid, he had kept his face hidden beneath a hood and mask, still, Crossbones couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. Killian interjected smoothly, drawing Crossbones' attention back. "You needn't worry about numbers. quality matters more than quantity. Each of us brings a unique specialty to the table. That explanation satisfied Crossbones. The mere fact that Killian, AIM's leader, was present in person proved the seriousness of this alliance. Anyone trusted enough to accompany him surely wasn't ordinary. Very well, Crossbones said at last. Let's discuss the plan. Phase 1, infiltrate the raft and override its central control system to force the prison to surface. The infiltration key, a specialized hacking program, had already been implanted into the cybernetic systems of the Winter Soldier's left arm. That made him the centerpiece of the mission's first stage. Marcus, of course, would accompany him as AIM's designated technical support. The two of them would silently infiltrate the underwater fortress, seize the control room, and raise the entire prison to sea level. Outside, the storm raged. The gray sky pressed low, the wind howling across the waves as sheets of rain blurred the horizon. Two camouflaged military vessels, disguised as fishing boats, rocked violently 2 kilometers from the raft's hidden position. Anchors dropped, their hulls rising and falling in the churning sea. From one of them, a small lifeboat was released, bobbing toward the stormy depths. Only 2 figures sat aboard, Marcus and the Winter Soldier, both clad in reinforced mechanical diving suits designed for deep-sea operations. Crossbones stood on deck, watching the lifeboat drift into the storm. "You ever consider what happens if they fail?" he asked coldly. Officially, this was a joint Hydra AIM operation. In reality, every part of the plan had been proposed by Killian. Hydra had agreed almost too readily, pressed for time, and with little room for argument. Crossbones had been placed in charge of field command, but in truth, he understood very little of the mission's finer details. Killian didn't bother to answer. He simply smiled, the kind of confident, unnerving smile that revealed nothing and promised everything. "Failure," he said, "is only a concern when something meaningful is at stake." A distant splash broke through the storm's roar. Crossbones turned in time to see the lifeboat bobbing empty on the waves. Both men had already vanished beneath the surface. The instant Marcus submerged, his helmet lights cut through the murky blackness. Ahead, hundreds of meters away, a shimmering veil of movement filled the water, an enormous cluster of translucent jellyfish, their tendrils pulsing with ghostly blue light. They spiraled in hypnotic circles around something hidden deeper below. This was it, the raft's outermost line of defense. The artificial swarm had been bred and trained to recognize and attack anything entering its domain. Each one carried enough neurotoxin to kill a whale, and collectively they formed a living barrier that few living creatures could cross. But Marcus and the Winter Soldier weren't living in the conventional sense, and their reinforced combat diving suits weren't ordinary either. Constructed from advanced military composites and lined with electromagnetic shielding, they were impervious to both toxins and sonar. The jellyfish struck anyway, their glowing tendrils wrapping around the divers like a nest of luminous serpents, discharging pulses of venom and static energy in futile waves. The assault continued for several long minutes, but the suits held firm. Marcus and the Winter Soldier pushed forward, forcing their way through the thrashing cloud until the light of their headlamps illuminated something vast and angular beneath them, a massive, black structure rising from the seafloor, so dark it was nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding rock. The Raft Prison. A submerged citadel. A fortress of steel and secrecy. And within its depths lay the most dangerous beings the Marvel world had ever known. Marcus felt the faintest smirk tug at his lips beneath his helmet. It was time to set them free. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 87, Chapter 86, Infiltration. 1026 words. The raft prison was an immense, flat cylindrical structure that shimmered with a metallic, futuristic sheen. For a facility built to operate in the crushing depths of the ocean, its outer walls could never have been ordinary reinforced concrete. Every inch of it was a masterpiece of high-pressure alloys and alien-grade composites, a fortress that had no business existing underwater. Moving with the silence of ghosts, Marcus and the Winter Soldier avoided every window and surveillance angle as they approached the underside of the colossal structure. Their target was the reinforced lower hull, the best place to cut through without immediate detection. The Winter Soldier went first. Detaching his mechanical arm from the bulky diving suit, he pressed his cybernetic palm against the wall. A faint ripple of blue light spread outward in concentric circles, disabling the nearby electronic alarm systems for a few minutes. Then Marcus took over. Channeling his biometal ability, he formed a hemispherical barrier that displaced the surrounding seawater, creating a temporary air pocket. Within that enclosed dome, he unleashed his blood flame, crimson fire burning hotter than plasma, vaporizing metal as though it were paper. The alloy wall hissed, glowing white before melting away completely. No molten residue dripped, the material sublimated instantly, vanishing into steam. Within moments, a man-sized passage had opened through the hull. Once inside, the blood flame dome twisted and reformed, sealing the breach behind them. It wouldn't last long, an hour at most, before the organic metal disintegrated on its own, allowing the ocean to reclaim the raft in a catastrophic flood. Marcus doubted it would take anywhere near that long. But in the Marvel Universe, one could never discount the likelihood of a self-righteous hero showing up at the worst possible time. They crept through the facility's lower maintenance corridors, moving like shadows between dim emergency lights and humming conduits, avoiding guards and automated drones until they finally reached the central cell block. Only then did Marcus get his first true look at the infamous raft from within. Each inmate was confined in a single, glass-fronted steel chamber, a metal cube stacked neatly like cargo containers. Every cell contained nothing but a plastic cot, a chair, and a toilet, all deliberately unbreakable, leaving no means of self-harm or escape. The list of prisoners here read like a greatest hits of supervillainy: Green Goblin, Juggernaut, Lizard, Abomination, and Hydra's true objective, former S.H.I.E.L.D. Director and covert Hydra leader Alexander Pierce. Each high-risk prisoner had been specially accommodated. Juggernaut's indestructible legs were shackled and folded beneath him, immobilized by reinforced restraints. Abomination, whose strength rivaled that of the Hulk, was pinned to the floor by massive chains thicker than a man's torso. Both were heavily sedated with superpower suppressant serum, stripped of their monstrous capabilities. In the central courtyard above, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross oversaw a grim procession of inmates. Surrounded by guards in powered armor, he moved from cell to cell as a technician fitted a collar around Dr. Octopus's neck, a sleek metallic ring with a pulsing red light. Within seconds, the device tightened violently, burrowing beneath the skin until it vanished completely. The pained grimace twisting Octavius's face made it clear this was no simple restraint. "That's the Thunderbolt program," the Winter Soldier murmured through the mental link as they climbed silently along the overhead supports. Officially, it's presented as a rehabilitation initiative, letting convicts serve the government in exchange for reduced sentences. In reality, it's Ross's way of creating disposable soldiers. Most of the missions are black ops, the kind the military can't admit to. Those collars are filled with nanobombs. One wrong move, one act of defiance, and he made a slicing gesture across his throat. Marcus's eyes flicked toward Ross below, observing the man's self-satisfied smirk. The general was the same tyrant who had once orchestrated the creation of the Abomination in his obsessive pursuit of the Hulk, a career soldier who cloaked cruelty in patriotism. He was the kind of man who could justify anything in the name of national security. If the Avengers hadn't been formed, Marcus thought darkly, he'd still be hunting Banner across the globe. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had claimed jurisdiction over the Avengers, Ross had simply found a new outlet for his zeal, turning the raft into his personal war factory, weaponizing the very criminals he pretended to despise. Watching the general supervise the forced conscription of villains, Marcus allowed himself a quiet smile. "He'll make an excellent pawn," he murmured. "A spark like him could ignite the war between the government and the heroes." His rank, his influence, his history, Ross was the perfect instrument. Another piece added to Marcus's grand design. But first, there was the matter of reaching the control room. If they could seize it, the raft could be forced to surface, bringing their allies above the waves and beginning the real operation. With Ross and his guards preoccupied, security in the control sector would be at its weakest. Still, the challenge lay not only in avoiding the soldiers but also in avoiding the prisoners, many of whom would eagerly sell them out for a chance to earn favor or leniency from Ross. It was a delicate balance of stealth and speed, and progress was painfully slow. After several tense minutes of evasion, Marcus crouched behind a column, scanning their surroundings. "We'll need a new approach," he whispered. "Something a little less patient." His eyes flicked toward a pair of patrolling guards in Mach V-designed armor. "They'll do." Each guard's helmet was a marvel of shield engineering, a translucent mask that distorted facial features beyond recognition, while the voice modulators rendered their speech unidentifiable. Designed to protect their identities from retaliation, the gear had the unintended effect of making them completely anonymous. Marcus's grin widened slightly behind his mask. "Perfect," he said softly. "No one will even notice when they disappear. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 88, Chapter 87, Disguise. 1043 words. Can't those bastards ever shut up? Their screaming's driving me insane. You should take that up with General Ross. That collar installation isn't just painful, it's the kind of agony that can make a mute start screaming for mercy. The two guards chatted idly as they strolled through a blind spot in the surveillance system. Neither of them noticed the two shadows sliding out from the corner until hands shot out, dragging them silently into the darkness. Because the Mach V visors obscured the guards' faces, Marcus couldn't smother them effectively, so he opted for precision. His fingers morphed into razor-sharp blades, driving straight into the base of one man's skull. The blow severed the spinal cord instantly, killing him without a sound. Beside him, the Winter Soldier handled the second one with brutal efficiency, a twist of his metal arm, and the guard's neck snapped completely, his head turning almost 180 degrees. Two muffled thuds. Two corpses. The blood-red flames of Marcus's power flared briefly, reducing both bodies to fine gray ash that scattered into nothingness. Within moments, Marcus and the Winter Soldier were dressed in full prison guard uniforms, their suits' ID systems already hacked and cleared of any biometric data. They stepped out casually from the shadows, continuing the earlier conversation as if nothing had happened. "You seem to enjoy the sound of their screaming. They deserve it." In the courtyard below, General Ross was still reveling in his newfound dominion, barking orders at his guards as prisoners writhed in agony under his command. He had no idea that death itself was creeping quietly above his head. Disguised as guards, Marcus and the Winter Soldier moved with unhurried precision down the corridor toward the control center. Prisoners cursed at them from behind reinforced glass, their eyes burning with hatred. Judging by their condition, this place's treatment of inmates bordered on sadism. Then, just as the pair approached the final hallway leading to the control room, a vigilant sentry stepped into their path. "You two, back to your posts. Now." Marcus stopped, feigning a weary shrug. "Hey, relax, friend. We're not." He never finished the sentence. Before the words supposed to could leave his lips, the Winter Soldier had already acted. With a flick of his cybernetic arm, he disabled the nearby surveillance feed, lunged forward, and slit the guard's throat in a single, seamless motion. The men didn't even have time to gasp before being dragged into the shadows. Marcus evaporated the blood in the air with a quick pulse of his blood flame, leaving no trace behind. To any onlooking prisoner, it looked like a flicker of red light, maybe just a warning beacon malfunctioning. None of them dared report it. If it turned out to be a false alarm, General Ross's punishments were far worse than silence. Inside the control center, operators suddenly noticed that one of the camera feeds had gone dark. A technician frowned and ran diagnostics. "This isn't a hardware fault," he said, his tone growing tense. "This is an external hack." Before he could hit the comm button to alert Ross, a surge of blue light washed through the room, a pulse of electromagnetic energy rippling outward. The entire control center went dead in an instant. Screens flickered out. Lights shut off. Consoles fell silent. The sealed room was plunged into pitch darkness, the kind where even your own breath felt loud. "Stay calm. Non-combat personnel, get down." Trained soldiers snapped into formation, their discipline kicking in. They switched on the tactical flashlights mounted beneath their rifles, beams sweeping across the room, as they shouted orders and searched for any sign of the intruders. At first they saw nothing, only frightened staff crouched on the floor. Then, one of those staffers looked past the soldiers, eyes widening in horror. His mouth opened but all that came out was a broken stammer, half gasp, half moan. What is?" A faint red glow flickered to life among the soldiers, a small flame, no larger than a lighter's spark, dancing on the fingertip of a shadowed figure. It wasn't the warm orange of firelight. It was crimson. The color of blood. The color of death. Even from a distance, the heat radiating from that tiny flame felt like molten rock. Marcus smiled faintly and flicked his wrist. The flame stretched into a burning line, then erupted. "Behind us!" The shout came too late. The entire squad was engulfed in an instant. A torrent of blood-red fire roared through the room, devouring everything in its path. The air itself seemed to ignite, the shockwave rattling every steel panel in the chamber. The soldiers didn't even have time to pull their triggers. In seconds, they were reduced to blackened husks, their armor bubbling and collapsing before disintegrating entirely. The inferno left behind no bones, no ash, just silence. Huddling together for protection had been tactically sound. Against Marcus, it was suicide. While Marcus's flames devoured the guards, the Winter Soldier leapt from cover, his silenced pistols drawn. He moved with surgical precision, firing methodically into the line of terrified technicians still kneeling on the floor. Each suppressed shot claimed a life. Each bullet found its mark. By the time the last cartridge clicked empty, the room had fallen completely silent. The clerks hadn't even realized they were dying, they simply slumped forward, their blood already cooling on the floor. Once the last heartbeat faded, the Winter Soldier slammed his metal hand onto the console. Blue arcs of energy crackled through the room, rebooting the systems one by one. Monitors flickered back online. Power surged. Across the displays, the 30 automated laser turrets came back online, all of them locked onto the prison courtyard below, where General Ross was still disciplining his prisoners. Marcus stepped forward, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement. "Well," he said quietly, "let's raise this place to the surface, and give those down below a little light show they won't forget. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 89, Chapter 88, The Cannon Fodder Squad. 1,121 words. 5 infamous figures, the Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, the Lizard, Juggernaut, and Sandman, stood in formation before General Ross. Each of them had been rearmed, restored, and restrained by the same device clasped around their necks, a nanobomb collar, ready to detonate at the General's command. This was Project Thunderbolt's strike team, a unit composed entirely of madmen, monsters, and megalomaniacs. A squad that could only exist in the shadows. Ross rose from his chair, his expression cold and commanding as his gaze swept across the lineup. "Congratulations, cannon fodder," he said flatly. "From today onward, you will serve as instruments of American interests worldwide. You're not good men, and I don't expect you to be. I'll simply assign you to do good things. There are countless so-called heroes out there preaching justice, but there are always tasks they can't or won't do. That's where you come in. He clasped his hands behind his back and continued, his voice hard as steel. You have no citizenship, no rights, and almost no one knows you even exist. You answer only to me. If I die, every one of you dies with me. The Green Goblin sneered, running a clawed finger along his collar, feeling the hard, cold metal beneath his skin. So you want us to risk our lives, most of the time, just to get ourselves killed, in exchange for a reduced sentence. Ross smirked, exhaling smoke through his nostrils. And no. He snapped his fingers. Several guards appeared, carrying metal briefcases. When they flipped them open, a trove of advanced scientific equipment gleamed under the overhead lights. None of the villains knew exactly what they were for, but each of them recognized something personal inside. You can continue your research here, Ross said smoothly. If you want to find a way to escape, go ahead and try. I don't care. His eyes moved from one criminal to the next. Sandman, you've been trying to restore your human body. My scientists can help with that. Juggernaut, I'll let you pray to your so-called god again. The ritual tools you asked for are in there. Goblin, lizard, those alternate personalities that torment you. I might have a way to silence them permanently. He stepped closer, his tone turning almost casual. So your choice is simple, return to your lonely cells, or follow my orders and get a breath of freedom. The path is right before you. At his gesture, the guards parted, revealing two corridors, one leading back toward solitary confinement, and another disappearing into a dimly lit stairway. The decision didn't take long. The 5 supervillains exchanged brief, silent glances, then, almost as one, turned and began ascending the staircase. Whether it was desperation, pride, or the illusion of freedom that drove them, each had volunteered to join General Ross's cannon fodder squad. The prison warden stood off to the side, visibly anxious as he watched the monsters march away. He finally broke his silence. General, this is madness. These people are lunatics, abominations. They'll destroy everything they touch. It's like sticking your hand into a fire pit. Ross only chuckled, lighting another cigarette. During World War II, he began, the U.S. Navy recruited imprisoned mob bosses to protect New York's harbors. Madmen and monsters, they're still people. And people are born to be used. He took a drag and exhaled a long plume of smoke. After all these years fighting superhumans, I've learned one thing: only monsters can fight monsters. The Avengers can't solve every problem. We need something darker, something that works in the shadows. That's them. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it beneath his boot. And if sticking my hand in the fire is what America needs, he said coldly, then let it burn. Screech, grind. A deep, mechanical roar filled the air. The floor trembled. Everyone in the courtyard froze. It was a sound every guard and inmate knew well, the grinding of titanic metal supports as the raft rose toward the ocean's surface. But no one had given the order. Ross's expression darkened instantly. Control room, report. What the hell is going on up there? His furious voice crackled through the intercom, but in the control room, Marcus simply smiled and smashed the microphone to pieces. Beside him, the Winter Soldier's cybernetic fingers danced over the console, hacking the laser defense system. On the monitors, every life form in the prison complex was being reclassified. One by one, all personnel, except for Ross, were marked as hostiles. The soldier's fingers hovered briefly over the enter key. Then he pressed it. A mechanical voice echoed through the entire prison. Command confirmed. Commencing extermination of all nearby hostiles. For a heartbeat, the guards stood frozen, confused by the announcement. Hostiles? What hostiles? They didn't have time to ask again. Dozens of automated laser turrets rotated simultaneously, their targeting lenses glowing with concentrated blue light. And then, Bayou. The sound was like a storm breaking loose. Beams of light rained down like a deadly monsoon. Every impact exploded in a burst of energy, punching molten holes the size of dinner plates through armor and flesh alike. Within seconds, over 30 guards had fallen, their bodies collapsing in heaps of scorched bone and metal. Those who survived scrambled desperately for cover, firing blindly upward, though their bullets might as well have been pebbles thrown at a tank. The raft's automated defenses were merciless. The laser turrets tracked every motion with mechanical precision. A guard had barely a second to peek out before his head evaporated in a flash of blue. Ross, realizing the scale of the disaster, roared orders over the chaos. "Get to the control center. Our systems are compromised." But his voice was swallowed by the storm of gunfire and screams. The very system he'd designed to make the raft impregnable had turned on him, and the only way to reach the control room was through a gauntlet of fire. Ross's fury boiled over. "You're all useless." He ripped a compact device from his coat pocket, a handheld controller resembling a sleek smartphone. It displayed the status of every nanocollar currently active in the facility. His fingers flew across the screen until a message appeared. "Activate remote detonation sequence upon exit from raft perimeter." "Confirm, yes/no." Ross's jaw tightened. He slammed his thumb against the screen. "Yes. ___. T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 90, Chapter 89, The Assault Begins. 1163 words. Amid the raging storm, beams of blinding light pierced the black depths of the ocean. Moments later, a massive, cylindrical fortress, like a colossal, obsidian pudding, began to rise slowly from the dark waters below. The sea churned violently as waves crashed against the structure, spray bursting dozens of meters into the air. Under the pounding rain and flashes of lightning, the impossible scene looked more like a dream than reality. But for the Hydra soldiers aboard the two camouflaged military transport ships, there was no doubt, this was real. The legendary raft prison, the fortress that held some of the world's most dangerous villains, had surfaced at last. Crossbone's eyes lit up with excitement as the structure emerged in full. "Raise the anchors," he shouted, his voice cutting through the roar of the storm. "Full speed ahead. Head for the raft." The two vessels shed their false fishing boat facades, revealing the menacing black hulls and mounted weapons beneath. The twin ships accelerated through the violent waves, engines roaring like beasts as Hydra's soldiers readied their weapons. The gale wind slowed their progress, but their battle-hardened will burned brighter than ever. "Hail Hydra!" Their rallying cry echoed across the storm, swallowed by thunder. Inside the prison, however, the scene was chaos. Guards screamed orders as the facility's automated laser turrets, hijacked by Marcus and the Winter Soldier, rained down beams of deadly blue light on them. The newly assembled cannon fodder squad had just descended the staircase when the firefight broke out. Smirking wickedly, they watched the panicking guards dive for cover. Ross barked into his radio, clutching the detonator in one hand. "Your first mission, cannon fodder. Take down those laser turrets." Dr. Octopus, still bearing burns from Ross's earlier disciplinary measures, gave him a venomous smile. "Someone's breaking us out of this place, and you expect us to fight for you." Ross raised the nanobomb controller higher, his face a picture of cold arrogance. "Disobey, and I'll blow your heads off where you stand. If I die, those collars will detonate automatically. And if you try to flee the island, the same thing happens. Whoever comes to save you will find nothing left but corpses. Anyone want to test me?" None of them did. His threat was all too believable. Every one of them, Goblin, Octavius, Juggernaut, Lizard, and Sandman, knew there was only one way to break free: seize the controller. But whoever made the first move would be dead before they got halfway there. They weren't heroes. They were monsters. So no one volunteered. Instead, they turned their hatred outward. At Ross's command, the 5 villains lunged toward the ceiling-mounted turrets. Sandman, Juggernaut, and the Lizard charged first, walking directly through the barrage. The lethal beams that could melt through steel barely fazed them. Each shot only scattered a few grains of sand from Sandman's body, while Juggernaut's unbreakable skin reflected the light like armor. Even the Lizard, whose scales hissed and smoked under the heat, healed the wounds within seconds. Once they reached the turrets, it was over. The monstrous trio tore through the defenses as if dismantling toys, bending steel, crushing metal housings, and ripping the mounts apart with monstrous ease. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin soared through the air on his glider, weaving gracefully between the searing beams. With each sharp turn, he hurled a series of pumpkin bombs that detonated in bright orange fireballs, blasting the remaining turrets to molten scraps. Dr. Octopus was no less deadly. 2 of his mechanical arms shielded him while the other 2 lashed upward, clamping onto the heavy laser units and crushing them flat like tin cans. Watching the live feed from the control center, Marcus nodded approvingly. The stronger these villains proved themselves, the more valuable they became. Each of them radiated alpha-class combat potential, and a few, like Octavius and Connors, could be priceless for scientific research. "Come on," Marcus said calmly. "The infiltration's over. Time for the real fight to begin." He turned to the Winter Soldier, but his comrade was already gone, slipping back into Hydra's ranks to continue his deep cover role. Zzzzzzzzzztt, crack. A sound like metal tearing under immense heat echoed from the ceiling of the central courtyard. The alloy overhead glowed red-hot, then began to melt away in a widening circle. Such reinforced metal couldn't possibly be cut by normal means, which left only 2 possible culprits, Marcus's blood flame or Killian's death ray. A massive circular plate fell from above, crashing into the floor below. Rain and wind poured in through the opening, drenching the courtyard as ropes dropped down from the stormy sky. One by one, Hydra commandos slid down from the cables, rifles blazing. Under Crossbone's command, the black-clad soldiers fanned out, firing into the entrenched guards' positions. The prison had become a war zone. Marcus stood atop the upper platform, rain whipping around his coat as lightning illuminated the destruction below. Beside him, Thunder and Killian awaited his next command, their faces hidden beneath heavy rain gear. Below, 4 factions clashed in the maelstrom: Marcus's group, the Cannon Fodder Squad, Hydra's assault force, and Ross's desperate guards, all fighting for different causes. Gunfire and explosions merged with thunder, turning the raft into a nightmare inferno of chaos and death. Ross's voice bellowed over the din, furious and commanding. "Cannon Fodder Squad. Eliminate those intruders." For all his arrogance, his survival now depended on the monsters he thought he controlled. And indeed, his team proved to be the strongest force in the prison. The guards, emboldened by their presence, rallied against Hydra's troops. Juggernaut plowed through gunfire like a tank, smashing men and steel alike. Sandman engulfed squads of soldiers in waves of grit, suffocating them. The Lizard tore through armor with his claws, while Goblin rained destruction from above. Octavius skewered his prey with ruthless precision. The battle was an orchestra of carnage. Even Crossbones and the Winter Soldier, both formidable fighters, struggled to hold their ground, barely able to contain a single one of the supervillains between them. Meanwhile, Ross had retreated into a sealed bunker, a panic room built to withstand even a nuclear strike. Its reinforced doors could buy him time, but Marcus knew better than to rush. Bloodflame or Killian's death ray could melt through it given enough time, and Ross wouldn't just sit idly by while they tried. Marcus's gaze drifted downward, watching as the Cannon Fodder Squad tore through Hydra's forces like wolves among sheep. His expression darkened into something between amusement and contempt. "Enough watching," he said at last, turning to his lieutenants. "Let's join the slaughter." He raised a hand, and his eyes burned crimson. "Time to paint this prison red. ___T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 65+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 91, Chapter 90, The Chaos Unleashed. 1107 words. The lizard had found himself facing off against Crossbones and the Winter Soldier. The two Hydra veterans fought with ruthless efficiency, their movements precise, their reactions honed by years of combat experience. They ducked, weaved, and rolled past the lizard's savage blows, narrowly avoiding his claws that could tear through steel. Occasionally, one of them managed to slip in a counterattack, landing a well-placed shot or strike, but it was all for nothing. The creature's skin healed faster than they could damage it, the regenerative power granted by the lizard's serum sealing every wound in seconds. The fight was at a stalemate, but only because the pair had no weapon capable of inflicting lasting harm. And elsewhere, for more of the so-called cannon fodder squad were wreaking havoc, opponents no ordinary soldiers could possibly contain. From above, Marcus dropped into the fray like a crimson comet, flanked by Thunder and Killian. They landed hard, the shockwave rippling across the flooded courtyard. Thunder charged forward, twin tactical daggers flashing as he clashed with Dr. Octopus, whose four mechanical arms lashed at him like serpents. Sparks and steel filled the air as the two battled for control. Killian, meanwhile, opened fire on the Green Goblin, his death ray tracing a blinding beam across the sky as the madman swooped and twisted on his glider, hurling bombs that exploded in bursts of emerald flame. Marcus himself stepped forward to meet the oncoming juggernaut, literally. Cain Marco, better known as Juggernaut, was already barreling toward him, muscles bulging like sculpted iron, eyes burning red with fury. Once set in motion, nothing on Earth could stop him. His powers, inherited from a demonic artifact, granted him near-absolute invulnerability. Not even Thor's hammer or Wolverine's adamantium claws could pierce his skin. He was a living battering ram, the embodiment of unstoppable force. And now, all that force was aimed squarely at Marcus. With a bellow that shook the air, Juggernaut lowered his head, his massive metal helmet glinting under the lightning as he charged. Each thunderous step cracked the floor, the ground trembling with every impact. Walls crumbled, debris scattered, and everything in his path was obliterated, like a tank plowing through a line of ants. Marcus smirked coldly. "So you're not much of a thinking man, huh?" Two jets of blood-red flame erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him upward like Iron Man's thrusters. He soared over the oncoming juggernaut, braced his hand against the brute's head mid-leap, and flipped cleanly over him, landing gracefully on the floor behind. The juggernaut, unstoppable as ever, couldn't halt his own momentum. He crashed straight into the reinforced alloy wall with a deafening boom. The impact sent a tremor through the entire prison. Dust exploded into the air, and when it cleared, Marcus realized what Juggernaut had hit. The wall wasn't just any wall. It was the reinforced door to General Ross's private panic room. "Perfect," Marcus murmured with a dark smile. The so-called nuclear-proof alloy had been designed to withstand missiles, yet Juggernaut's sheer kinetic force had dented it inward, leaving a crater-sized impact. The structure held, barely, but the once impenetrable door was now warped and half-collapsed. "Shame," Marcus sighed mockingly. "I was hoping to kill two birds with one charge." Ross's bunker still held, but Juggernaut wasn't so lucky. His head and shoulders were wedged deep into the twisted metal door, his body flailing as he tried to wrench himself free. Marcus drew his adamantium katana, the blade gleaming cold and perfect under the crimson light. He stepped forward, preparing to strike off the Juggernaut's exposed head. Then, a flicker in the reflection of his blade. Something moved behind him. Marcus twisted instantly, his instincts razor-sharp. The sword slashed through the air in a crimson arc, and bisected the figure creeping up from behind. But the strike felt wrong. There was no resistance, no blood, only the sensation of cutting through loose, shifting matter. Like slicing through a sandbag. Marcus turned, and sure enough, the figure dissolved into a cascade of falling grit. The infamous villain from Spider-Man's world, a man transformed into living sand after a failed molecular experiment. Marcus narrowed his eyes. You shouldn't be afraid of a nanobomb, should you? The question hit its mark. Sandman hesitated mid-attack, his expression hardening. I'm not afraid, he said flatly. But this isn't the body I want. I need to be cured. Cured? Marcus let out a derisive chuckle. Don't make me laugh. Then, without warning, he rolled backward, just as Juggernaut tore himself free, and thundered forward again. The massive brute plowed straight through where Marcus had been standing, and straight into Sandman. The impact sent an explosion of grit into the air as the villain's body burst apart into a storm of swirling dust. Marcus straightened, his crimson eyes gleaming. Thanks for the assist. As the sandstorm began to reform nearby, he tightened his grip on the katana and swung at the charging Juggernaut. The blade struck with a metallic clang that nearly ripped the weapon from his hands. The recoil numbed his arms, but Juggernaut didn't even flinch, the adamantium edge had barely scratched him. Impressive, Marcus muttered, stepping back, his eyes narrowing. Even adamantium can't pierce you, huh? Around him, the air shimmered as Sandman's body slowly reassembled, his hulking form solidifying once more. Now, the two titans stood side by side, Juggernaut to Marcus's left, Sandman to his right. Their massive silhouettes loomed in the crimson haze, ready to crush him from both sides. Marcus exhaled softly. Looks like this'll take a bit more effort. He reached up, grasped the edge of his katana's blade, and dragged his palm along it. A deep, clean slice. Blood spilled freely, coating the sword's silver sheen in a layer of liquid red. The color spread, pulsing like something alive. The weapon began to glow. Blood flame technique, scorching blade. The crimson fire erupted along the length of the blade, its heat radiating outward in waves. The once silver steel now blazed with molten fury, painting the world in shades of scarlet. The temperature spiked instantly. The air warped. The steel floor beneath his boots began to soften, and the walls shimmered under the heat distortion. The adamantium, the only metal on Earth capable of withstanding such temperatures, sang softly under the flame's touch. Marcus raised the weapon, its red light reflecting in his eyes. This, he said, voice low and dangerous, isn't just a blade anymore. Chapter 92, Chapter 91, The Sand Giant. 1095 words. The moment Marcus's blade ignited, glowing with that sinister, blood-red flame, the Sandman's instinct screamed in warning. His body reacted faster than thought, dissolving into a whirling storm of golden dust before Marcus could even move. Within seconds, he had vanished completely, blending with the shadows and debris around them. The Sandman had withdrawn. But Juggernaut, stubborn, simple-minded, and utterly fearless, knew nothing of caution. Fear, to him, was an alien concept. As long as an enemy stood before him, there was only one thing to do. And charge again. The floor trembled as Juggernaut thundered forward, each step echoing like a miniature earthquake. His muscles bulged grotesquely, veins standing out like iron cords beneath his crimson skin. His momentum was monstrous, the embodiment of unstoppable force, like a battleship at full speed bearing down on a target. No wall, no weapon, no god could stand in his way. Rah! With a bestial roar, Juggernaut charged. His every step shattered the ground beneath him, and even the air seemed to ripple from the pressure of his advance. Marcus met his approach without flinching. The blood flame on his blade burned brighter, red lotuses of fire blooming along the edge as the heat intensified. The adamantium katana sang, cutting through the storm of energy between them. When they collided, the world seemed to explode. A shockwave tore through the room, scattering debris, and sending the rain pouring in from above flying outward in a perfect half-circle. The sound alone was enough to make soldiers nearby drop their weapons, clutching their ears in terror. Marcus gritted his teeth, forcing the blade upward against Juggernaut's massive throat. The flames surged from his hands, pouring into the blade, then into Juggernaut's skin like molten chains of light. Juggernaut didn't even flinch. His bellow turned to a savage laugh as he pressed forward, driving himself down on the blade with all his strength. The steel screamed, sparks sprang outward as Marcus's arms strained against the impossible weight. Finally, with a bone-shaking clang, the adamantium sword was knocked from his grip and embedded itself deep in the steel wall behind him. But Juggernaut stopped moving. For the first time, a single line of crimson appeared across his throat, a small, insignificant cut. Yet to Marcus, that single wound was all he needed. His hand shot out, seizing Juggernaut by the neck. With impossible strength, he lifted the brute clean off the ground. Before the enraged mutant could react, streams of blood flame burst from Marcus's palm and flooded into the wound, a torrent of searing energy that spread through Juggernaut's body like wildfire. The crimson light pulsed beneath his skin, tracing his veins in glowing patterns until blood flame technique, fire chains of judgment. A pillar of red fire erupted skyward, engulfing Juggernaut completely. The heat was blinding. His roar turned to a distorted scream, as the inferno devoured everything from the inside out. Within seconds, his blood and organs had vaporized, only his impenetrable skin and fragments of bone remained, charred black and hollow. When the flames finally died, the Juggernaut, the unstoppable force, collapsed to the floor like a deflated husk, the fire within him gone forever. Virus touch activated. Target, Juggernaut. Infection successful, mutation in progress. Host deceased. Mutation accelerating. Estimated reanimation in 1 hour. Note, host will retain partial human consciousness. Proceed with control or elimination. The first of the cannon fodder squad had fallen. Juggernaut, eliminated. Marcus exhaled slowly, retrieving his sword from the wall. What a nuisance, he muttered. Now I'll have to drag his corpse back and let Alex rebuild him. He turned his gaze toward the bunker, Ross's bunker. The heavy blast door still stood, warped and scorched but intact. The general inside surely knew what was coming next. Marcus stepped forward, raising his sword. No words were needed, his intent was crystal clear. Even the legendary Juggernaut had burned to ashes under his flame, what hope could a metal door have? Inside, General Ross was sweating profusely, the walls of his refuge glowing red from the searing heat. Still, his voice came through the speaker, steady and commanding despite the suffocating temperature. Sandman, he barked hoarsely. Listen to me. The A-Zone warehouse, it's filled with desiccated sea sand. Use it. The flames spread faster now, creeping along the steel walls, glowing like veins of lava. The air inside the room was an inferno, and the metal groaned under the strain. Ross stood firm, refusing to kneel, his jaw locked in defiance even as the heat clawed at his flesh. You could just come out, Marcus said casually, watching the glass blister under the heat. It'd make this easier. I don't want to kill you, General, just infect you. He smirked. You'd make an excellent soldier. Ross gritted his teeth, his voice rough but resolute. You'll never have me. Marcus sighed. Pity. Then the floor exploded. A deafening blast ripped through the courtyard, forcing Marcus to leap back instinctively. From the shattered ground, an enormous sand fist surged upward, pulverizing the floor and widening the hole until it swallowed a third of the room. A storm of dust filled the air, and then it rose. An enormous shape emerged from the depths below, sand pouring from its body in cascading waves. The creature kept rising, 10 meters, 15, 20, until its head nearly brushed the ceiling. The sheer mass of it filled the entire prison hall, a moving mountain of sand. The Sandman had transformed. He stood now as a giant of sand, a towering monstrosity of shifting earth and grit. His arms were the size of trucks, his fists like wrecking balls. The storm of his presence alone sent soldiers tumbling and equipment flying. The roar that escaped him was not human, a guttural, resonant sound that shook the walls and drowned even the thunder outside. All around him, the prison trembled. The rain that fell through the shattered ceiling hissed uselessly as it touched his body, evaporating before it could even reach his surface. Ross's desperate plan had worked, and the battlefield had changed. The Sandman was no longer merely a man. He was a storm made flesh. The sand giant had risen. Underscore. Shout out to Kai Martins. A huge thank you to Kai Martins for joining my Patreon and supporting the journey. Your support means a lot and helps keep the chapters coming faster. Welcome to the VIP Club. Sparkles. Chapter 93, Chapter 92, A Call for Reinforcements. 1,165 words. SHIELD Helicarrier Command Center. In the heart of the helicarrier's operations deck, Director Nick Fury stood before a massive holographic display projecting a three-dimensional scan of Hydra's secret base in Sokovia. Around him, agents and tacticians worked in tense silence, their eyes flicking between radar screens and data streams. Then, suddenly, one of the analysts broke that silence. Director. Urgent transmission from the Raft prison. Hydra's Special Assault Unit has launched a breakout operation. The entire room froze. Fury's single eye narrowed, disbelief flickering across his face. Hydra had been scheming to infiltrate the Raft for years, but to attack now, right as the Avengers were preparing their offensive on Sokovia, made no sense. It was too precise. Too calculated. As if someone had deliberately timed it to cripple both sides. Put it on the main screen, Fury ordered sharply. His instinct screamed at him to deploy reinforcements immediately, but experience held him back. The timing was too perfect. There was a trap somewhere in this equation, he could feel it. The main screen flickered to life and General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross appeared, drenched in sweat and lit by an ominous red glow. Behind him, the air shimmered with unbearable heat, as if the entire room were turning into a furnace. We've got a situation, Fury. A big one. Ross's voice was ragged, his face pale, but his eyes burned with that same iron resolve. Show me, Fury demanded. Hydra doesn't have the strength to breach the Raft's defenses. What the hell is going on down there? Not just Hydra, Ross said grimly, twisting the camera to reveal the chaos unfolding around him. They've teamed up with AIM. The feed shifted to a live view of the prison courtyard, and the sight was apocalyptic. The Sandman, now towering over the facility like a living storm, swung massive fists of compacted earth that smashed through steel and concrete alike. The Green Goblin darted around him on his glider, narrowly avoiding Killian's searing death rays. Crossbones and the Winter Soldier fought side by side against the Lizard, while Dr. Octopus lashed out with his four metallic arms, clashing violently with Marcus and Thunder amid the carnage. My task force, the Cannon Fodder Squad, is holding them off for now, Ross growled. The Sandman's keeping us from being overrun, but I don't know how long we can last. I need backup, Avengers-level backup. Fury didn't respond immediately. His jaw tightened as he turned toward the tactical table, the weight of two worlds pressing down on him. He had to choose. If he dispatched the helicarrier now, they could reach the Raft in time to save Ross and prevent the prison's fall. But doing so would mean aborting the Sokovia strike, the one operation that could recover Hydra's zombie virus research and possibly end the global crisis. Even a few hours' delay might give Hydra time to destroy the evidence. And without that data, the world was doomed to drown in the virus outbreak. It wasn't a choice between missions. It was a choice between lives and the future of humanity. Fury closed his eye, the decision already forming. Patch me through to Ross. The camera refocused on the sweating general, the air around him shimmering from the heat. Ross, Fury said heavily, the Avengers are executing a classified operation, one that could determine the fate of the entire planet. He paused, his voice steady, but the guilt in his tone was unmistakable. If that mission fails, the world ends. I can't pull them back. Ross understood instantly. His expression didn't waver, even as the meaning sank in. So that's it, then, he said quietly. The Raft's on its own. Fury clenched his fists. I'm sorry. The general nodded once, grim but resolute. Don't be. I knew the risks. Finish what you started. And with that, the transmission cut off, leaving the screen to fade into black. Fury stood there for a long moment, saying nothing. Around him, his agents remained silent, unwilling to break the weight that settled over the room. The raft had become a true island now, isolated, abandoned, and doomed to burn. Back at the raft, the battle had devolved into chaos. The Sandman, now a living colossus of earth and grit, led the assault. The Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus coordinated around him, unleashing a relentless storm of bombs, lasers, and steel. The courtyard was no longer recognizable, reduced to a field of craters and twisted metal. Raw! The Sandman's roar reverberated through the prison like thunder. His enormous fists, each the size of a tank, swung with terrifying power, smashing walls and catwalks as if they were made of paper. The impact crushed entire cell blocks, and with them, countless prisoners who'd been too slow to escape. Blood, debris, and shrapnel mixed together in a grotesque rain. Marcus narrowly dodged one of the strikes, his boots skidding across the wet floor as a collapsing wall exploded behind him. He glanced up, the Sandman loomed like a mountain, his eyes glowing amber through the storm of dust. Persistent bastard, Marcus muttered, spinning away as another massive punch came down like a meteor. ZZZZT. A beam of molten light flashed from Killian's shoulder-mounted cannon, cutting through the Sandman's arm. The superheated ray fused the sand into glass, leaving a glimmering, translucent wound. But the damage was trivial, a mere scratch on an ocean. The Sandman roared, the wound dissolving instantly as fresh sand flowed in to replace the lost mass. Before Killian could fire again, the Green Goblin dove from above, his pumpkin bombs whistling through the air before detonating in a fiery blast that sent Killian tumbling down into the lower levels of the prison. The ground quaked as the Sandman raised one colossal foot, ready to crush him. But before it fell, Marcus streaked forward, his blood flame surging like a rocket engine. He slipped into the narrow gap beneath the descending foot, grabbed Killian by the shoulder, and pulled him free in the nick of time. The impact behind them was cataclysmic. The floor buckled and seawater began to seep upward through the fractures. Killian, catching his breath, managed a strained grin. That thing's a walking apocalypse. Even with our firepower, I doubt we can kill it. Marcus glanced at the spreading pools of water, his expression hardening. I never said we needed to. Killian frowned. Then what's your plan? Marcus's crimson eyes flicked toward the flooded cracks spreading through the metal floor. Don't forget, he said quietly, lips curling into a dangerous smile, we're in the middle of the ocean. _____. Big shout out to The Real Seal. A heartfelt thank you to The Real Seal for joining my Patreon and supporting this journey. Sparkles. Your generosity truly makes a difference and helps bring chapters out faster for everyone. Welcome to the VIP family, The Real Seal, you're awesome. Chapter 94, Chapter 93, The Mechanical Tentacles. 1030 words. How do you want to handle this, Marcus? The battle was rapidly tilting in favor of the prison guards, largely due to the overwhelming power of the Sandman. If Marcus didn't turn things around soon, Hydra's prison raid would devolve into a catastrophic failure, a suicide mission with no survivors. The Sandman's colossal form continued to swell, absorbing more and more sand into his body. The wound Killian had inflicted earlier with his death ray sealed itself in seconds, replaced by fresh layers of shifting grit. The towering sand giant was evolving by the minute, stronger, denser, harder to kill. He raised one massive, mountain-sized hand and slammed it down like a god swatting flies. A single blow was enough to turn several Hydra soldiers into nothing more than smears of blood and pulp. The sand swallowed their remains greedily, pulling them into the giant's body until not a trace remained. I can't handle this alone, Marcus muttered, his eyes narrowing. Killian, I'll need your help, but you'll also need some mobility. His gaze lifted toward the sky, to the Green Goblin, darting through the air on his hoverboard like a vulture. A thin, predatory smile formed on Marcus's lips. That toy of his should do nicely. At that moment the goblin was locked in an intense duel, not with Marcus, but with Thunder, Marcus's bioelectric lieutenant. She sprinted vertically along the prison's metal walls, electricity crackling beneath her boots. Each stride magnetized her steps, allowing her to run up sheer surfaces like a spider. Copy that. I'll take care of the goblin. Twin combat daggers sparked with lightning as Thunder lunged forward, slashing at the goblin's face. He twisted his head aside, the blades narrowly missing his cheek. Sparks flew as Thunder launched herself off the wall in a graceful arc, her crossed blades flashing in an X aimed directly at his throat. The goblin swung his plasma-edged sword up to block, the two clashing midair in a shower of blinding light. For a brief moment they struggled, steel against steel, muscle against voltage. Then Thunder did something unexpected. She released her grip. The goblin's eyes widened as her magnetized daggers clung tightly to his sword, locking them together. Thunder used the brief moment of confusion to plant one boot on his glider, kicking off hard. As she flipped backward, two more daggers, the ones she had thrown earlier, circled back, guided by her bioelectric control. They stabbed clean into the goblin's back. Electricity surged through his body, a blinding yellow light dancing across his armor as he convulsed violently. On the ground below, Dr. Octopus had found his target, Marcus. He lunged forward, his four-metal tentacles lashing through the air with mechanical precision. Two slammed into the walls for stability while the other two attacked, their claws snapping with lethal speed. The infamous scientist-turned-monster had once been a brilliant nuclear physicist, but the lab accident that fused his mechanical arms to his spine had twisted both his body and his mind. Each tentacle could lift over 8 tons, and they moved with the instinctive speed of living creatures, responding to every thought he had. "Out of my way," Marcus growled. He met the incoming tentacle head-on, swinging his blood-flame-wreathed adamantium katana. The blade cleaved through the metal limb effortlessly, molten steel spraying from the wound as the crimson fire devoured the severed circuitry. Dr. Octopus screamed in agony. The tentacles were wired directly into his nervous system, he could feel every cut, every burn. The pain drove him berserk, the remaining arms flailing wildly, smashing walls and crushing unfortunate guards who strayed too close. The sheer force of the blows turned men into bloody smears against the steel walls. Marcus watched the mechanical rampage for a moment, then smiled coldly. Thunder. That single word was all she needed. In an instant, Thunder leapt from her position, and landed lightly atop Dr. Octopus's shoulders. She pressed her fingers to his temple, arcs of electricity dancing between her fingertips. A surge of lightning erupted from her hand. The current shot straight through his nervous system, flooding his brain, and shutting down his motor functions. His body convulsed once, then went limp, collapsing to the floor. But Marcus wasn't finished, and neither was she. Even though Dr. Octopus's body was unconscious, the tentacles continued to move, twitching, coiling, searching for new commands. Thunder grinned as realization dawned. The tentacles, after all, were controlled by neural bioelectric signals. And her power was bioelectric control. With guidance from Tony through the zombie link, she adjusted her current, hacking into the feedback loop that linked the tentacles to their master's brain. The arms shuddered, froze, and then realigned under her command. In seconds, she had hijacked Dr. Octopus's greatest invention. Now they were hers. "Let's see how you like this," Thunder murmured. The tentacles suddenly whipped forward, not at Marcus, but at the still staggering green goblin. Before the goblin could even comprehend what was happening, the metallic limbs shot out, clamping around his chest and limbs. The claws slammed him to the ground with bone-crushing force, nearly snapping his spine. He tried to scream, but the air was driven from his lungs. The mechanical arms pinned him down effortlessly, locking tight around his body. Even the goblin's enhanced strength couldn't break free. Above, his glider, now spinning out of control, was intercepted midair by Killian. The scientist caught it with one hand, landing shakily atop the device. "Not bad," Killian muttered, wobbling as he tried to find balance. "A little unstable, but it'll do." He fiddled with the controls, adjusting his footing until the hoverboard steadied. "All right, Marcus, what's the plan?" Marcus's crimson eyes glowed, reflecting the flickering flames around them. "The plan," he said, raising his blade and looking toward the towering sand giant, "is simple." He smirked. "Let's bring that monster down. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 85 plus advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 95, Chapter 94, The Pitfall. 1,177 words. From his hands and feet, Marcus ignited torrents of blood flame, propelling himself upward in a burst of searing crimson light, like Iron Man's flight thrusters, only far more raw and primal. In fact, Marcus had used his metal manipulation ability to forge miniature propulsion systems modeled after Stark's own design, with his blood flame serving as the volatile fuel source. He was faster than Iron Man, much faster, but the cost was steep. Every second in the air drained his bioenergy at an alarming rate. Half an hour of sustained flight would leave him completely depleted. The Sandman, towering like a living mountain, despised such nimble prey. With a furious snarl, he raised one colossal hand, a hand large enough to crush a car like a tin toy, and swung with hurricane force. The blow connected. Marcus was slammed into the prison's steel wall so hard that the impact carved a long crater into the metal. But before the Sandman could pull his hand away, crimson light began to leak from between his sandy fingers. A wave of bloodfire surged outward, the heat so intense it fused the sand into glittering sheets of glass. The transformation spread rapidly up the Sandman's arm, devouring layer after layer of his body, until half his limb had crystallized into a fragile, translucent mass. Through the gleaming glass, Marcus's silhouette moved, his adamantium katana slicing through the air. The strike shattered the crystallized arm, sending shards of molten glass raining down like a storm. The Sandman recoiled, his severed limb dissolving into dust. For an immortal body made of sand, the loss was minor, but even he needed a few precious seconds to reform it. And that brief window was all Marcus needed. "Killian, now." At Marcus's command, Killian shot forward on the Green Goblin's hoverboard, looping behind the Sandman's massive body. The mechanical arm on his shoulder hummed at full capacity before unleashing a blazing stream of orange-red plasma, a death ray so hot it cut into the ground like molten sunlight. Simultaneously, Marcus descended, skimming inches above the floor, his katana blazing with blood flame. He plunged the blade into the steel beneath him, dragging it along the ground to carve a matching semicircle of molten metal. Ruhar. Even in his half-feral state, the Sandman could sense their intent. He raised his remaining arm to strike, only for 3 of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles, controlled by thunder, to lash out and coil tightly around him. The tentacles groaned under the pressure of the Sandman's strength, warping and bending like lead under a hammer, but they held just long enough. Marcus and Killian completed their circle. A massive, glowing ring of molten red surrounded the Sandman's feet. The superheated ground groaned, cracked, and finally collapsed under the monster's immense weight. The metal floor caved inward with a thunderous roar, and the Sandman, all 20 meters of him, plummeted into the churning sea below. A towering column of water erupted upward, crashing over everyone nearby. The entire prison shook as the wave drenched soldiers, debris, and blood alike. Water, the Sandman's eternal nemesis. Once his sandy body was soaked, he lost control of its shape entirely. His form crumbled, collapsing into a heavy, shapeless slurry that the ocean greedily absorbed. For now, the mighty sand giant was nothing more than scattered grains sinking into the depths. But just before the fall could drag him completely beneath the surface, his massive left hand clamped down on the prison's edge. The limb, half dissolved by the water, held fast, preventing his total descent. Still, the soaked sand hardened into mud, and until it dried, he could not reform. For the first time, the Sandman was truly vulnerable. The massive disturbance caught the attention of the lizard, who had been holding his own against the Winter Soldier and Crossbones. When he saw that every other member of the cannon fodder squad had fallen, his reptilian eyes flickered with panic. He lashed his tail to create distance and turned to flee, only to find Marcus standing behind him, katana already raised. The lizard froze. His body shrank rapidly, scales receding as he reverted to his human form, the trembling scientist Dr. Kurt Connors. Maybe we can talk about this," he stammered. Marcus didn't even blink. The blade flashed once. A clean cut. A wet sound. Connors's head flew into the air and hit the ground with a dull thud. Marcus flicked the blood from his blade, tracing a scarlet line across the floor before sheathing it, the silver edge spotless once more. The cannon fodder squad was no more. Inside the sealed nuclear bunker, General Ross watched the slaughter unfold on the monitors. He closed his eyes, exhaling a long, weary breath. There was no rage left in him, only resignation. Reaching for the communicator, he spoke with the solemn authority of a man signing his own death warrant. August 1, 2009, New York time. The Raft prison has fallen. Attackers, Hydra and the AIM organization. Requesting authorization for Emergency Protocol Thunderplan SC-000. There was a long pause. Then, through the static, came the president's voice, steady, but trembling faintly beneath the composure. Approved. In the United States military, only weapons of nuclear magnitude required presidential authorization. And within the Raft, there existed precisely one being of such destructive potential. Abomination. The adamantium chains binding the monstrous creature began to unwind, one by one, clattering to the ground like the death toll of 1,000 bells. From the shadows stepped the beast, skin a mottled gray-green, spines jutting from his back like jagged fins, muscles coiled with unnatural power. His very presence radiated violence, every breath vibrating with hatred. "Ross," Abomination growled, his voice a guttural rumble that shook the walls, "you finally decided to let me out. I told you this day would come." Ross stared at him from behind the safety glass of the bunker, eyes cold but heavy with something close to regret. "I didn't release you to fight for me," he said quietly. "I released you so you wouldn't fall into their hands. You were a soldier once, one of my best. I made you what you are, and I know exactly how dangerous that makes you. I'm done taking orders." Abomination roared, pounding his chest with thunderous force. "No one controls me anymore." With a single punch, he struck the bunker's reinforced door, the same door that had withstood Juggernaut's unstoppable charge. This time, it didn't hold. The door crumpled inward like foil, flattened into a molten slab of twisted metal. The ground quaked. Abomination stepped forward, each stride shaking the prison to its core. His jagged grin spread wide as his blazing yellow eyes locked onto Marcus. A monster had been unleashed. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 60+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 96, Chapter 95, Abomination. 1143 words. Abomination, the final antagonist of the Incredible Hulk. His real name was Emil Blonsky, once a decorated Special Forces operative under General Ross. Tasked with capturing the Hulk, Blonsky willingly subjected himself to the super-soldier serum. But even that enhancement wasn't enough. Against the raw, godlike power of the Hulk, he was crushed utterly. Then, Blonsky discovered Bruce Banner's gamma radiation device, the very machine that had created the Hulk. In a reckless act of envy and desperation, he exposed himself to an equal dosage of gamma radiation. The result was irreversible. His human form was obliterated, replaced by a gray-skinned monster of immense size and strength. From that moment, the Hulk had gained his deadliest rival, Abomination. At the end of The Incredible Hulk, Abomination was defeated by a rage-empowered Hulk. Only the pleading of Ross's daughter saved him from being crushed to death. Since then, Ross had kept him imprisoned deep within the Raft, fearing that such power could never again be allowed to roam free. But now, Ross had no choice but to release him, not out of trust, but to prevent Hydra from seizing a weapon even the US military couldn't contain. Abomination's strength was on par with the Hulk's, a living weapon on the level of a tactical nuclear strike. Even with every fighter in the raft combined, defeating him was nearly impossible. The Hulk in his base form could match Thor in raw might. Abomination had overpowered that Hulk once. That alone spoke volumes. Ross had always known that Abomination was a greater danger than Banner. It was Ross himself who had once stood beside the Avengers to bring this creature down and lock him away in the oceanic prison. Even under the Thunderbolt initiative, Ross never dared to make Abomination part of his expendable team. "Emil," Ross said firmly, facing the towering figure with calm defiance, "you don't deserve this power. And that's why you'll never be free." Even now, cornered, exhausted, his bunker shattered, Ross showed no trace of submission. Standing beneath the monstrous shadow, he somehow still seemed unyielding. Abomination loomed over him, a living engine of destruction. He could have ended Ross's life with a flick of his hand. But he didn't. Despite his monstrous form, Blonsky's human mind was still intact, and filled with bitter purpose. "Where's the Hulk?" he roared, the sheer force of his voice sending shockwaves through the air. Marcus stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "Sokovia," he said evenly. "If you move quickly, you might still catch him." At that, Abomination's reptilian eyes narrowed. The words were bait, and Marcus knew it. If Abomination could reach Sokovia and clash with the Hulk, both monsters might destroy each other. And for Marcus, that was the perfect outcome. "Sokovia?" Crossbones repeated sharply, realization dawning on his face. He grabbed Marcus by the collar. "Why the hell is the Hulk in Sokovia? What are you planning?" His words died with a choking gasp. Crossbones' eyes widened in disbelief as a blade pierced through his chest from behind, driven not by an enemy, but by his own comrade, the Winter Soldier. The soldier's right hand pressed firmly against Crossbones' back, and the knife thrust forward, passing through both the metal palm and the man's heart in a single motion. Winter Soldier, you." Crossbones croaked, collapsing to his knees, unable to comprehend the betrayal. His vision dimmed as Marcus watched him passively. Because of the way the strike was made, blade through the palm into the body, Crossbones' blood had mixed with that of the infected Winter Soldier. The virus spread through his bloodstream almost instantly. The infection was complete. Elsewhere in the courtyard, the last of Hydra's surviving soldiers fell one after another. Thunder's bioelectric sensing left no room for evasion. Under her and Killian's combined assault, the human troops were annihilated in moments. When the gunfire finally ceased, only a handful remained standing amid the wreckage of the raft: Abomination, Ross, and Marcus's small, victorious squad. Abomination tilted his head toward the silent assassin, who had struck down his own ally. "You," he rumbled, his deep voice echoing like thunder, "who are you?" The Winter Soldier didn't answer. Marcus did. "Just someone Hydra killed," he said calmly. "Nothing more." The deliberate vagueness carried its own power, an air of mystery that disarmed suspicion. It was a trick Marcus had used before, one that even Nick Fury had once failed to see through. Abomination grunted but didn't press further. He turned and, with one massive hand, plucked Ross from the ground like a doll. The general didn't resist, he merely met the monster's gaze, eyes hard as steel. Abomination sneered. "Sokovia," he muttered. "I know that place." "But you don't know where the Hulk is exactly," Marcus said, his tone almost persuasive, like a salesman offering a deal with the devil. "I could help you find him." Abomination shook his head, his jagged mouth twisting into a grin. "Unnecessary. I'll tear the world apart until he comes to me. And if I don't find him..." His glowing eyes turned to Marcus. "I'll come back for you." With that, the creature crouched low and leapt, a shockwave erupting beneath him as he shot into the stormy sky. He flew 2 kilometers in a single bound before crashing into the ocean with an enormous splash, vanishing beneath the waves. A heartbeat later, he burst out again, launching himself forward in massive, tidal leaps. Each impact sent waves surging dozens of meters high. Ross, still clutched in Abomination's hand, drifted in and out of consciousness, the agony of every landing waking him anew only to be drowned again in pain. Compared to this, any man-made torture would have been merciful. Ross being taken complicates things, Marcus murmured, watching the distant silhouette vanish into the rain. He understood why Abomination had taken him. Ross possessed years of experience hunting the Hulk, and Blonsky was shrewd enough to use that knowledge. For all his monstrous rage, Abomination was still a soldier, methodical, tactical, and lethal. If not for his obsession with the Hulk, Marcus thought, he'd be far more dangerous than I'd like to admit. Still, this outcome suited him perfectly. With Abomination heading for Sokovia, the coming conflict would be catastrophic. Chaos would reign. And amid that chaos, Marcus would move unseen. A creature with the strength of the Hulk unleashed upon a battlefield already teetering on the brink. What better opportunity could he ask for? A new storm was rising. And this one would drown the world. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just $3, a perfect opportunity to access 65+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 97, Chapter 96, Evacuating the Prison. 1,207 words. With Abomination's departure, the Raft prison was finally under Marcus's complete control. Every guard and Hydra soldier who had resisted him now lay dead, their blood and ashes staining the iron floors. The remaining supervillains, whether they had joined Ross's cannon fodder squad or not, were now nothing more than captives awaiting Marcus's decision. Aside from those who had already fought, Juggernaut, Crossbones, Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, and the Lizard, Marcus discovered several other notorious criminals still locked in their reinforced cells, Whiplash, Quake, Toad, and Porcupine among them. Dangerous, yes, but not quite on the level of the primary squad. They were likely meant to serve as the next phase of Ross's Thunderbolt project. That plan now belonged to Marcus. One by one, he would infect them, reshaping their flesh and minds with his virus, turning them into new mutant-infected soldiers under his command. Forcing criminals into submission was far simpler than taming superheroes. Ross's experiment had already proven that. And now, Marcus's own raid had succeeded far beyond expectation. The result was nothing short of historic, a chaotic convergence of Marvel's most infamous villains, united under a single unseen hand. Heroes versus villains. Humanity's armies against an undead legion. New York would soon face a war of the century. Across the flooded courtyard, a clump of wet sand quivered faintly, the remains of the Sandman, still alive despite being washed apart. Marcus smiled faintly. He had no intention of killing him just yet. With enough time, Sandman would reform. And when he did, Marcus would have leverage, his daughter. With Hawkeye's vast shield intelligence network at his disposal, no civilian in America could hide from Marcus's reach. When the Sandman returned, he would be a weapon, nothing more than another pawn on the board. Bring the useful ones aboard. We're leaving, Marcus ordered, his voice cold and precise. Killian, the Winter Soldier, and Thunder moved immediately, hauling the incapacitated or infected villains toward the transport vessel. Once the orders were in motion, Marcus withdrew from his physical body aboard the ship, his consciousness shifting seamlessly back into his shield avatar aboard the helicarrier. S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier Command Center. Every operative in the room stared intently at the central display. The live feed from the raft flickered and distorted, until finally, the last surviving camera went dark the moment Abomination smashed through Ross's bunker. Silence filled the air. The raft's fate was unknown. So was Ross's. Whether Hydra had captured Abomination, or been annihilated in the chaos, no one could say. On the last few seconds of surviving footage, one figure had stood out above all others, a masked young man wreathed in scarlet flame, cutting through every enemy in his path. The sheer destructive force, the impossible precision, whoever he was, he had turned the tide of battle single-handedly. Director Nick Fury frowned deeply, watching the boy's silhouette on the paused screen. There was something disturbingly familiar about his stance, his movements, even his build. He turned to one of the analysts. "Any updates on that new recruit, Marcus Vale?" Fury asked quietly. The agent monitoring Marcus's quarters glanced at the live security feed. "No anomalies, sir. No external communications, no suspicious activity. He's been in his quarters the entire time." Fury's one eye narrowed, though even he knew how absurd the thought sounded. It couldn't be. The newcomer looked like the boy on the footage, yes, but the powers were entirely different. Marcus's abilities were supposed to be metallization, not whatever that blood-red fire was. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been watching him constantly. There was no way the same person could be in two places at once. Still, Fury couldn't shake the unease twisting in his gut. He exhaled sharply, putting the thought aside. "Forget it. Tell the Avengers to gear up. The decapitation strike begins now." As always, Fury chose to conceal more than he revealed, even from his own heroes. The chaos at the raft would remain classified. The last thing he needed was Captain America's moral outrage sabotaging the mission. For now, all focus had to be on Sokovia. Hydra's research base needed to be taken, no matter the cost. When Marcus's consciousness returned to his body aboard the helicarrier, he found himself back in his quarters, his physical form having continued its normal routines thanks to the shared mental link with his infected network. From the outside, no one would have noticed his absence. A soft knock sounded at the door. Deputy Director Maria Hill stepped inside, composed as ever. Her professional smile carried both warmth and strength, the kind that made even elite agents straighten unconsciously. "How are you holding up, Marcus?" she asked. "We're about to go into battle." "Feeling nervous?" Marcus looked up, his tone distant but steady. "I've faced far worse. This isn't anything new. Hydra took my brother from me, this is just repayment." Hill hesitated. She had read his file, or rather, the version Tony Stark had been given. He'd told Tony once, if you were forced to kill with a handgun at 8, made to fight your best friend to the death at 10, sent on solo assassination missions at 12, and then gunned down in an alley after escaping that life, you'd understand what cruelty really is. Hill didn't know what comfort to offer someone like that. "All right," she sighed softly, opening the steel briefcase she'd brought with her. Inside were rows of compact, high-tech devices, sleek, military-grade gear. "Since you're officially part of the Avengers now, these are your standard issue upgrades. Don't touch anything yet." She carefully picked up a tiny black cube, no larger than a grain of rice, and gestured for him to lean forward. "Hold still." With practiced precision, she inserted the device into his ear canal. "This," she explained, "is a subdermal communication implant. It transmits sound by vibrating your eardrum directly, allowing real-time communication with the rest of the team, even without visible equipment. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. network operates on the same channel. You'll need periodic calibration, but it shouldn't interfere with your physical abilities." So that was how every hero in the MCU could talk effortlessly without earpieces, an invisible, implanted comm system. Marcus smiled faintly. But he also knew the device could double as a tracker, or worse, a listening tool. It didn't matter. With his metal manipulation, he could easily wrap the implant in a thin biometal layer, blocking any signals whenever he wished. Hill tilted her head slightly. "Feeling any discomfort?" Marcus gave a short, humorless laugh. "None at all. This is still better than having a nanobomb shoved into my ear." Hill blinked, half certain he was joking, half certain he wasn't. Outside the porthole, the helicarrier engines roared to life, the entire deck trembling as the colossal machine turned toward Europe. Above the endless clouds, the Avengers were preparing for war. T/N, I have posted an important update regarding Patreon pricing on my Patreon page. Please check it if you are a supporter. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 98, Chapter 97, Security Clearance. 1039 words. After installing the eardrum communicator, Hill reached into her briefcase once more and handed Marcus a small electronic chip card, a blue, metallic pass emblazoned with the Shield Eagle insignia. Aside from a barcode, it was otherwise blank. Marcus turned the card over in his hand, his expression calm but curious. Care to tell me what this is? Hill closed the case with a soft click before replying, Shield Level 3 Security Clearance Identification. Possession of this card officially recognizes you as a Shield operative. It authorizes you to access classified data and restricted zones under our Level 3 protocols. Should you encounter high-ranking U.S. officers, this card will also verify your credentials. Your rank is equivalent to a major in the U.S. Army, though most standard soldiers won't be aware of it. Marcus had already heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tiered clearance system from Hawkeye. There were 5 levels in total. Level 3, the one he now possessed, allowed access to surface-level classified files and moderately restricted areas, places such as the White House, Triskelion headquarters, and other officially recognized facilities. Level 4, held by operatives like Hawkeye, Hill, Black Widow, and Tony Stark in his role as security consultant, granted deeper access. Holders could view most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s sensitive data and enter locations the public didn't even know existed, the Illumination Program, Area 51, and other covert installations. Above that was Level 5, the highest clearance, reserved only for Director Nick Fury and the President of the United States. Holders of this level could access every classified project and strategic region in existence, including those whose exposure could shake the world, the Hope Town experiments, the real Apollo program, and most notably, the Blacklight project, the very secret Marcus was pursuing. For him, rising through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s clearance ranks would only be beneficial. Each step brought him closer to uncovering the truth behind the Blacklight virus, and gave him greater freedom to move through high-security zones. If Marcus ever attained Level 5, even the hint of what he could expose would send Washington into chaos. Come with me, Hill said, interrupting his thoughts. Before the operation begins, you'll need a proper combat uniform. Without one, our agents might mistake you for a civilian and drag you into an evacuation pod. Marcus followed her through the metallic corridors of the helicarrier's lower decks until they reached a large armory. The walls were lined with weapons of every kind, rifles, launchers, and experimental tools. He even spotted Hawkeye's signature bows and arrow quivers, along with the heavy launcher Agent Coulson had once aimed at Loki during the Battle of New York. The level of S.H.I.E.L.D. technology was clearly far beyond conventional militaries. All right, Marcus. Step up there. Hill gestured toward a large platform resembling a 3D printing station. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s method of outfitting operatives, it seemed, was anything but traditional. As Marcus stepped into position, a column of blue light descended from above. The moment it touched him, his old clothes vanished, replaced instantly by a new form-fitting combat suit. When the light faded, he stood clad in a sleek, dark gray tactical stealth suit. Lightweight armor plates reinforced the joints without hindering mobility. Multiple concealed slots along the uniform's surface allowed him to carry specialized tools and weapons without bulk. A fitted mask covered the lower half of his face, obscuring his identity. In that moment, Marcus looked like a living shadow, calm, deadly, and unreadable. Hill circled him slowly, arms folded, her sharp eyes full of approval. You trained under the Winter Soldier's assassination program, right? I figured this design would suit your skill set. And I was right, you look the part. But this isn't just for show. She tapped the suit's sleeve. The inner lining is reinforced with Kevlar for ballistic resistance. Between the layers is a PTFE expansion membrane and a nanographite coating. It blocks heat signatures and radar detection. To any scanner or drone, you'll be invisible. Marcus nodded slightly. Exactly what I needed. He'd expected S.H.I.E.L.D. to position him as a covert operative based on his fabricated background. But this exceeded his expectations. For someone planning to manipulate both sides of an impending war, a stealth suit that allowed him to vanish at will was perfect. He looked back at Hill with a faint smirk. "If I disappear in the field, how will you find me?" "Your communicator is equipped with GPS tracking," Hill answered plainly. "We'll always know your location." Marcus's smile didn't fade. "Then I'll be sure to take care of it." After all, in the chaos of battle, a malfunctioning transmitter was hardly unusual. Hill placed another object on the table, a short-bladed dagger with an unusually thick handle and dull edge. "Take this," she said. "A non-lethal stun knife. It delivers a paralyzing shock strong enough to incapacitate most targets without killing them. I'm not saying you can't use lethal force, but try to keep it minimal. Captain Rogers doesn't take kindly to unnecessary bloodshed. He prefers saving lives to taking them." "I understand." Marcus slid the dagger into the sheath on his belt. To him, killing had never been the goal, only a means to an end. After all, the bloodbath that had set this entire chain of events in motion had begun with revenge. He'd learned his lesson: power was useful only when controlled. That didn't mean he would hesitate when death became necessary. Hill gave him a firm nod. "That's all you need to know. Take whatever you want from the armory, weapons, gadgets, anything that suits you. In 10 minutes, all combat personnel are to assemble in the drop bay." She paused at the doorway, glancing back at him with a faint grin. "Get ready to make some noise out there, soldier." With that, Hill turned and left the armory, her footsteps echoing down the steel corridor. Marcus watched her go, then looked down at the blue clearance card in his hand, the key to the doors he'd soon be unlocking. He slipped it into his suit pocket, his expression calm, his eyes sharp. The game inside S.H.I.E.L.D. had only just begun. Chapter 99, Chapter 98, Target, Sokovia. 1,190 words. With Hill's authorization secured, Marcus didn't hesitate to equip himself properly. He first added a lethal combat knife and a few smoke grenades to his loadout, and then his gaze locked onto the ultimate prize hanging on the weapon rack, a monstrous, rocket launcher-sized gun whose barrel looked capable of swallowing a small cannon. Compared to it, the Barrett anti-material sniper rifle mounted beside it looked like a child's toy. This weapon's designation was BFG, a prototype designed by S.H.I.E.L.D. using fragments of the destroyer, the Asgardian automaton once defeated by Thor. Reverse-engineered from its energy system, the BFG fired concentrated beams of destructive plasma. Its power surpassed that of nearly every other man-portable weapon on Earth. A single shot could obliterate a modern main battle tank, and with precise aim, even take down an aircraft mid-flight. For Marcus, whose ranged capabilities had been limited so far, it was the perfect addition to his arsenal. He slung the weapon across his back, its sheer weight barely noticeable to his augmented body, and stepped out of the armory fully armed and ready for war. S.H.I.E.L.D. Helicarrier, Deployment Bay. The deployment hangar on the lowest deck of the helicarrier was massive, a sealed chamber lined with rows of maglev fighters, armored Humvees, and special operations motorcycles. By the time Marcus arrived, the other Avengers and assembled S.H.I.E.L.D. strike teams were already gathered around Nick Fury. Because several members were deployed to coordinate with the U.S. Navy's carrier fleet, only 4 of the core Avengers were present for this operation: Captain America, Bruce Banner, Thor, and Black Widow. Even so, dozens of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and support troops stood ready. This was no lone hero assault. When Marcus entered, heads turned, at first, with casual curiosity. Then, realization dawned. The man in the sleek black stealth suit wasn't just another field agent. He was their newest Avenger. For a moment, silence fell. His quiet, composed presence drew their attention more effectively than any dramatic entrance could have. "Something wrong with my face?" Marcus asked dryly, adjusting the mask that hid most of his features. The voice modulator in his helmet lent his tone a deep, magnetic resonance, smooth yet indistinct, the kind that lingered in memory but was impossible to place. Captain America chuckled. Nothing, other than the fact I almost didn't recognize you. Before anyone could continue, Fury's commanding voice cut through the noise. All right, Avengers, listen up. Let's talk about the mission. He pressed a button on the console, and a holographic projection of Sokovia's terrain flickered to life, a vast mountain range dominated by an ancient fortress built into a sheer cliffside. This, Fury said, pointing toward the holographic citadel, is our target, Hydra's secret research base. Don't let the size of the visible fortress fool you. Hydra's dug into the entire mountain. What you're looking at here is just the surface entrance to a massive underground complex, heavily armed and likely housing a small army. He zoomed in on the structure. We can't risk an airstrike. The virus research data we need could be destroyed. That leaves us one option, a full-scale ground assault. Captain America frowned, his eyes narrowing on the map. That's going to cost a lot of lives, Director. Only if you let it, Fury replied curtly. His gloved finger tapped a section of the projection, a dense forested area near the base of the mountain. This is their weakest defensive zone. It's not exactly a vulnerability, but it's as close as we're going to get. We'll drop in through the forest, hit them before they know what's happening. He looked up, scanning every face in the room before his gaze settled on Marcus. You all know the plan. Follow orders, hit them hard, and make sure Hydra remembers what happens when they cross S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Captain, the floor's yours. Captain America stepped forward, the soldiers instinctively straightening at his presence. His voice carried that familiar blend of conviction and warmth, the kind that inspired even the most exhausted to stand taller. This won't be an easy fight, he said, his tone steady and resolute. Some of us may not make it back. Freedom always comes with a price, it always has. So here's my first and last order, if they hit you, hit back harder. If they try to break you, don't let them. The soldiers chuckled softly, a wave of determination spreading through the ranks. That was Steve Rogers, reminding them that courage wasn't about the absence of fear, but the will to fight through it. Marcus, however, remained indifferent. He wasn't here for freedom or heroism. His war was personal, and his loyalty an illusion. Once the briefing ended, the troops and Avengers moved to their vehicles. Engines roared to life, the hangar filling with mechanical thunder. Marcus headed toward a special operations motorcycle, fast, maneuverable, and perfect for operating alone. His objectives didn't align with the team's formation-based tactics, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had already labeled him a stealth operative. No one questioned it. Except one. Thought you'd be sticking with us, Captain America called out as Marcus mounted the bike. Marcus turned slightly, his voice carrying through the comms. For me, this is teamwork. He tapped his earpiece, smirking beneath his mask. The massive hangar doors began to open with a low, grinding roar. A blast of icy air surged inside, sweeping through the assembled troops. Beyond the deck, snow fell in thick, swirling sheets, the forests and mountains of Sokovia buried beneath a white expanse. Winter had come early here, the cold fierce enough to sting through armor. The ancient fortress loomed in the distance, its stone walls barely visible through the storm. Perfect cover for an ambush or a massacre. Target confirmed, Sokovia, Fury's voice echoed through the comms. Captain America raised his shield and shouted, Avengers, move out. Engines flared to life as magnetic hovercraft, armored Humvees, and tactical bikes roared from the hangar into the open sky, descending rapidly through the snowstorm like steel comets. Marcus's motorcycle hit the snow-covered ground first, landing in a cushioned spray of white powder. The suspension absorbed the impact effortlessly, and he accelerated smoothly into the dense forest. Behind him, the others followed, expert agents maneuvering between the trees, regrouping quickly in formation. But Marcus twisted his handlebars, veering off from the main column. Within moments, he vanished into the blizzard, his signal the only faint red dot still visible on the helicarrier's tactical map. Fury noticed but said nothing. Letting Marcus operate independently was part of the plan. The mission would test where his true allegiance lay, Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. If Marcus wanted to prove he'd severed ties with his past, this was his chance to do it. The war for Sokovia had begun. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 85+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 100, Chapter 99, The Assault Begins. 1047 words. Hydra's underground fortress secret research base. The thunder of artillery shook the gray concrete walls, sending clouds of dust cascading from the ceiling. The entire structure quivered as if on the verge of collapse. Every loose object trembled violently, unable to withstand the relentless tremors. Everyone to your stations, now. This is not a drill, we're under attack. Repeat, we are under attack. The booming alarm echoed through every corridor of the fortress. Soldiers rushed through the halls, snatching rifles from weapon racks, barely having time to secure their gear before sprinting toward the exits. Alongside the foot soldiers, jetpack troopers equipped with personal flight packs launched into the air, while main battle tanks fitted with electromagnetic pulse cannons rolled out of the bunkers, their engines roaring like beasts ready for war. Hydra's war machines surged to life, every system, every weapon, operating at full capacity to defend their most critical facility. This was no covert skirmish or elite duel. This was war, a full-scale, bloody battle between armies. Baron Strucker stormed into the command center, his voice sharp with tension. Who's attacking? What's the situation? A trembling officer responded quickly, Sir, it's S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Estimated 300 combatants. They've deployed by airdrop into the forest perimeter. Our outer defenses are holding, but they're advancing fast. Reinforcements are moving to the front line now. For the moment, we outnumber them, and it appears they're avoiding heavy bombardment. Strucker's eyes darkened. He turned toward his trusted aide, Dr. List, and muttered under his breath, they must be after Loki's scepter. Damn it, how did S.H.I.E.L.D. discover this location? Loki's scepter, the artifact that had shaped the fate of the Avengers more than once. It was the weapon wielded by Loki during the invasion of New York, and later, the very source of power that gave birth to Ultron. Its power was beyond comprehension, and right now, it was stored deep within this Hydra base. Strucker's suspicion wasn't entirely wrong, only half. The truth was far simpler, Marcus was the only one targeting the scepter. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers, under Fury's command, were here solely for one reason, to retrieve data on the zombie virus. The scepter meant nothing to them. According to Marcus's plan, he would quietly claim Loki's scepter for himself and leave Fury's team chasing the decoy, the so-called zombie control helmet. Hold the line. Strucker barked, raising his hand high. For Hydra. Hail Hydra, the soldiers roared in unison, the fortress shaking once again, this time not from artillery, but from sheer fanaticism. Hydra base forest perimeter defense line. A relentless storm of plasma fire rained across the forest. The Hydra defense turrets spat out streams of laser bolts that tore through trees and armor alike. Each impact left gaping, smoking holes in flesh and metal. The battlefield was a slaughterhouse, one misstep, and a soldier vanished in a burst of red light. The S.H.I.E.L.D. forces were pinned down, unable to raise their heads under the sheer intensity of enemy fire. Overhead, S.H.I.E.L.D. hovercrafts fought desperately to maintain air control, but Hydra's jetpack troopers swarmed the skies like locusts, outnumbering them 10-1. Even the Avengers' advanced missile systems struggled against such overwhelming numbers. And then came Hydra's tanks, monstrous behemoths fitted with electromagnetic plasma cannons. When those weapons fired, the ground itself seemed to tear apart. Each detonation left nothing behind but ash, no armor, no bodies, no bones. Conventional anti-tank missiles were useless. The tank's reactive armor absorbed every hit, rendering the counterattacks completely ineffective. Director Fury, a S.H.I.E.L.D. Comms officer shouted through the channel, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Their weapons are decades ahead of anything we've faced. It's like fighting aliens. He dared to peek over the barricade, and instantly ducked back as a laser blast scorched the wall inches from his head. There must be at least 1,000 Hydra troops here, he continued, panic creeping into his tone. We're outnumbered and outgunned. It wasn't an exaggeration. Hydra's technology had evolved from Chitauri weaponry, the alien armaments Loki had once brought to Earth. Their weapons were alien in both design and power. S.H.I.E.L.D. had tried to replicate such tech, but their experimental models were far from mass production. Against Hydra's army, they were fighting a losing battle. In the skies above, Thor unleashed bolts of divine lightning, tearing through squadrons of jetpack soldiers like burning meteors. On the ground, the Hulk tore through bunkers and tanks with brute strength, each thunderous step shaking the earth. Yet even their combined might could only slow Hydra's advance. The enemy's numbers and firepower far exceeded anything they had faced before. This isn't an ambush, Captain America's voice growled through the comms. This is a damn hornet's nest. Back aboard the helicarrier, Fury clenched his jaw as the reports flooded in. The live feed confirmed it. Hydra's defenses were stronger than anticipated, their technology almost rivaling Stark Industries' Iron Legion. This wasn't the crumbling Hydra from the Winter Soldier. This was Hydra at its peak, organized, supplied, and furious. But Fury had no intention of retreating. Activate Plan B, he ordered grimly. All S.H.I.E.L.D. units, cover the Avengers' advance. I don't care what it costs. Get them into that fortress. His tone left no room for argument. The strategy was clear, the Avengers would breach the castle and secure the virus research data. The S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers would hold the line, buying them enough time to complete the mission. When the Avengers were clear and the data secured, Fury would unleash the helicarrier's full bombardment, leveling the mountain and burying Hydra's army beneath it. But everyone on the ground knew what that meant. S.H.I.E.L.D. soldiers weren't coming back. Fury knew it. So did Captain Rogers. And so did the men who now braced themselves behind smoking barricades, staring death in the face. This was the cost Captain America had warned them about. The price of freedom. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 85+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 101, Chapter 100, The Phantom of the Battlefield. 1027 words. The moment the command Plan B echoed through the comms, every S.H.I.E.L.D. soldier on the front line silently accepted their fate. Inside hastily built trenches and crumbling bunkers, one soldier stepped forward and handed Captain America a sealed white envelope. His eyes wavered for a moment, but he said nothing. On the envelope, in neat handwriting, were the words, "To my family, Leo Fitz." One by one, more soldiers followed suit, handing the captain their final letters. One man, his face resolute despite the chaos around him, met Steve's eyes. "Finish the mission. And make it home alive." It was an exchange that needed no explanation. Every soldier knew what Plan B meant. They were to stand their ground to the last man, to buy the Avengers enough time to break through Hydra's defenses. They also knew that, even if captured, the helicarrier would not hesitate to bomb the fortress into rubble, with them still inside. It was the price they had accepted the moment they joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America held the growing stack of letters in his hand, his jaw tightening. He had expected casualties, but not this. The thought of 300 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dying to secure a path for the Avengers filled him with dread. Could he truly accept such a sacrifice? "There's no other way," he muttered under his breath, gazing out at the hellish battlefield ahead. The fighting was relentless. Thor's thunder raged across the skies, but even the god of thunder was tiring. The Hulk tore through tanks like paper, yet every inch of ground he gained was soaked in the blood of fallen men. Hydra's firepower was overwhelming. No matter how hard they fought, their numbers and weapons simply couldn't match the enemy's. Time was running out. The longer they hesitated, the more men would die, until there was no one left to carry out Plan B. And then, a new voice broke through the comms, calm, confident, and almost detached. "You just need to push forward one more time." The voice belonged to someone none of the frontline soldiers had heard before, but Captain America recognized it instantly. "Where the hell are you?" Steve called, scanning the battlefield but saw nothing. Marcus wasn't among them. It was as if he'd never been there at all. A faint chuckle followed. "I'll appear wherever you need me, Captain. Just give the order." Marcus hadn't run away. Far from it. If S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't break through Hydra's defenses, he wouldn't be able to reach Loki's scepter either. Helping them was in his own best interest. But even Marcus hadn't expected Hydra to put up such a fierce resistance. Fortunately, he still had one last advantage. Mental possession, Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier was more than a killer. He was an artist of infiltration, a master of stealth honed by 70 years of silent assassinations, sabotage, and espionage. His power didn't lie in brute strength, but in the uncanny instinct for moving unseen, for striking before anyone knew he was there. Now all that experience, all those instincts, flowed through Marcus. And Marcus's body was far superior. His strength, speed, and endurance dwarfed the Winter Soldiers by a wide margin. Combined with his unique metallic morphing ability, he could conceal himself in places no human could fit, move faster than the eye could track, and vanish without a trace. When stealth met supernatural evolution, the result was terrifying. Marcus had been on the battlefield all along, unseen, unheard, untouchable. Anyone who did catch a glimpse of him never lived long enough to tell the tale. "Marcus," Captain America's voice came through the channel again, wary but hopeful. "Unless a miracle happens, sending these men forward will just be suicide." Marcus's tone was almost amused. "Then you'll be glad to know, Captain, that miracles aren't as hard as people think." Steve hesitated. He'd only known Marcus a short time, but trust was something he believed in deeply. Finally, he gave the order. "A-Team, move forward. C and D, cover them. B-Team, focus your fire on the bunker at 2 o'clock. He hadn't even finished speaking when a thunderous boom split the air. The very bunker he'd pointed to erupted in flames, a mushroom cloud billowing skyward. The heavy machine guns that had pinned down his troops fell silent instantly. Through the smoke, for a fleeting second, someone saw a figure, dressed in a gray and black stealth suit, dart across the haze like a shadow, then vanish without a trace. "Marcus, was that you?" Captain America's voice trembled with both awe and disbelief. He had considered asking the Hulk to clear out the bunkers before, but even Banner's best efforts at restraint couldn't make the Green Giant precise. This was something else entirely. Another explosion rocked the battlefield. Another bunker gone, wiped out as if by invisible hands. No one saw the attacker. No gunfire, no flash, no movement, just sudden, surgical destruction. What the hell is going on?" shouted a Hydra trooper, his voice cracking as the ground shook beneath his boots. Once was coincidence. Twice, that was terror. They could face the Hulk. They could face Thor's lightning. Those deaths, at least, made sense. You could see it coming. You could try to run. 2 heavily fortified bunkers, destroyed from the inside, without warning, without reason, without a visible enemy. It was like fighting a ghost. Fear began to spread through the Hydra ranks. Their formation wavered. The bravest among them turned their rifles toward the smoke, fingers trembling on the trigger. Somewhere in that chaos, a whisper echoed through the comms, calm, composed, and deadly. "Now, Captain," Marcus said quietly. "Push forward." And so, like a phantom stirring the tides of war, the silent assassin of S.H.I.E.L.D., the ghost of the battlefield, began his hunt. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 85+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 102, Chapter 101, Breaking Through the Perimeter. 1,149 words. Marcus moved through the enemy's ranks, as if he were taking a quiet stroll through a park. Every Hydra soldier who so much as sensed his presence met the same silent fate, a throwing knife that struck with surgical precision, or the electric sting of his stun blade that left its victims convulsing, unconscious, and utterly humiliated. No one ever had the chance to cry out or fire a shot. By the time their bodies hit the snow, the thick white blanket had already begun to bury them, concealing the evidence of his passing. One blade. A ghost moving between the lines, erasing every obstacle in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s path. And yet, no one knew he existed. If Captain America hadn't mentioned Marcus's name over the comms, the soldiers on the ground wouldn't have even realized that the invisible force clearing their way wasn't luck, it was a person. Never before had there been a hero so quiet, one who saved lives without ever being seen. Ahead, a Hydra tank and a fortified bunker blocked the shield. But the soldiers, now riding the high of their sudden success, were fearless. With renewed courage, they stormed forward, shouting as they advanced. Then, just as the tank's turret swung toward them. Boom! A shell fired, but not from S.H.I.E.L.D. A nearby Hydra bunker had inexplicably turned its cannon on its own tank, blowing it sky high. The wrecked vehicle tumbled and flipped, engulfed in flame. Seconds later, the bunker itself exploded from within, its ammunition stores detonating in a deafening blast. Smoke and fire filled the clearing, and when it cleared, there was no sign of the men responsible. Marcus had already vanished. The phantom of the battlefield had begun to grow bolder, his strikes more devastating. Panic spread through the Hydra troops like wildfire. Even in the heat of battle, soldiers found themselves glancing sideways, checking if their comrades were still standing, or if that unseen nightmare had already claimed them. That man wasn't a hero. He was the devil. The idea crept through the ranks like a curse. Hydra soldiers who were once disciplined and ruthless now hesitated, twitching at every flicker of shadow. Fear had replaced order. The result was immediate. S.H.I.E.L.D. troops, outnumbered and outgunned moments ago, began pressing their advantage. Confidence surged through their lines, while Hydras faltered. In a matter of minutes, the battle's momentum began to turn. Do something. Anything, screamed a Hydra field commander to his aide, only to realize the man standing beside him was already slumped over, eyes rolled back, foam at the mouth. A cold blade touched the commander's throat from behind. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Command Center. Nick Fury watched the chaos unfold across the battlefield monitors. Even though no camera had managed to capture Marcus's face, the aftermath of his work was undeniable: dead Hydra troops, burning tanks, and collapsing bunkers. He muttered under his breath, half in disbelief. Did anyone see how he's doing this? That kid's a damn monster. More terrifying than the Hulk. Of course, Fury didn't mean Marcus was stronger than the Hulk, but in terms of impact on the battlefield, he might as well have been. The Hulk was a hammer, loud, destructive, unstoppable, but clumsy. Marcus was a scalpel, silent, precise, and infinitely more efficient. One crushed the enemy. The other unmade them. He's even harder to track than the Winter Soldier, one of the technicians reported, staring at the tactical map. The GPS only shows him jumping from one point to another, but no one can see how he moves between them. It was a blend of power, instinct, and skill so refined it defied logic. While most of the command center was buzzing with admiration for their mysterious new ally, Hill stood quietly, her voice low and thoughtful. What kind of life must he have lived to fight like that, she murmured. He's not even 20. Fury's one good eye stayed fixed on the darkened screen. Whatever hell he's been through, it's behind him now. His tone softened slightly. Right now, he's saving our people. I just hope he stays on our side. There was a brief silence before he added, almost to himself. He's saved S.H.I.E.L.D. twice already. Meanwhile, Hydra Command Bunker. The mood in Hydra's control room was suffocating. On one of the surviving internal feeds, the officers watched in horror as a figure in a dark gray stealth suit strolled casually into one of their bunkers. The soldiers inside barely had time to turn before he moved, faster than the eye could follow, a blur of motion and death. No flashy powers, no explosions, just flawless efficiency. Every movement was a perfect blend of speed and precision, and every enemy fell within seconds. He wasn't using superhuman energy blasts or alien weapons. This was pure human lethality, honed to something beyond human. When the last body hit the floor, Marcus casually adjusted the bunker's anti-tank cannon. One perfectly placed shot destroyed a Hydra tank outside, and a follow-up grenade thrown into a stack of ammunition sent the entire bunker sky-high. By the time the smoke cleared, he was gone. The screen cut to static. "What the hell is that?" Baron Strucker demanded, slamming his fist on the console. Who is he? He had planned for the Avengers. He had planned for the Hulk, for Thor, for Captain America. But this was something no one had warned him about. Radar scans, thermal sensors, night vision, I don't care what it takes, he roared. Find him. But a trembling technician shook his head. We tried everything, sir. None of it works. His voice cracked. He's not a man. He's a monster. A demon that doesn't exist in this world. Strucker's fury boiled over, he slammed his fist down again, knocking over his water glass. The spill spread across the table, dripping onto the floor. They had managed to contain gods and monsters alike, yet now their defenses were being torn apart by a ghost. And with every passing minute, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s troops pushed closer to the fortress gates. Sir, a comms officer shouted, pale-faced. The outer perimeter has been breached. Our reinforcements didn't make it in time. Baron Strucker froze, realization dawning on him as the sounds of distant explosions echoed through the walls. The unthinkable had happened, Hydra's impregnable outer defense line had fallen. And the phantom who brought it down was already moving toward his next target. _____. Big shout out to One Man Army. A heartfelt thank you to One Man Army for joining my Patreon and supporting this journey. Sparkles. Your generosity truly makes a difference and helps bring chapters out faster for everyone. Welcome to the VIP family, One Man Army, you're awesome. Chapter 103, Chapter 102, The Black. 1,123 words. Baron Strucker inhaled deeply, suppressing the rage that burned in his chest. His voice was cold and sharp when he finally spoke. Have the reinforcements regroup at the central defense line. Stop relying on the bunkers for cover, form a layered tank defense formation instead. And make sure everyone stays alert for enemy infiltration. He knew that last part was meaningless. At this point, there wasn't a single soldier under his command who wasn't terrified of being ambushed. But awareness meant nothing when the so-called Black Reaper could strike faster than a man could blink. No amount of vigilance could save them. A Hydra officer, his voice tense but hopeful, tried to reassure his commander. Don't worry, Baron. Every inch of the central sector is within the range of our long-range artillery. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. forces charge, we'll launch a full-scale bombardment and drive them back. Even if that Black Reaper destroys a few bunkers or tanks, it won't matter. There's no way they can advance any farther. By now, the Black Reaper had become an unofficial codename among Hydra troops, a nickname for Marcus, the man haunting their battlefield. It wasn't hard to see why. Among the colorful agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. With their bright gear and distinctive styles, Marcus's plain black hair and dark eyes stood out in stark contrast. Combined with his inhuman stealth and brutal efficiency, the name spread like wildfire. As the officer proudly explained the supposed strength of their artillery network, a voice crackled through the comms, the desperate shout of a frontline captain. Hydra 6th Squadron requesting artillery support. Enemy coordinates C4, Z6. They're massing for a full assault. We need immediate bombardment. The Hydra officer grinned. Fire control, confirm target. Prepare for strike, ready. In 2 seconds, that area will be nothing but ash. Baron Strucker leaned closer to the tactical display, his brow furrowing. Something about the coordinates seemed off. A half-second later, realization hit him like ice water. Wait, those coordinates are our. Boom. The explosion that followed cut him off mid-sentence. The blast was so close that it shook the command room itself, the static screech of interference filling the comms channel. No one could mistake it, the shells had landed inside their own lines. When the signal finally cleared, the comms erupted with furious shouting. Are you insane? You just bombed your own men. The voice belonged to another Hydra field commander, livid beyond control. Who the hell gave that order? There wasn't a single enemy there. You idiots just wiped out an entire squad of our own. Damn it, the enemy's charging through the breach you created. Miles away, Marcus crushed the Hydra communicator in his hand, letting the broken pieces fall beside the lifeless body of the real squad captain. He smirked faintly. He had used his metallic morphing ability to alter his vocal cords, a trick he'd perfected ever since imitating Tony Stark's voice during their first encounter. Now he could mimic anyone's tone or speech pattern flawlessly. This friendly fire incident was, of course, his doing. And it would have lasting consequences. From now on, Hydra's artillery units would hesitate before responding to any support request, wasting precious seconds to verify targets. On a battlefield where seconds decided life and death, Marcus had just tilted the scales. Captain, Marcus spoke through S.H.I.E.L.D.'s comms, his tone composed as ever, pushed through the central line. Once you reach the cliffs beneath the fortress, you'll be in their artillery blind spot. How do you know that? Captain America asked, panting between bursts of gunfire. I've found more than one of their tactical maps, Marcus replied simply. He cut the channel. There was no time for further explanation. Delaying the artillery alone wouldn't be enough, he needed to throw Hydra into total disarray. Fortunately, with the Winter Soldier's knowledge of Hydra's command hierarchy, Marcus knew exactly where to strike next. Defeating every soldier here would be impossible, even for him. But shattering their morale. That he could do. A Hydra patrol crossed his path, a dozen men sweeping the area for signs of the Black Reaper. Marcus ghosted behind them. In the blink of an eye, he reached the rearmost soldier, plucked every grenade pin from his vest, and kicked him into the center of the group. The explosion sent bodies flying in all directions. Not one of them even glimpsed their killer's face. Marcus pressed on, snow crunching softly beneath his boots as he approached the Hydra command outpost, the one buried deep in the central sector. It was a heavily fortified bunker, ringed by machine gun nests and guarded by elite sentries. Above, jetpack troopers patrolled the airspace, their visors glowing as they scanned every inch of terrain. The area was so tightly sealed that not even a bird could have slipped through undetected. Even disguising himself as a Hydra soldier wouldn't work here, the biometric checkpoints would expose him instantly. But Marcus was far from ordinary. His right arm began to shimmer, flesh shifting into gleaming silver metal. The limb twisted and elongated, reshaping itself into a massive drill, which spun to life with a high-pitched whir. He plunged it into the frozen earth. The soil here was soft, much easier to dig through than the hardened streets he once tore apart in his battle with Spider-Man. Within moments, he disappeared underground, tunneling his way toward the command bunker. When he reached the foundation, he stopped, listening. His heightened senses picked up footsteps, voices, the hum of machinery. Finding a quiet corner, he emerged silently from below. Inside, the defenses were far more relaxed. The soldiers here believed themselves safe, unaware that their greatest threat was already beneath their feet. That assumption would prove fatal. Marcus moved through the hallways like a shadow, eliminating guards one by one. There were no gunshots, no alarms, only the soft thud of bodies hitting the floor. By the time anyone noticed the silence, it was already too late. Minutes later, the entire bunker was a tomb. Marcus stepped into the central operations room, the heart of Hydra's defense network. On the main screen, the commanding officer was barking orders, calmly directing troop movements and relaying coordinates to the front lines. Around him, a dozen staff members worked frantically, their eyes glued to tactical readouts. None of them realized that death itself was already standing in the room. The Black Reaper had arrived. _____. Shout out to Draco. A huge thank you to Draco for joining my Patreon and supporting the journey. Your support means a lot and helps keep the chapters coming faster. Welcome to the VIP Club. Sparkles. Chapter 104, Chapter 103, Misguided Command. 1094 words. The shield strike force was pinned down under a relentless storm of enemy fire. Were it not for Thor and the Hulk holding the line, they would have already been reduced to ashes. As things stood, merely surviving in their current position felt like a small miracle. Advancing any farther was out of the question. Thor swung Mjolnir in a wide arc, unleashing a surge of blinding lightning that obliterated a swath of Hydra soldiers. Their bodies convulsed violently as they fell, smoke rising from charred armor. But no sooner had they dropped than fresh troops surged forward to take their place, keeping up the merciless barrage of plasma and artillery. A pulse blast from an electromagnetic cannon slammed into the Hulk's chest, the explosion shaking the ground and forcing the green behemoth to stumble back a step. Though unscathed, his grimace betrayed that the attack wasn't painless. More Hydra tanks were rolling into position, their cannons charging, ready to buy their army another few minutes. But even a few minutes could prove disastrous. Captain America's gaze lifted toward the distant mountains, the Hydra long-range artillery positions. Marcus's earlier deception had forced Hydra to hesitate before firing, but if they lingered here much longer, even that advantage wouldn't save them. Once those cannons started raining death again, there would be nothing left but craters and corpses. Miracles aren't that easy, Marcus, Steve muttered under his breath, gripping his shield. He wanted to believe in the young operative, but no miracle could overturn such overwhelming odds. Not when the enemy's sheer numbers and superior weaponry left them utterly outmatched. The only possible counterbalance would be unleashing the Hulk's full power, abandoning reason, giving into pure rage, and becoming an unstoppable force of destruction. But if that happened, Hydra wouldn't be the only casualty. There'd be no stopping him. Not even the Avengers could. Steve suspected Nick Fury was already considering pulling Hulk off the field before Hydra did something reckless enough to unleash the apocalypse. Meanwhile, on Hydra's side, the shift in momentum had bolstered morale. The black-haired specter who'd been haunting them had seemingly vanished. Perhaps, they whispered, he'd been caught in the earlier friendly fire bombardment. It was the only explanation they dared hope for. If so, the men who'd perished under their own artillery had died as heroes, a small price to pay for ridding them of the demon. At the front, a Hydra field commander barked orders to maintain fire and hold the line when a communications officer ran up, out of breath, clutching a receiver. Urgent message from forward command. The officer pressed the communicator into his superior's hand. The commander lifted it to his ear, and froze as he heard the order. Retreat from the position. Sir, we're on the verge of annihilating SHIELD. Why would we? Repeat, withdraw from B sector, Hill 11. Regroup at D sector, Grid 6. You have 10 minutes to execute. Move immediately. The voice on the other end was firm, leaving no room for argument. And in Hydra's ranks, orders were absolute. Gritting his teeth, the commander glared toward the embattled SHIELD troops, silently cursing his superior's incompetence. Damn fool, he muttered bitterly before shouting, all units. Fall back. 10 minutes to reach D sector, Grid 6, move. The roar of Hydra's guns began to fade. The tank battalions that had been hammering the Hulk abruptly ceased fire and started to withdraw. Captain America's eyes narrowed. The shift was unmistakable. Something's wrong, he murmured, but he didn't hesitate. Everyone, forward. Don't waste the opportunity. Leading the charge himself, Steve sprinted ahead as the enemy lines broke. The shield troops surged after him, storming the abandoned position. Moments later, the very trench they had just vacated exploded under the thunder of Hydra's long-range artillery. Shells rained down like fiery meteors, consuming everything in a storm of flame and ash. When the bombardment finally ceased, nothing remained of their old position but scorched earth. If they had been even seconds slower, they would have been obliterated. But why had Hydra retreated so suddenly? Why order such a withdrawal when victory was within reach? And then things got even stranger. Through binoculars, Steve watched multiple Hydra squads marching in random directions, colliding into one another, creating chaos across the battlefield. Entire platoons were tripping over their own ranks, moving with no coordination at all. "Are they serious?" a soldier muttered in disbelief. "Who's giving these orders, a lunatic?" Steve frowned. No competent commander would make such absurd tactical decisions. His eyes widened. "Marcus." He switched on the comms. "Marcus, are you disrupting their command network?" The reply came with calm amusement. "No," Marcus said. "I'm controlling it." He leaned back casually in the Hydra command center, one boot propped on the strategy table, surrounded by unconscious officers and technicians. The monitors flickered with static, the feeds already hijacked. Before taking over, he'd used Stark's hacking protocols to disable every surveillance camera in the area, ensuring no one outside knew the bunker had fallen. Now, with Hydra's communications grid at his fingertips, he spoke into the command microphone, his voice perfectly mimicking the tone of the original officer. One by one, he issued conflicting orders, retreats, redeployments, and bombardment requests that hit nothing but their own lines. Within minutes, Hydra's entire central command had dissolved into pandemonium. As the saying goes, you don't fear a godlike enemy, you fear an idiot ally. And now, thanks to Marcus, Hydra's vast army had become an army of idiots. No matter their numbers, no matter their technology, even the mightiest force couldn't win under the weight of its own stupidity. "Who's running the command post?" Baron Strucker roared, his face cycling from pale to crimson to nearly black with rage. His fist came crashing down on the table, splintering it in two. A panicked aide stammered, "We've sent nearby patrols to check the bunker, sir, but we haven't heard anything back." I think. The Black Reaper. Damn that Black Reaper. Strucker's voice echoed through the fortress halls, raw fury shaking the very walls. His wrath could do nothing to change the truth. Hydra's lines were collapsing, not from Shield's might but from within. And in the center of that chaos, the Reaper himself sat calmly, smiling behind his mask. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 85+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 105, Chapter 104, Chaos in the City. 1085 words. Marcus, I can practically hear Strucker screaming from here. You've single-handedly turned 1,000 Hydra troops into a confused mess, Captain America said through the comms, unable to hide the admiration in his tone. Even though neither side had actually seen Marcus in action, no one could deny that his influence on the battlefield had been decisive. They defeated themselves, Marcus replied coolly, his voice edged with sarcasm. I just gave them a little guidance. From a high cliff, he watched as Captain America led the remaining SHIELD soldiers through the artillery's blind zone, rallying them toward the Hydra fortress. Seeing their determination, Marcus gave a faint nod of approval. Beneath that same cliff, however, was a mass of Hydra soldiers, the remnants of Strucker's forces who had unknowingly gathered there because of Marcus's falsified orders. Under Strucker's latest command, they were preparing to redeploy, but his timing couldn't have been worse. Marcus hoisted the massive BFG rifle onto his shoulder. The weapon, nearly the size of a rocket launcher, began to hum with energy. He took aim at a snow-covered section of the cliffside, a natural load-bearing ridge packed with tons of earth and ice. The gun's barrel glowed with blinding orange light before unleashing a devastating plasma beam. The shot struck true. The supporting rock shattered instantly, unable to withstand the immense pressure above it. The overhanging snow and soil began to crumble, cascading downward in a roar that built into an unstoppable avalanche. The Hydra soldiers below looked up in confusion at the ominous rumbling overhead. Realization dawned on them just as the mountain itself seemed to fall from the sky. "Fuck," one of them managed to shout, the last word any of them would ever utter. The avalanche hit with apocalyptic force. Tons of snow, ice and rock tore through the forest, sweeping away trees, tanks and soldiers alike. Even the heaviest armored vehicles were tossed around like toys, buried and crushed beneath the rushing tide of destruction. From his perch, Marcus watched the chaos unfold, smiling faintly as he raised a hand in mock farewell to the doomed soldiers. When the roar finally subsided, all that remained of Hydra's central force was silence and ruin. After this disaster, Hydra's once formidable army had been reduced to Strucker's personal guard holed up in the fortress, and a handful of terrified survivors scattered in the snow. Now, only one obstacle remained, breaching the Hydra fortress itself. "Marcus, tell me that was your handiwork back there. Because if it was, damn. You've probably taken out more enemies than all of us combined," Captain America said, half in awe and half in disbelief. He wasn't wrong. While S.H.I.E.L.D.'s troops had been struggling to push forward, it was Marcus's actions that had turned the battle into a rout. "You're celebrating too soon, Captain," Marcus replied quietly. "The real fight hasn't even started yet." Hydra's rank and file were never his real concern. The true threats were still waiting inside the fortress, the twin experiments who hadn't yet revealed themselves, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. Those two would not be easy to handle. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from below. The earth trembled under Marcus's feet. Looking down toward the valley, he could see plumes of smoke and fire rising from the heart of Sokovia's city center. Buildings were collapsing one after another, the city lit by waves of flame. Police sirens wailed in the distance as convoys of vehicles rushed toward the chaos, to no avail. Whatever was happening down there wasn't something mortals could contain. Marcus didn't need long to guess who it was. "Hill," Captain America barked into the comms, "what's going on in Sokovia's civilian districts?" Hill's voice came through the channel, strained and urgent. "Captain, it's Abomination." "What?" Steve's expression darkened. "Why is he there?" "Sokovia City, downtown." The gray-skinned monster tore through the streets like a living earthquake. In each hand, Abomination clutched a police car, as if they were boxing gloves, swinging them wildly while bellowing with rage. Gunfire from the surrounding patrols pinged harmlessly off his armored hide. The bullets may as well have been raindrops. He snarled, hurling one of the cars into a building with enough force to bring down half the structure. Then, roaring with unrestrained fury, he charged at another skyscraper, crashing straight through its foundation. Concrete and steel buckled under his weight. Within seconds the tower began to tilt, then collapse completely, toppling into the next building like a chain of falling dominoes. The screams of trapped civilians were drowned out by the deafening sound of destruction. "Hulk!" Abomination's roar shook the air, a sound of pure hatred that shattered windows across entire city blocks. "Come out and face me." Until the Hulk appeared, nothing could stop him. Captain America's face hardened as he watched the disaster unfold on the feed. "At this rate, he'll level the entire city before sundown," he muttered. Then he opened a channel to Fury. "Nick, I don't know how he got loose, but he's here, and we need to help those civilians. Every operative we have is already committed to your assault," Fury shot back without hesitation. "You know we don't have the manpower to stop him. And don't forget why you're there in the first place. So we're just supposed to take the base first and deal with him later." Steve's voice rose, anger seeping through his usual calm. "By the time we're done here, there won't be anyone left to save. Stay on mission, Captain." Fury snapped. The line went dead. The two men represented opposing ideals: Steve, the spirit of America's conscience; Fury, the embodiment of its cold, pragmatic interest. There was never any reconciling the two. Marcus, listening silently to the exchange, exhaled through his nose. He hadn't expected Abomination to appear so soon. His plans were slightly thrown off. Still, if the monster wanted to waste his strength rampaging through the city, so be it. Let the so-called heroes deal with it. Marcus was no savior, and the lives of those people weren't his concern. He turned his gaze back toward the looming Hydra fortress, its black walls rising from the snow like a tomb. That was where his true objective waited. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 85+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, Clash of the Titans. 1138 words. Someone's calling for Hulk. The green giant raised his head, eyes narrowing toward the distant skyline of Sokovia. He could feel it, the presence of his old nemesis, that familiar pulse of rage that resonated with his own. Before anyone could stop him, Hulk let out a thunderous roar and began charging toward the city, each colossal step shaking the earth like an earthquake. When he reached full speed, he leapt high into the air and crashed down toward the city center like a meteor falling from the sky. "Hulk, wait!" Captain America shouted, but by then the massive green figure was already soaring through the air, a blur of fury and muscle. Fury, watching from the helicarrier, didn't even bother to protest. Instead, he gave a terse nod and said, "Let him go." If Abomination tears through Sokovia and reaches the fortress, he could destroy the zombie virus data. We've held back the bombardment for nothing if that happens. While they debated, the city below erupted with an earth-shattering roar. The two Gamma-born monsters, beings of pure strength and rage, had found each other once again in the heart of Sokovia. One, a mountain of green muscle whose very presence radiated raw power. The other, a gray-skinned monstrosity with jagged bone spines jutting from his back, eyes burning with bloodlust. The instant their gazes met, the air itself seemed to freeze, heavy with the killing intent of two beasts who lived only to destroy each other. "I'm back, Hulk!" Abomination bellowed. "Hulk smash you!" Their reunion needed no more words. Both roared as they charged, the ground crumbling beneath their feet. When they collided, the impact was like a nuclear blast. The shockwave alone sent cars flying and shattered the windows of every building within several blocks. The force ruptured underground gas lines, igniting a series of explosions that turned the city streets into a sea of fire. Engulfed in flames, the two monsters grappled and struck with primal savagery. Each punch could level a building, each kick sent shockwaves that reduced concrete towers to dust. From the mountainside, even shield forces could feel the tremors rippling through the earth. The sheer violence of the clash, pure, unrestrained physical might, rivaled the devastation of modern heavy artillery. At this rate, Sokovia would soon be nothing but ruins. Captain America's expression hardened as he saw the city still filled with civilians trapped in the chaos. He couldn't just stand by. "C-Squad, get down there now. Evacuate as many civilians as you can, move them as far away from Hulk and Abomination as possible." Black Widow grabbed his shoulder, shaking her head. "Steve, it's too late. We can't save them all. Even if it's just one person," he said firmly, "it's still worth it. War should never claim innocent lives, especially not a war we started." His words burned with conviction, but deep down he knew this was a risky decision. Dividing his forces at such a crucial moment could jeopardize the mission, and it would mean abandoning the men who had done the most to get them this far. "Marcus," Steve said over the comms, guilt heavy in his voice, "I hope you can forgive me. You fought hard to bring us here, but I have to send some of our men to help those people." "Do what you have to, Captain," Marcus replied calmly. There was no anger in his tone, only a distant understanding. In truth, his progress hadn't been nearly as difficult as Steve imagined. His combination of stealth and power allowed him to advance effortlessly. Not once had he encountered a real threat. And as for helping civilians, that was none of his concern. "Thank you, Marcus. You're a true hero." Marcus let out a quiet, humorless laugh, shaking his head. From the moment the virus was forced into his veins, that word had lost all meaning. Everything he'd done since, every life he'd taken, every plan he'd set in motion, had been for one purpose alone: his own survival and ambition. If Captain America ever learned that the chaos-consuming Sokovia, even the reappearance of Abomination, had all been set into motion by the hero he so admired, what would he think then? What a shame, Marcus thought. It's still not time to tell him. "Keep moving forward," Marcus said through the comms. "Hydra's not going to surrender that easily." He cut the connection and looked up. The Hydra fortress loomed ahead, a dark spire piercing the clouds. Within those walls, Baron Strucker was no doubt scrambling for a miracle of his own. How this standoff would end, between heroes, villains, and monsters alike, was anyone's guess. Inside Hydra's command center, Baron Strucker sat hunched over his desk, hands clutching his head in frustration. His once perfect plan had fallen apart completely. He had expected the Avengers to be his main problem, and he had prepared for that. But no one had warned him about the black-haired demon. This mysterious figure had turned his army inside out. Strucker's strategies, his defenses, his chain of command, all dismantled by a single unseen enemy. He destroyed the bunkers. He tricked the artillery into firing on their own. He infiltrated command and issued false orders, plunging the army into chaos. He triggered an avalanche that buried thousands alive. Every move was precise, ruthless, and executed without mercy. By the time Hydra realized what was happening, it was already too late. Now, Strucker's once proud army was in ruins, and he still knew nothing about his enemy, not his powers, not his motives, not even his face. On the computer screen before him, Marcus's file was marked Level 1 Threat, Maximum Priority. A long column of speculative notes filled the section on abilities, but under countermeasures there was nothing but a blank space. How do you defend against a ghost? Damn it! Strucker roared, snatching the laptop from the desk and hurling it to the floor. The screen shattered into pieces. In all his years leading Hydra, he had never encountered a hero so calculating, so merciless, so completely untouchable. Was he even human? "Baron," one of the aides said nervously, "the enemy forces are advancing on the fortress. We need new orders." Strucker took a deep breath, forcing down his fury. His eyes turned to the massive tactical display on the wall, jaw tightening. "Prepare my personal guard," he ordered coldly. "And summon the twins, the mutants. It's time for them to earn their keep. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 85+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 107, Chapter 106, The Scarlet Witch. 1082 words. Moments later, Hydra's final trump card, the mutant siblings Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, arrived before Baron Strucker. The instant they entered the chamber, Quicksilver spoke up, his voice sharp with anger. "Baron, our home, Sokovia, is under attack by the vile American forces. Civilians are dying, people haven't even evacuated yet. We must send troops to defend them." Their fury was genuine. The Maximoff twins had joined Hydra not out of loyalty, but vengeance. When they were only 10, their parents were killed in a U.S. bombing raid on Sokovia. Left orphaned and broken, they had volunteered for Hydra's human enhancement experiments, swearing one day to destroy those responsible. If Strucker refused to send help, the two were prepared to disobey him, and act on their own. The Baron met Quicksilver's burning gaze, immediately understanding the young man's intent. Instead of denying him outright, Strucker lifted a communicator and said solemnly, "All non-guard divisions of Hydra, deploy immediately to the residential districts below the mountain. Aid in the evacuation of Sokovia's civilians, they need our protection." His tone was righteous, but the move was pure manipulation. In truth, nearly every Hydra unit outside his personal guard had already been annihilated or routed by Marcus's relentless campaign. The few that remained were terrified, broken remnants, soldiers who could barely hold their weapons, let alone fight. But the twins didn't know that. To them, Strucker's words sounded like a selfless order to protect their people. Scarlet Witch gave a graceful nod, her voice soft but filled with conviction. "Thank you for your compassion, Baron. We'll fight for Hydra with everything we have." "Excellent," Strucker replied, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Hydra has never needed you more. Take my guard battalion and unleash your power. Leave no American soldier alive, and if you find that accursed black-haired demon, destroy him. For the future of Sokovia. Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra!" the twins echoed in unison. When the SHIELD strike force finally reached the base of the mountain, the narrow railway tunnel that served as the Hydra fortress's only entrance, they found the enemy already waiting. Heavy laser turrets lined the mouth of the tunnel, their barrels glowing faintly. Strucker's personal guard, his last surviving elite, stood in disciplined rows behind cover, weapons aimed at the shadows ahead. This was Hydra's final stand. Through his binoculars, Captain America surveyed the defensive line and exhaled. "Hydra's nearly out of troops," he murmured. "How many people has Marcus taken down on his own?" He shook his head, half in disbelief, half in admiration. Turning to his soldiers, he raised his voice. "All right, people, this is it. One last push. Let's finish this fight." The men and women of SHIELD straightened with renewed determination. They'd gone from being nearly wiped out to watching a single man, Marcus, turn the tide of an entire war. They admired him, but they also burned with pride. No soldier wanted to be remembered as dead weight. And now, with Hydra's numbers dwindling, this final charge looked like a guaranteed victory. Captain America stepped forward and hurled his iconic vibranium shield. The star-spangled disc spun through the air, gleaming under the dim mountain light, a symbol of courage and freedom, the call to charge. "Forward," he shouted. The shield arced toward the enemy line. Clang! A sudden flash of crimson light rippled through the air, and the shield slammed against an invisible barrier. A pulse of energy burst outward, sending the weapon spinning back and embedding it deep into the rocky ground at Steve's feet. The SHIELD soldiers froze in shock. Their gunfire followed moments later, and was immediately halted midair, every bullet striking the same shimmering scarlet wall and vanishing in a burst of sparks. Even those who rushed forward with grenades or melee weapons were thrown backward by a surge of unseen power, the impact strong enough to crack stone and dent steel. Yet the Hydra troops behind the barrier could fire freely, their lasers cutting through the air without resistance. It was a slaughter. Pinned down and outmatched, the SHIELD soldiers scrambled for cover. The battlefield that had seemed so one-sided a moment ago had suddenly turned into a nightmare. "What the hell is this?" Captain America growled, grabbing his shield and using it to block incoming fire. The barrier was like something out of a dream, or a nightmare, too unnatural, too powerful. Then, amidst the chaos, a figure rose above the Hydra ranks. A young woman, pale, graceful, and terrifyingly beautiful, floated into the air, her crimson coat flowing behind her like a banner of blood. Long blonde hair framed a face of haunting calm, and her eyes glowed with otherworldly light. Energy crackled around her fingers, painting the air in deep red hues. There was no mistaking her identity. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch. Her voice, soft yet commanding, carried easily across the battlefield. "You will go no further." The crimson energy swirling around her hands expanded outward, solidifying into a massive dome that encompassed the tunnel entrance, a perfect half-sphere of crackling scarlet light. Every Hydra soldier within its bounds was shielded, while any attempt to breach it from outside was instantly repelled. The barrier stretched far beyond the tunnel, covering the cliffs and the forest below. It was vast, far too vast. Wanda's control was still unstable. She was wasting enormous amounts of power keeping it this large. Captain America saw it immediately. That flaw was their only hope. "She can't control the size," he shouted through the comms. "Focus your fire on one point, all units, concentrate everything you've got on a single spot. Break through before she stabilizes it." "Understood." Thor called back, lightning crackling around him, as he raised Mjolnir high into the stormy air. At his command, the entire shield line unleashed its combined firepower, plasma rifles, grenades, and divine thunder all hammering down on one shimmering point of the Scarlet Witch's barrier. The dome pulsed under the onslaught, red energy rippling like waves in a storm. And as the earth shook and the skies burned, the war for Hydra's fortress entered its final stage. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 90+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 108, Chapter 107, Quicksilver Versus. Thor. 1132 words. From Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir, torrents of lightning surged forth with a sharp, crackling roar. Thick, blazing bolts of electricity coiled like serpentine dragons, striking head-on against Scarlet Witch's crimson barrier. The collision between thunder and chaos magic created a brilliant explosion of light. For a brief moment, the two forces seemed evenly matched. But balance never lasts long in battle. Thor was not fighting alone. A barrage of rockets and a hail of bullets followed immediately after the lightning strike, hammering against the glowing scarlet dome. Under the combined assault, the shimmering barrier began to fracture, and finally, a circular breach nearly 5 meters wide burst open in the magical wall. It wasn't a large opening, but it was enough for a squad to slip through. "All right, everyone, with me, wait. Hold your fire." Captain America's voice rang out sharply as he raised a fist to halt his men. The soldiers froze mid-charge. Before their eyes, the hole they had worked so hard to open began to seal itself. The crimson energy surged inward, tendrils of light weaving together as if the barrier were alive. Within seconds, half the gap had already vanished. By the time they could reach it, the breach would be too small to pass through, or closed entirely. "She can repair it that fast," Steve muttered through clenched teeth, slamming his fist into a nearby tree in frustration. He knew Thor's lightning strikes required a brief charge between attacks. Their one perfect opportunity had just been wasted. But Thor, as always, had no patience for waiting. While the others held back, the Thunder God surged forward, Mjolnir spinning in his hand. In a streak of lightning, he hurled himself through the shrinking opening, slipping past just as the last traces of crimson light sealed shut behind him. "Thor!" Steve shouted, but it was too late. Inside the barrier, Hydra's soldiers instantly turned their weapons on the intruder. Dozens of heavy laser cannons and energy rifles opened fire at once. The air was filled with blinding beams of destruction. Thor swung his hammer in furious arcs, deflecting several shots, but even he couldn't block them all. The sheer volume of Hydra's alien technology forced him to dive off the edge of a cliff, seeking cover among the shattered rocks below. He was lucky. If Scarlet Witch had possessed full control of her power, that impulsive charge would have been a suicide mission. Still, the God of Thunder was not one to retreat quietly. From his hiding place, he called up to the captain through the barrier, his voice steady and proud. "I'll handle the witch. Wait for my signal to break through." "You don't look fine from here," Captain America replied, pointing to the jagged gaps in Thor's armor. "Oh, that. It was itching, so I scratched it off myself." Thor's grin had barely formed when a blur of blue light streaked past him like a lightning bolt, but faster. He barely saw the movement before he was spun in the air like a rag doll and slammed hard into the ground, armor fragments scattering in every direction. "Still itching?" I can help you with that, a voice mocked. Standing a few meters away was a lean young man in a silver and blue combat suit, his stance relaxed and smug. The air shimmered around him with residual kinetic energy. Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver. Thor gritted his teeth, clutching Mjolnir. Not bad. He raised the hammer and hurled it with all his strength. The enchanted weapon cut through the air faster than any bullet, but to Quicksilver, it was crawling. With a casual smirk, the speedster sidestepped, vanishing in a streak of azure light before the hammer even passed by. By the time Mjolnir circled back, Quicksilver was already behind Thor. He struck, a blur of motion and a flash of pain, sending the god of thunder crashing to the ground again before he could even react. Thor's world spun. The hit had come and gone faster than thought. He hadn't even seen the attack, only felt the impact afterward. Quicksilver slowed his pace, walking casually past the fallen Asgardian. He looked down, smirking. Didn't see that one coming, huh? I saw it. Lightning roared. Mjolnir shot back into Thor's hand, crackling with power as he slammed it into the ground. The impact unleashed a violent ring of electricity, a storm of white-blue lightning expanding in a 20-meter radius. Everything within range, rock, metal, and air, was scorched and split apart by the storm's fury. Everything except Quicksilver. The speedster was nowhere to be seen. Thor looked up just in time to see him standing safely at the top of the cliff, smirking down at him from above. Nice trick, Quicksilver taunted, crossing his arms. But how long can you keep it up? He wasn't wrong to be cautious, even he knew better than to test his luck against divine lightning. But as long as he stayed outside the strike zone, Thor couldn't touch him. Realizing this stalemate couldn't continue, Thor reluctantly withdrew the lightning field. It wasn't that Quicksilver was faster than light, it was that Thor's every movement, every wind-up, looked agonizingly slow to someone who lived in a world of microseconds. To Thor, Quicksilver was a blur. To Quicksilver, Thor was moving in slow motion. Hydra's data logs had thoroughly documented Thor's combat style, every strike, every swing, every reaction time, all analyzed and catalogued by alien technology. Quicksilver had studied it. He knew Thor's every habit and opening. Thor, on the other hand, knew nothing about his opponent's abilities. It was a completely one-sided fight. No matter how many lightning bolts he hurled, no matter how furiously he swung Mjolnir, Quicksilver was always gone before the blow landed, a phantom dancing between flashes of thunder. The god of thunder's raw might was terrifying, but against an enemy too fast to see, it meant nothing. His attacks scorched only air and stone. Each miss, each futile strike, only made Thor's frustration grow. His power was vast, but what use was it when he couldn't even touch his enemy? Fighting Quicksilver was like trying to swat a mosquito with a hammer, and missing every single time. Author's note. In this story, Quicksilver's characterization and ability set primarily follow the Avengers film version, though certain aspects and abilities from the X-Men movies have been incorporated to expand his combat versatility. After all, the MCU's version of Quicksilver met his end far too soon. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 90+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, The Power of the Thunder God. 1113 words. Thor withdrew his futile lightning strikes and gripped Mjolnir tightly, his eyes fixed on the blur that was Quicksilver. He had already realized that, against an opponent whose speed defied human perception, trying to land a hit through sheer might was pointless. His only chance was to read his enemy's attack and strike in the instant of vulnerability that followed. Thor's at a huge disadvantage. "We need to find a way to help him," said Captain America, watching from beyond the Scarlet Witch's shimmering crimson barrier. To an observer, the fight below, raging amid the snowy forest beneath the cliff, might look like an even match, a one-on-one duel of gods. But in truth, the battlefield was far from fair. Hydra's heavy cannons lined the cliff behind the barrier, and Wanda's immense magical field limited Thor's mobility. Even his power of flight, one of his greatest advantages, was utterly useless here. "Marcus," Steve called over the comms, "you got any ideas?" "I'm working on it, Captain," Marcus replied calmly. But before any plan could be set in motion, Quicksilver struck. His body blurred into motion, a streak of blue lightning tearing through the battlefield. In an instant, he was upon Thor. The Asgardian reflexively raised Mjolnir to defend, but the speedster's form passed through him like a ghost, leaving behind nothing but a fading afterimage. Then, crack! A sharp pain struck the back of Thor's head. He spun, swinging Mjolnir in a wide arc, unleashing a crescent wave of lightning that lit up the entire forest. Trees shattered, snow burst into steam, and the ground burned beneath the fury of the storm. But when the blinding light faded, Quicksilver was gone again. Another afterimage. A second later, a blow from behind sent Thor staggering forward. He turned and slammed Mjolnir into the ground, shaking the snow and soil, but his hammer struck only emptiness. Quicksilver was everywhere and nowhere, his laughter echoing through the swirling blizzard. "Come on, Thunder God. Try and catch me." Thor's eyes flared with rage. He hurled Mjolnir once more, the weapon cutting through the air with earth-shattering force, but Quicksilver's smirk didn't even waver. He sidestepped at the very last instant, the hammer passing harmlessly through yet another flickering blur. Then the storm turned blue. The wind howled, forming a spiraling tornado that surrounded Thor, made up not of air, but of dozens of Quicksilvers flickering in and out of vision, each one a mirage of motion. Before Thor could recall Mjolnir, the assault began. A sharp left hook to the jaw sent his head snapping to the side. An uppercut followed immediately, lifting him off his feet. Before pain could even register, a two-handed strike crashed down, driving his head deep into the snow. The entire combo took less than half a second. As the storm of blue light dissipated, Quicksilver stood tall, breathing heavily but grinning in triumph. At his feet lay Thor, battered and dazed, his armor cracked and dented from the flurry of blows. "Well," Quicksilver panted, stretching his shoulders. "Guess that's 1-0. He turned his back to the fallen god and shrugged mockingly. "Puny god you are." Mjolnir, returning through the air, struck the ground beside its master with a dull thud. Thor didn't reach out to catch it. The hammer simply rested there, half buried in the snow. Speed, that was the deciding factor. Thor outmatched Quicksilver in every other aspect, strength, endurance, and divine might. But none of that mattered if he couldn't even touch his enemy. And this battlefield, bounded by Scarlet Witch's barrier, watched by Hydra's cannons, had turned all of Thor's advantages into shackles. He was a god trapped in a mortal cage. But gods do not fall so easily. "Thor." Captain America's voice thundered across the comms. "I know you're not finished yet." Having fought beside Thor for years, Steve knew the Asgardian's pride and tenacity. This wasn't the end. The son of Odin would never be defeated so easily. Dark clouds rolled overhead, swallowing the light. The wind howled louder, scattering the snow in violent whirlwinds. Then, a blinding bolt of lightning split the sky. It pierced the crimson barrier and struck Thor's body with a roar that shook the mountains. For an instant, the world turned white. Boom. When the glare faded, Thor was standing again, his armor reforged, glowing with divine power. The metal plates that had been shattered moments ago flew back to his body, sealing themselves in place as arcs of electricity danced across his frame. The storm bent to his will. The lightning bowed before him. And the air itself trembled with his rage. Had Wanda's barrier not contained the shockwave, half the forest would have been ripped from its roots. That was the power of the god of thunder, to call upon the storm itself, to command the fury of the sky. "Do you hear me, mortal?" Thor's voice boomed across the battlefield, his eyes glowing with pure white light. "You face the son of Odin, the heir to the throne of Asgard, the god of storms and thunder. Do not think you can mock a god without consequence. The sky themselves answered his roar. Black clouds churned and lightning flashed like the wrath of creation. A colossal thunderbolt crashed down, brighter and more violent than before, aimed squarely at the fleet-footed speedster. Scarlet Witch reacted instantly, throwing her arms wide as crimson energy flared from her fingertips. The two forces collided, red chaos magic against white-blue lightning, erupting into a storm of power that shook the mountains and lit up the sky. The shockwave hurled snow and debris in every direction, forcing even the soldiers outside the barrier to shield their eyes from the blinding light. Thunder and chaos raged against each other, neither giving way, neither prevailing. And through it all, Quicksilver stood near the heart of the storm, his smirk undimmed. Because he knew one thing: Thor could only strike where lightning could reach. And lightning, for all its power, could never catch what was already gone. As Thor raised his hammer once more, summoning the next bolt, Quicksilver's body blurred into motion again, a streak of blue light darting toward him faster than thought, faster than thunder. This was no longer a duel between man and God. It was a clash between lightning and the wind. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 90+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 110, Chapter 109, Planetary Strike. 1023 words. Just before reaching his top speed, Quicksilver reached into his pocket and took out a small metallic sphere. It gleamed silver in the light, perfectly round and polished to a mirror finish, its surface so smooth that one could already guess its intended purpose. Thor, realizing he could not possibly evade an attack at that speed, straightened his posture and braced himself. Lightning crackled along his armor, coiling around him like living serpents. He had already learned from their earlier exchanges, Quicksilver's strength could not match his own divine resilience. If he couldn't dodge the blow, then he would endure it. "You can't bring me down," Thor bellowed, his booming voice drowned by the roar of thunder. But instead of striking him, Quicksilver simply smiled. Then, in a flash of blue light, he sprinted past, not attacking, not even glancing back, just running straight past Thor as if the god weren't even there. Thor turned sharply, confusion flashing across his face. Quicksilver's azure trail was already a streak on the horizon, and in the next instant, even that vanished from sight. He hadn't turned. He hadn't stopped. He was still running. The others, watching from behind the barrier, were equally puzzled. "What's going on?" "Run away," one of the agents muttered in disbelief. Only one person on that battlefield truly understood what was happening. Wanda knew exactly what Quicksilver was doing. He wasn't running away. He was charging up. Quicksilver's power was super speed, and while he could maneuver easily at supersonic levels, twice the speed of sound, even, anything beyond that became exponentially harder to control. Once he broke past that threshold, turning or stopping became nearly impossible, much like a jet fighter that couldn't change direction in midair without tearing itself apart. The faster he went, the more limited his path became, until there was only one direction left to go, straight ahead. To achieve his highest possible velocity, Quicksilver needed distance, an impossibly long stretch to keep accelerating. For him, the world itself was a track. He could run across mountains, oceans, and skies alike. Terrain was no obstacle. The only limitation was the circumference of the planet. And that was exactly what he intended to use. If Quicksilver wanted to reach near light speed, he needed to run roughly 40,000 kilometers, the distance around the Earth. For anyone else, that would be absurd. But for Quicksilver, it would take only a few seconds. As his fading silhouette vanished beyond the horizon, his voice echoed faintly in the air, a taunting whisper that seemed to come from everywhere at once. "Thor. Speed is power. Have you ever been hit by the speed of light?" Moments later, the world itself noticed. Across multiple nations, military satellites and radar systems went haywire. Sensors picked up a massive object streaking across the surface of the Earth at incomprehensible speeds. The readings were dismissed as malfunctions. They had to be something moving near light speed on the planet's surface. Impossible. It was happening. After passing Thor, Quicksilver accelerated relentlessly, his every stride tearing through the sound barrier again and again. He sprinted across continents, leaving behind shockwaves that leveled trees and shattered windows. He dashed across mountain ranges, sped over endless oceans, and blurred through deserts and cities alike. In one instant, he was a storm racing across the Sahara, in the next, a streak of light skimming across the frozen glaciers of Antarctica. He circled the Earth once, running so fast that even the rotation of the planet seemed still. And then he turned back. From the other side of the world, Quicksilver raced straight toward Thor's position, not to strike with his own hand, but to unleash the weapon he carried. The metallic sphere in his palm, the one he'd held so tightly, was now his bullet. At that unimaginable velocity, even Quicksilver himself could not safely make contact without destroying his body. So, just before reaching impact range, he released the alloy sphere and let physics do the rest. The ball, propelled by the momentum of near-light speed, streaked through the air like a blazing meteor, its surface igniting from friction, turning white-hot as it tore through the sky toward Thor's chest. For Quicksilver, the world had slowed to stillness. The entire battlefield seemed frozen in time, the soldiers unmoving, the snow suspended in midair, lightning locked in mid-flash. And then, from that silent eternity, the impact came. The Earth itself seemed to tremble. To anyone watching in real time, there was no warning. 1 second Thor was standing tall, hammer raised, the next, a blinding flash erupted as the metal sphere slammed into his chest like a falling star. There was no sound, just force. Pure, unstoppable force. The impact launched Thor upward with such velocity that he vanished almost instantly, his body trailing fire as he shot through the clouds and broke through the atmosphere. If not for his divine Asgardian physiology, the strike would have punched a hole straight through his chest. Even so, the shockwave sent him reeling into unconsciousness. His vision went black the moment the sphere struck his heart. Within seconds, the god of thunder was flung beyond the pull of Earth's gravity, his armor burning, his body engulfed in flames as he tumbled helplessly into the void of space. Below, no one could comprehend what had just happened. The soldiers stared upward, speechless. They hadn't even seen the attack. One moment, Quicksilver had vanished, the next, Thor was gone, hurled into the sky like a missile, disappearing into the gray, snow-filled clouds. As silence fell over the battlefield, the only sound that remained was the low hum of dissipating energy. And Quicksilver. He was still running. After all, to slow down from near-light speed, he'd need to run around the Earth one more time. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 90+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 111, Chapter 110, Ability Analysis. 1020 words. Thor. Can you hear me? Captain America's voice echoed through the comms channel, his tone tight with worry. Static was the only response. No matter how many times he repeated the call, there was no answer. Unable to get through, he switched frequencies and hailed the shield. Command Center. Hill, can you track Thor's communicator signal? Hill's reply only deepened his concern. I'm sorry, Captain. GPS shows no response. His communicator might have malfunctioned, or he's no longer on Earth. A cold silence followed. Even Nick Fury, who had been letting Steve handle field command, finally cut in, his voice unusually grim. Captain, pull our forces back. We can't handle those 2 mutants right now. Steve hesitated. But Thor. Trust him, Fury interrupted. He's the god of thunder. When the comm line went silent again, Fury leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his temple, eyes fixed on the massive display showing the battle's chaos. Marcus had warned him about the twins, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, but seeing their power firsthand was something else entirely. They weren't just strong. They were catastrophic. In the space of minutes, they had brought down Thor, a god, without him even landing a decisive blow. Now Thor was lost somewhere beyond Earth's atmosphere. And with the upcoming New York offensive looming, losing him was a disaster. Captain America's voice broke the silence once again. "We can't just give up, Nick. We've come this far, with Marcus's help, we've almost breached Hydra's last line of defense." "This isn't giving up," Fury shot back. "It's strategy. If we keep pressing now, all we'll get is more body bags. Pull the team back, regroup, and prepare a countermeasure." After cutting the connection, Fury frowned deeply and turned to a smaller monitor beside him, one displaying the latest data logs. Just as Hydra collected data on the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D. did the same for any new threat they encountered. He opened the newest entries. File No, Mutant 004. Codename, Scarlet Witch. Threat Level, Alpha Class, Mid-Tier. Special Abilities, Extraordinary Telekinetic and Energy-Based Defensive Powers, Energy Signature, Crimson. Ability Analysis. Capable of telekinetically lifting herself to achieve limited flight. Her energy defense field functions similarly to a magical barrier. In moments of distraction, Thor's charged hammer throw was able to pierce her defenses. However, when fully focused, she can withstand any attack, even divine lightning. Weakness Hypothesis. Scarlet Witch's abilities, though extremely potent, depend on her line of sight. She must see her target to exert control, or maintain her psychic field. When Thor fought Quicksilver beneath the cliff, he remained outside her influence. Recommended strategy: target her eyesight to disrupt concentration, or strike when her focus lapses. Countermeasure proposal. High-intensity flash device for close-range use. File No, Mutant 005. Codename, Quicksilver. Threat Level, Alpha Class, Low Tier. Special Abilities, Extreme Speed and Reflex-Based Agility. Ability Analysis. Capable of sustained motion at approximately twice the speed of sound with exceptional maneuverability. At this velocity, he can dodge almost any attack as long as he senses danger. His theoretical speed limit is unknown. Satellite surveillance has confirmed readings of a near-light-speed object completing 2 full revolutions around Earth's surface. The report strongly suggests that the object is Quicksilver in an accelerated state. Weakness Hypothesis. While Quicksilver can dodge nearly any attack at high speed, his body cannot sustain that level of velocity indefinitely. After a major assault, he must slow down briefly to recover stamina, a window lasting only seconds. His habit of taunting opponents after landing a hit may be a tactic to disguise these recovery moments. However, predicting exactly where he stops is nearly impossible without real-time tracking. Countermeasure proposal. Wide-range, colorless paralysis gas, neutral to both enemy and ally to prevent advanced detection. Fury exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. Impressive, he muttered, scanning the reports. Even in a few minutes of combat, S.H.I.E.L.D. analysts had dissected the twins' powers, pinpointed their weaknesses, and drafted effective countermeasures. But there was one glaring issue. "Sir," a weapons technician called from across the bridge. "We haven't developed the flash missiles or dispersion-grade paralysis gas required for those plans. Even if we started now, it'd take days to prototype." Fury's brow furrowed. That was the S.H.I.E.L.D. way: observe, analyze, develop a specialized weapon, and then strike. But time was a luxury they no longer had. No matter how sharp his instincts or how detailed his plans, you can't conjure weapons out of thin air. "Get the weapons division moving," he ordered, his tone low and urgent. "I want those prototypes as soon as humanly possible. We need them before those two decide to come for us next." The twins had proven far too powerful to confront head-on. If S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to force another fight now, it would end in catastrophe. Unless another miracle occurred. Thor was gone. Hulk was locked in a brutal brawl with Abomination. Tony Stark had fallen out with Steve Rogers. Who, then, could possibly turn the tide? Fury's gaze shifted to the tactical map and then froze. His one good eye widened slightly as it caught a lone red signal marker far from the main forces, steadily moving deeper into Hydra's fortress. When did he get inside? Meanwhile, Quicksilver skidded to a stop, finally finishing his second lap around the planet. His lungs burned, his breath ragged, and beads of sweat ran down his forehead, the price of pushing his body to its limit. Still, a smug grin tugged at the corner of his lips. That attack had been worth it. 8,000 kilometers, 2 full orbits. He muttered between gasps. I'll need a minute to catch my breath. No one on the battlefield dared approach him now. They all thought S.H.I.E.L.D. had been crushed, that no one would be foolish enough to make another move. But the figure moving unseen through the ruins wasn't exactly human, not anymore. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 90+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 112, Chapter 111, Quicksilver's World. 997 words. Before anyone could react, a dark gray figure shot out from behind a nearby tree, moving with the ferocity of a lightning strike. In an instant, a blade flashed across Quicksilver's back, so fast that not even those watching could tell when the attacker had appeared. The blade, formed from Marcus's right hand, transformed into gleaming metal, sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Snowflakes split apart in its wake as the strike traced a bright silver arc straight toward Quicksilver's torso. For a heartbeat, no one understood what had just happened. Marcus's body twisted, one hand braced against the snow to steady himself after the follow-through. The blade, now reshaped into his arm again, dripped faintly with crimson. A single droplet of blood fell onto the snow, spreading into a small, vivid bloom of red. And Quicksilver, his figure had vanished. Marcus's gaze snapped upward. There he was, standing atop the cliff, clutching his right shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers and dripping steadily into the snow below. Even with his superhuman reflexes, Quicksilver hadn't fully avoided the attack. His speed might have carried him out of the strike zone, but not before Marcus's blade carved a long, shallow cut into his flesh. Too shallow. Marcus shook his arm, letting the last traces of blood fall to the ground. As expected of a man who lives by dodging blows, he thought. His reflexes are monstrous. If Quicksilver ever gained an ability like Spider-Man's, Spider Sense, Marcus mused, he'd be nearly untouchable, nothing in the world could hit him. The thought lingered for only a moment. Technically, this world was part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, not the comic continuity. Still, Marcus knew that in the original comics, Tony Stark had once developed the Iron Spider armor, capable of replicating Spider Sense. Perhaps, Marcus thought, in this version of the world, Stark could be persuaded to do the same. For now, though, Marcus's concern was simpler, that single cut was enough. Quicksilver's mutant physiology would resist the virus, forcing it into dormancy for now, but the infection was in. All Marcus needed to do next was defeat him. If S.H.I.E.L.D. withdrew their forces completely, sneaking into Hydra's base to seize Loki's scepter would be nearly impossible. With both Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver standing guard, infiltration without distraction wasn't an option. That left only one solution: Marcus himself had to act. Marcus, how did you even get in there? Captain America's voice broke through the comms, stunned. None of them had seen Marcus pass through the Scarlet Witch's impenetrable barrier. The answer was simple. The witch's barrier didn't extend below the surface. Marcus had used the same trick as before, burrowing underground to bypass it entirely. Of course, his tunneling wasn't true geokinesis. It was an extension of his metallic transformation, allowing him to cut through stone like a blade. But he couldn't transport others that way, just himself. Meaning he now stood inside the barrier alone, just as Thor had before him, forced to face an overwhelming opponent under impossible conditions. "So, you're the infamous black-haired demon," Quicksilver called down, narrowing his eyes. He didn't attack immediately. The air of confidence around Marcus, and that sudden, untraceable strike, made even him hesitate. The one-man army who wiped out an entire Hydra battalion. Marcus gave a small, amused smile. "That's a rather rude nickname. I prefer Hero of the Avengers, if you don't mind. It sounds a bit more dignified." His tone was teasing, but his mind was already working. From the moment he stepped onto this battlefield, his trap had begun. The two stood facing each other, Marcus in his gray-black tactical combat suit, Quicksilver in his tight blue uniform designed for high-speed friction resistance. Around them, the world seemed to hold its breath. The soldiers outside the barrier dared not move, sensing that one wrong sound could shatter the tension. Quicksilver's mind was racing. His thoughts, moving at superhuman speed, churned through every possible scenario, trying to predict Marcus's next move. But the truth was, he knew almost nothing about Marcus's powers. There was no data, no reference, no footage. Against an unknown enemy like this, there were no guarantees. In the end, impatience won out. Quicksilver dropped his hand from his bleeding shoulder and crouched low, one palm touching the frozen ground. His body tensed like a coiled spring. The moment his fingers brushed the snow, the world stopped moving. Super speed activated. The falling snow froze in midair, each flake suspended as though trapped inside a photograph. The droplet of blood from his wound hung beside him like a perfect red gem. Even the bullets shield soldiers were firing at the barrier outside crept forward at a snail's pace, barely inching through the air. This was Quicksilver's domain. The world of stillness. The world. Here, within this frozen instant, time crawled while he alone moved freely. Just as Nick Fury had theorized, maintaining this state was like holding one's breath, it couldn't last forever. He would need to return to normal time to recover eventually. But while within this accelerated world, Quicksilver was untouchable, invisible, unstoppable. "Let's see how you handle this," he murmured, his words so fast they dissolved into incomprehensible vibrations. To anyone outside his perception, it would sound like a faint metallic hum. With a smirk, he clenched his fists and lunged. He didn't aim for Marcus's front. Instead, he darted past him, a blur of blue, circling behind to strike from the blind spot, a counter for the earlier ambush. His confidence surged. Even Thor couldn't track me in this state, he thought. And this so-called demon. He's not even looking my way. Yes, Marcus's head hadn't turned. His eyes hadn't followed. To Quicksilver, it looked like an easy win. Just another slow, predictable opponent trapped in his motionless world. But appearances can be deceiving. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 40+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 113, Chapter 112, Magnetic Sense. 1017 words. As Quicksilver circled behind Marcus, confirming that his opponent hadn't even turned his head, he launched forward, accelerating into a blistering sprint. Within his accelerated world, even his own movements appeared deceptively calm, yet in normal time, his punch would move faster than the human I could follow. At least faster than a bullet. A thin, milky white halo of compressed air formed around his fist, the shockwave of breaking the sound barrier. This was the same high-speed strike that had once sent Thor flying. Most of Quicksilver's enemies never even realized they'd been hit before losing consciousness. But this time... What? A figure flew backward through the air, blood scattering in an arc that painted a crimson trail across the snow. Marcus calmly wiped his elbow, smearing away the splatter that wasn't his own. The one who had been sent hurtling backward was Quicksilver. His body crashed into the snow, skidding several meters and carving a shallow furrow before finally stopping. He blinked dazedly, his mind reeling from the impact. A purplish bruise began to bloom across his cheek. "Got hit," he muttered in disbelief. No one, neither the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents nor even Scarlet Witch, had seen what had actually happened. To them, Quicksilver had simply vanished, followed by Marcus suddenly jerking his arm backward in a sharp, minimal motion. A heartbeat later, Quicksilver went flying, as if he had rammed himself straight into Marcus's elbow. It was impossible. Completely inexplicable. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. command, Nick Fury barked an order. "Rewind that footage. Slow it down. As slow as it'll go." Technicians complied immediately, reducing the playback speed to the absolute minimum. On the high-speed camera feed, the world finally made sense. They saw Quicksilver darting behind Marcus and accelerating into a full-speed charge, his punch aimed squarely at Marcus's spine. Yet just before impact, Marcus's body moved. Barely but unmistakably. His muscles tensed, and with an almost imperceptible flex of his arm, his elbow thrust backward, exactly where Quicksilver's face would be. The result was instant. The combined force of Quicksilver's supersonic momentum and Marcus's precise counterblow struck like a meteor impact. The mutant had effectively run into Marcus's elbow at near-lethal velocity. And though Quicksilver's punch had connected, landing squarely on Marcus's side, it hadn't budged him an inch. His boots sank deeper into the snow, as though rooted into the earth. It looked like Marcus hadn't even been hit. "Unbelievable," Fury muttered, staring at the playback. The analysis team exchanged uneasy glances. Marcus hadn't just reacted by luck, this was premeditated. A trap perfectly laid in advance. He hadn't even looked back. There was no way he could have seen Quicksilver coming. Hearing him was impossible, sound waves couldn't reach him fast enough. Feeling the airflow? No chance. By the time a change in pressure arrived, Quicksilver's fist would already have struck. Fury's one good eye narrowed. His gaze shifted to the slow-motion frame showing the faint wound on Quicksilver's shoulder, the one Marcus had inflicted earlier, and then to Marcus himself, standing calmly with his BFG weapon slung across his back. The weapon's barrel contained a magnetic accelerator, lined with powerful electromagnets, one of which, Fury noticed, had a tiny gap. A piece was missing. His lips curved upward. "You clever bastard." He pieced it together instantly. Marcus had removed a fragment of one of the electromagnets, coated it using his metallic ability, and, during his earlier slash, implanted it into Quicksilver's body. The magnetic field lines between them had no speed limit. As long as Quicksilver remained within range, Marcus could feel every fluctuation in the field as though it were a touch on his own skin. He wasn't watching Quicksilver. He wasn't listening. He was sensing him. This was no ordinary perception. It was an evolved derivative of his metal-based ability, something that could only be described as magnetic sense. A power that most would dismiss as trivial, useless, even. Yet in Marcus's hands, it became a perfect counter to the fastest men alive. Fury exhaled slowly, impressed despite himself. He knew he wouldn't land a killing blow the first time. That cut wasn't a miss, it was insurance. He planned for this from the start. He leaned forward, rubbing his chin, as he studied Marcus's motionless form on the screen. But I doubt that's all he's got up his sleeve. On the battlefield, Quicksilver still hadn't understood what had happened. He pushed himself up, spitting out a chipped tooth into the snow. The pain burned through his jaw, but his pride hurt worse. He had prepared to lure Marcus in, to fake weakness, and then counterattack. Yet Marcus hadn't taken the bait, hadn't even moved. The opportunity slipped through his fingers. He staggered back several steps, widening the distance between them, warily observing his opponent. Marcus stood calmly, still facing away. "What's wrong?" Marcus asked with quiet amusement. Are you afraid now? Quicksilver's breathing hitched. The taunt made his blood boil. He clenched his fists, his eyes narrowing in frustration. Can you see me? He demanded, his voice slurred by his swollen jaw. Marcus didn't answer at first. Then, turning his head slightly, he smiled faintly. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, Quicksilver. The calm, dismissive tone only made Quicksilver's fury spike higher. His nerves screamed at him to act, to prove that he couldn't be read or outmatched. And yet, something about Marcus's composure terrified him. He couldn't shake the feeling that this unervingly still figure standing in the snow, knew exactly where he was at every moment. Just as Thor had once faced Quicksilver's speed, and found himself helpless, now the tables had turned. Quicksilver gritted his teeth, trembling with anger. He still didn't understand Marcus's secret, but one thing, at least, was certain. His speed was still far beyond anything Marcus could muster. As long as he was careful, there was no way this man could hit him again. Shout out to Severian. A huge thank you to Severian for joining my Patreon and supporting the journey. Your support means a lot and helps keep the chapters coming faster. Welcome to the VIP Club. Sparkles. Chapter 114, Chapter 113, Weakness Exposed. 1,105 words. No matter how Marcus managed to sense his movements within the superspeed field, Quicksilver had made up his mind. He would not get close to that dangerous, unpredictable black-haired Reaper again. That was precisely what Marcus wanted. The counterattack earlier, that sharp elbow that had sent Quicksilver flying, had been carefully calculated, but it had also relied on one critical moment of weakness and a touch of luck. If Marcus truly could track Quicksilver's movements with perfect accuracy, that strike wouldn't have been a mere elbow, it would have been a killing blow, a tenfold iron punch or a high-frequency slash. The truth was, Quicksilver had no idea that Marcus was tracking him through the faint magnetic field emitted by the fragment of magnet embedded in his body. Even Nick Fury, with all his experience, wouldn't have figured it out without knowing Marcus's metallic physiology. And as everyone knew, the unknown breeds fear. For now, Quicksilver decided to switch tactics. Marcus, don't let your guard down. Captain America called out from beyond the barrier. Victory was far from certain. Until Quicksilver was completely neutralized, the fight was far from over. And judging by Quicksilver's posture, he had indeed thought of something new. Reaching to his waist, Quicksilver drew a massive revolver, the barrel so large it looked almost absurd. Its design resembled a custom-built Smith & Wesson M500, but this was no civilian model. This was a Hydra-engineered anti-metahuman weapon, designed specifically for killing superhumans. The revolver's caliber was an unbelievable 17 mm, comparable to most anti-material sniper rifles. Each round was a special high-density alloy hollow point, a piece of cutting-edge Hydra technology, engineered not just for penetration, but for sheer destruction. It was overkill incarnate, a weapon that could blow a hole the size of a fist through reinforced armor, or through a human chest. The gun had been a gift from Baron Strucker himself. Normally, Quicksilver hated firearms, too slow, too clumsy for his taste, but since it was a gift from the man who had sheltered and empowered him, he had kept it. He never expected to actually use it. Its recoil was monstrous, unmanageable for an ordinary soldier, but Quicksilver, though not a powerhouse by mutant standards, possessed far greater strength than any normal man. For him, even this beast of a revolver was controllable. He raised the weapon with one hand, the barrel steady, the black muzzle aimed straight at Marcus's head. Marcus smirked slightly. That's your big plan? A gun? Quicksilver's eyes narrowed. Not just a gun. Bang. The shot rang out like a cannon blast, echoing through the mountains. A thumb-thick bullet spun out from the barrel, trailed by a violent burst of muzzle fire that bloomed like a rose of flame. The projectile rocketed toward Marcus's forehead, faster than anyone else could even register. To everyone else, it was a single blinding flash. To Quicksilver, it was a snail's crawl. Superspeed field activated. The world froze once more. Snow hung motionless in midair, and the gun's smoke dispersed as slowly as fog at dawn. The bullet drifted forward lazily, spinning in the still air. To Quicksilver it was moving at a crawl, but in normal reality, it would strike faster than lightning. He wasn't satisfied with just one shot. While the first bullet floated midair, he sprinted behind Marcus in an instant and fired again, this time, aiming straight for the heart. Then he darted to the left and fired a third shot, this one at Marcus's ankle. Then came the fourth. And the fifth. The revolver's cylinder clicked empty. Because of its enormous caliber, the gun could only hold 5 rounds. But that was all he needed. Each of the 5 bullets hovered midair, slowly advancing toward Marcus from 5 different angles, the head, heart, shoulder, side, and ankle, all converging on him at once. Each round, according to Hydra's engineers, could pierce tank armor and still kill the driver inside. Against flesh and bone. It was unspeakably lethal. Quicksilver grinned, admiring the deadly geometry of his trap. Let's see how you get out of this one, Reaper. He stepped out of his accelerated state. Time resumed. Marcus's eyes widened slightly as he instantly sensed the incoming threat, 5 bullets, screaming toward him from every direction. He had no time to dodge them all. He didn't hesitate. His right hand transformed into steel and shot upward, intercepting the one aimed for his forehead, the shot that would destroy his brain. SHNK. The other 4 struck true. Each one tore through him with explosive force, blasting out bloody craters the size of bowls. One punched through his shoulder. Another through his ribs. A third shattered his thigh. The fourth, a direct hit to the chest, obliterated his heart. The snow turned red beneath him, stained by the cascade of blood spraying from his wounds. Marcus! Captain America shouted, panic flashing across his face. But then, something miraculous happened. The blood flow slowed. The wounds began to pulse. Muscle fibers started to knit back together, bone fragments drew inward, reattaching and fusing. Within seconds, fresh flesh filled the craters, skin regrew over the top, and the horrific injuries vanished as though they'd never existed. Only his torn, blood-soaked combat suit remained as evidence that he had ever been injured. Quicksilver exhaled sharply, his eyes narrowing. Rapid regeneration. So that's your trick. At last, some understanding. Fighting an unknown ability was the worst kind of torture. Now that he had seen Marcus's secret, the reason he kept surviving, the pressure eased. And yet, Quicksilver's analytical mind had caught something else. You blocked the one aimed at your head. He said slowly, his tone sharpening. That's your weakness, isn't it? It was a simple deduction, but a deadly one. With his enhanced vision, Quicksilver had clearly seen that Marcus had enough time to block one bullet, any of them. Yet he had chosen to protect only the one that threatened his skull. That could only mean one thing. Marcus's regeneration worked on everything, except his brain. A faint grin spread across Quicksilver's bruised face as he steadied his weapon, eyes gleaming with renewed confidence. Your body can heal, he said coldly. But if I destroy your head, even you won't come back from that. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 40+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 115, Chapter 114, The Moon of the Cage. 1001 words. You can try if you dare, Marcus said calmly, showing not a hint of panic. He knew that showing fear would only confirm his enemy's suspicions. Crushing the deformed hollow-point bullet in his palm, he tossed the mangled metal into the snow. That Quicksilver had deduced his weakness so quickly was something Marcus hadn't foreseen. He wasn't omniscient, nor was he some kind of flawless tactician. His strength lay in caution, not ingenious. Knowing his own limits, Marcus had always made it a rule never to expose more of his abilities than necessary. Yes, his weakness was the head. But that didn't bother him much. If Quicksilver focused all his attacks there, Marcus's job would actually become easier. With full concentration, he could reinforce his skull using his biometal transformation, forming a hardened alloy helmet that could withstand nearly anything. Even a weapon capable of puncturing tank armor wouldn't easily pierce through a shell created from his full power. As long as he protected his head, he would live. You don't seriously think I plan to shoot you, do you? Quicksilver's mocking voice cut through Marcus's thoughts. He casually tossed the revolver aside and rolled his shoulders. That gun's not really my style. I was just stalling for time and testing you. From his pocket, he retrieved a small metallic orb, the same weapon he had used to send Thor hurtling into space. Which could only mean one thing: he had fully recovered from his previous exertion. Marcus's heart sank slightly. If Quicksilver truly intended to use that earth-encircling strike again, the situation was dire. Even Thor, god of thunder, hadn't withstood it. Under normal circumstances, Marcus might have risked taking the hit, but now that Quicksilver knew his weak spot, the next strike could very well be fatal. There was no blocking something that fast. The orb would be traveling at near light speed, guided precisely toward his skull. Dodging was impossible. Even someone with spider sense like Spider-Man would see the blow coming, and still be unable to avoid it. It would be nothing less than a death sentence. Let's see how you like the taste of light speed. Quicksilver crouched low, his fingers brushing the snow as he prepared to sprint. Once he started running, Marcus wouldn't even have time to blink. The best-case scenario. Marcus would end up just like Thor, blasted beyond the atmosphere, left to drift helplessly among the stars. Then, he launched forward. "No!" Captain America slammed his fist against the Scarlet Witch's barrier, his voice raw with desperation. He knew exactly what was coming. After what had happened to Thor, he understood this move was unstoppable. No one, not even Marcus, could survive it. But the barrier held strong, rippling faintly under his blows. The captain's strength meant nothing before Wanda's power. He could do nothing but watch. The Avengers could not afford to lose another core member. "Run, Quicksilver," Marcus murmured, a thin smile curving his lips. "Go on, let's see where you stop." He turned his head slightly, eyes glinting with quiet confidence. "Did you really think I was standing still this whole time for no reason?" Quicksilver, moving faster than sound itself, couldn't hear his words. But just seconds into his sprint, something unexpected happened. He felt resistance, real resistance. His momentum faltered as his boots carved two long blood-streaked lines across the snow. The metallic orb slipped from his grasp, spinning violently as it flew forward. Then came the sparks, brilliant, blinding sparks of gold bursting in midair. At first, Quicksilver thought it was just friction from the orb's motion. But then he saw it, a hair-thin metal wire, stretched taut between two trees. The orb had struck it dead on. The indestructible metal sphere had been deflected, leaving behind a deep gouge where it hit the wire. And that was only one strand. As Quicksilver's eyes darted around, his breath caught. There weren't just one or two wires, there were hundreds, crisscrossing between the surrounding trees. The thin, nearly invisible threads wove through the air like a spider's web of death, so dense that even a child couldn't slip through. Steel piano wire, strong enough to slice through bone. Quicksilver froze. He tried to move carefully, darting to the side, only to see more wires stretched across the snow in every direction. Everywhere he turned, there were lines. Within a 50-meter radius, Marcus had created an invisible cage, a dense metallic web stretching from tree to tree, up through the air, and even across the snow. A perfect trap. The forest. The stillness. Marcus's refusal to move an inch. It all made sense now. He hadn't been fighting. He'd been building. Quicksilver's eyes widened as realization struck. He tore at the snow beneath Marcus's feet, and there it was. Thick, silver tendrils of metal snaked through the frost-like roots, branching outward from Marcus's legs and into the surrounding trees. Each tendril was connected to the web, feeding it with strength and tension. Oh no! It hit him all at once. The trap wasn't random. It was deliberate, methodical, crafted from the very moment Marcus had entered the battlefield. This entire area was a cage, and Quicksilver had walked right into it. No matter how fast he was, his body still took up space, still had volume. And for these razor-thin wires, speed wasn't a threat, it was a weapon against the user. The faster he moved, the harder and deadlier the impact. For the first time in a long while, Quicksilver felt something he almost never experienced, fear. He had run straight into his own death trap. Fuck. He hissed through gritted teeth, the curse slipping out before he could stop it. Now he understood. The long battle, the taunting, the waiting, it had all been to buy time. Marcus hadn't been improvising. He'd been weaving a cage. And by the time Quicksilver realized it, it was already far, far too late. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 90+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 116, Chapter 115, The Provocation. 1058 words. As I thought, Nick Fury murmured, eyes narrowing as he watched the live feed from the SHIELD helicarrier's command deck. A perfect trap for someone like Quicksilver. When he'd first learned of Marcus's metallic physiology, Fury had assumed the man would fight like Colossus, using brute force and durability in close combat. But what he was seeing now was something far more terrifying. It wasn't just power, it was intellect. In Marcus's hands, the metal-based ability had become the ultimate stealth weapon. Silent, patient, and lethal, a power that turned the battlefield itself into a hidden snare. Quicksilver, who just moments ago had believed himself invincible, now finally realized the truth. He had been dancing inside Marcus's web from the very beginning. The man he thought was reacting to his attacks had actually been guiding him toward defeat all along. Under Marcus's control, the web of metallic wires surrounding Quicksilver began to shift, each strand thickening and merging into gleaming plates of steel. Quicksilver tried to punch a way out, but without the space to accelerate, his blows barely dented the surface. Within moments, the metallic threads had fused into solid walls, forming a sealed cube of reinforced metal. Inside, there was nothing but pitch-black darkness. No sound, no light, only the oppressive weight of silence. For Quicksilver, it was as though the world itself had stopped. His heightened senses screamed confusion, even time felt muted here. A faint rush of air broke the stillness. Instinctively, Quicksilver darted across the cube at lightning speed, just in time to avoid a deadly strike. Marcus could no longer see him, but that didn't matter. The fragment of magnet embedded in Quicksilver's shoulder still pulsed faintly in his magnetic field, mapping every movement, every step. Even in darkness, Marcus could sense him perfectly. The missed attack didn't frustrate Marcus, it only made his smirk deepen. To him, Quicksilver was already a trapped animal, thrashing against the inevitable. He reached out and brushed his hand against the cold metal wall of the cube. Execute, God's spear. From the wall behind Quicksilver, a blade erupted, a spear of solid metal propelled with impossible force. Before Quicksilver could even register what was happening, the blade punched clean through his torso. The blow wasn't fatal, Marcus had aimed precisely to avoid killing him outright, but the wound was deep, savage, and utterly beyond recovery. Even the world's best surgeons wouldn't be able to save him now. It was the kind of strike that only an assassin, or a soldier like the Winter Soldier, could deliver. Efficient. Merciless. Marcus stepped back, watching as Quicksilver slumped to his knees, his blood splattering against the steel. He didn't need him dead, not yet. A dying Quicksilver would serve his next purpose far better than a corpse. Moments later, the watching agents on the helicarrier's screens gasped in disbelief. Marcus had vanished from the cube entirely, and reappeared behind the SHIELD strike team, dragging Quicksilver's limp body behind him. No one had seen how he got out. He threw Quicksilver onto the back seat of a nearby tactical bike and fastened the restraints casually, like someone handling a broken weapon. Captain America rushed forward, eyes wide. "That was incredible, you did it. You're our hero today." But Marcus didn't even look at him. His tone was cold, flat. "I'm no hero, Captain. I never was, and I never will be. I'm just a killer who gets things done." Once Quicksilver was secured, Marcus swung a leg over the bike, but the direction of his handlebars made Steve frown. He wasn't heading toward the Hydra Fortress, or toward the SHIELD. "Marcus, where are you going?" Marcus glanced back over his shoulder, his expression unreadable. "I'm going to lead her away. You get your men inside." Steve's eyes widened. "Marcus, you can't fight her alone. Scarlet Witch isn't someone you can take on by yourself." Marcus revved the engine, snow kicking up around the tires. His gaze turned steely. "In war, Captain, someone has to lose so that others can win." And with that, he gunned the throttle and tore down the mountain path, ignoring Steve's calls to stop. Of course, Marcus's motives weren't nearly as noble as they sounded. This wasn't about heroism, it was about necessity. He needed Wanda alive, angry, and chasing him. He needed her to fall right into the next trap. The bike roared through the snow like a streak of black lightning, leaving a trail of churned ice in its wake. Quicksilver's unconscious body bounced limply on the back seat as Marcus descended the slope at full speed. Naturally, Wanda noticed. "Pietro." Her crimson eyes burned as her fury ignited. Raising her arms, she summoned the surrounding snow and ice into the air. Within moments, the storm condensed into a massive ice spear, spinning violently as raw scarlet energy wrapped around it like living fire. "Put my brother down," she screamed. Her voice, though belonging to a young woman, carried the weight and terror of the Hulk's roar. Marcus smirked and called back through the snowstorm, his voice calm, deliberate, mocking. "If you want him back, then come and get him." The provocation worked. Wanda's fury erupted like a dam breaking. The massive spear whirled faster, glowing red-hot under the surge of her chaotic magic. "You're digging your own grave." With a final motion, she hurled the colossal ice spear like a missile. It ripped through the air toward Marcus's bike, trailing a crimson vortex. Boom! The explosion shook the mountain. The impact obliterated the trail, sending a wave of snow, ice, and fire into the air. The blast triggered an avalanche, a roaring wall of white swallowing everything in its path. Within seconds, the mountain was engulfed in chaos, snow thundering down like the wrath of the gods. When the smoke and frost finally began to clear, Marcus was gone. Buried beneath tons of snow, or worse. "Marcus, do you copy?" Captain America shouted desperately into his comms. There was no reply. The static silence was deafening. Just like Thor before him, Marcus had vanished without a trace. SHIELD's trackers registered nothing. No signal. No heartbeat. No movement. He was simply gone. __. Shout out to Mr. Watt. A huge thank you to Mr. Watt for joining my Patreon and supporting the journey. Your support means a lot and helps keep the chapters coming faster. Welcome to the VIP Club. Sparkles. Chapter 117, Chapter 116, Vanished Once More. 1082 words. The Scarlet Witch's furious strike had blasted Marcus out of sight, but she, too, paid a steep price for her recklessness. The immense expenditure of psychic energy had drained her strength, and the magical barrier protecting Hydra's final line of defense began to dissolve. Exhausted and trembling, she was left vulnerable, a result of her blind rage and the shock of seeing her brother fall. With the barrier gone, SHIELD forces wasted no time. Fueled by the losses of both Thor and Marcus, they surged forward, their grief igniting into fury. Under Captain America's command, the battered remnants of the Avengers' forces launched one final, desperate assault against the Hydra soldiers entrenched in the fortress. Gunfire roared. Explosions shook the frozen ground. Smoke and flame devoured the snow as the battlefield at the gates of the Hydra stronghold became a blazing inferno. It was a battle fought without reliance on Marcus or any superhuman aid, just courage, desperation, and steel. High above, aboard the SHIELD helicarrier, Director Nick Fury watched the live feed in grim silence. He knew the Scarlet Witch's power outclassed Marcus's, but it was still difficult to believe that the young recruit, who had accomplished the impossible time and time again, could truly be gone. The simplest course of action would have been to send a search team to recover the body. But with nearly all operatives committed to the front lines, there were no spare hands left. "Maria," Fury said, his voice low but edged with strain, "check the GPS tracker in Marcus's comm. We need to know where he is. Tony deserves at least that much after everything we've lost." Hill looked over her screen, then sighed softly, shaking her head. "I'm sorry, sir. We've tried everything. Neither Marcus nor Thor's devices are responding. There's nothing." A heavy silence settled over the command center. The crew worked mechanically, their fingers trembling over their consoles. The air itself seemed to grieve. This was war. They all knew loss. But this time, the cost felt unbearably high. Marcus, of course, wasn't dead. The moment the Scarlet Witch's icy spear detonated, he had already anticipated the outcome. Taking advantage of the chaos, he'd grabbed the wounded Quicksilver and plunged deep underground, using his metallization ability to burrow far beneath the avalanche zone before the snow could consume them. As for the missing signal from his comm unit, that was by design. Using the mechanical knowledge he'd inherited from Tony Stark, Marcus had created a microscopic set of tools within his own ear using his biometal ability. With them, he'd performed a precise modification on the transmitter, disabling the GPS and comm link. After all, stealth was everything now. His true mission had never been to win the battle outside, but to seize Loki's scepter without anyone knowing he was still alive. And now, with Quicksilver incapacitated and the Scarlet Witch preoccupied with S.H.I.E.L.D., the moment had finally come. Let them fight. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. could tear each other apart. The balance between them was perfect now. They no longer needed him, and he had work to do. Marcus carried the unconscious Quicksilver into a secluded mountain cave, sealing the entrance behind him with a blend of metal and rock until it was indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. The mutant wouldn't be going anywhere, and neither would anyone find him. Then, turning toward the fortress, its towers wreathed in flame and artillery, Marcus's eyes hardened. It was time. Scaling the cliff behind the Hydra stronghold was child's play for someone like him. With his enhanced physiology and metallic adaptation, he moved silently, clinging to the sheer rock as easily as walking on flat ground. Hydra's manpower was stretched thin. Nearly every soldier had been pulled to the front to resist S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assault. The rear defenses were all but empty. Marcus climbed unchallenged to the outer wall of the fortress. Up close, the stronghold was unmistakably of World War II Axis design, massive, cold, and authoritarian, its concrete walls still bearing faded swastikas that no one had bothered to erase after 70 years. It was an imposing complex, sprawling over several levels, but the main structure was protected by a shimmering blue energy shield, the reason American satellites had never been able to detect it. Alien technology. There was no doubt. Marcus recognized the signature instantly. It was Chitauri tech, the same extraterrestrial energy Loki had brought to Earth. And if Hydra had managed to reverse engineer even a fraction of it, it explained their rapid advancement. That meant one thing: Loki's scepter was here. The shield was designed to repel bombardments, not infiltrators. With silent precision, Marcus slipped through a maintenance duct and entered the fortress. Inside, the corridors were alive with the hum of generators and the clatter of keystrokes. In one lab, a group of Hydra scientists worked feverishly at their consoles, ignoring the chaos outside. Their dedication to research was almost admirable, almost. A flash of motion, and Marcus was among them. In a few swift movements, the scientists were unconscious on the floor. To avoid suspicion later, Marcus made the scene look like a casualty zone, placing the silenced pistol in a dead man's hand and arranging the bodies as though they'd been caught in crossfire. S.H.I.E.L.D. would assume they were killed in the fighting. He approached one of the computers, eyes sharp. Mental possession, Tony Stark. The familiar surge of information filled his mind. Within seconds, he was navigating Hydra's encrypted systems like a veteran hacker, combing through files until fragments of data began to piece together a trail. No direct mention of the scepter, but clues were everywhere. His gaze shifted around the lab. Something didn't fit. A section of the far wall had reinforced steel supports, unusual for this type of room. When he stepped closer, he felt a faint current of air escaping from behind it. A hidden passage. Placing his hand against the wall, Marcus applied pressure. A concealed door slid open with a hiss, revealing a staircase descending into the depths below. He stepped inside. The change was immediate. The rough stone gave way to sleek, metallic corridors illuminated by soft blue light. The architecture was unmistakably alien, sharp angles, seamless alloys, and an energy pulse that thrummed through the air like a living heartbeat. It was Chitauri design. And that could only mean one thing. Loki's scepter was close, very close. __T/N. Hello everyone. My Patreon is just for dollars, a perfect opportunity to access 90+ advanced chapters and support. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. Or simply search Translator Sama on Patreon. Chapter 118, Chapter 117, Loki's Scepter. 1,136 words. Marcus descended deeper into the underground passage, his steps echoing softly against the metallic floor. He encountered no more Hydra soldiers, only a few automated surveillance cameras tracking his movement. Such devices were trivial to deal with. Their narrow fields of vision and susceptibility to electromagnetic interference made them useless against him. With a faint hum of power, he disabled them one by one, continuing on unimpeded. It was almost suspicious how undefended this level was. But then again, with S.H.I.E.L.D. forces keeping Hydra fully occupied above ground, the fortress's interior was all but empty. I've been their babysitter long enough. Time for them to earn their keep. At the end of the corridor, the space opened into a vast underground chamber, at least the size of 2 or 3 football fields. The room was filled with a chaotic mix of advanced scientific instruments and alien technology, the unmistakable weaponry of the Chitauri. And dominating the chamber, sprawled across nearly half of it, was a massive Chitauri leviathan. The creature, a hybrid of living organism and machine, resembled a metallic dragon cloaked in an insectoid carapace, its head shaped like a monstrous piranha's, its fins broad and whale-like. Its massive body lay still, lifeless yet terrifying, as though it might awaken at any moment. Its death had not come from battle wounds but from severed connection, its neural link to the Chitauri hive mind destroyed. From the looks of it, Hydra's scientists were trying to reactivate and control it. If they succeeded, this alien beast could easily rival S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier in destructive potential. But what truly drew Marcus's eye wasn't the Leviathan. Across from it stood a heavily fortified vault, its massive door sealed shut with an intricate mechanical locking system so complex it made the eyes ache to look at. A biometric fingerprint scanner was mounted beside it, linked to an equally advanced security console. The kind of protection reserved only for something of immense value. Even if the fingerprint system could be hacked, the mechanical lock itself would be nearly impossible to crack without the correct combination. There was no doubt in Marcus's mind. Whatever was inside this vault was exactly what he had come for. Time to get to work. Calling upon the mental possession of Tony Stark, Marcus's mind became a blur of mechanical calculations. Within seconds, the biometric system and alarm circuits were disabled, rendered inert by a few well-placed magnetic disruptions. The mechanical lock, however, was already open. Strange, did someone get here before me? Or is this bait? He had no time to ponder. Every second spent here increased the risk of discovery. With a deep breath, Marcus pushed open the heavy door. Metal groaned, gears turned, and the vault's interior slowly revealed itself. Inside was a single object. A golden staff, twisted and elegant, almost serpentine in form. Loki's scepter. The shaft gleamed faintly under the cold light, its curves lending it an otherworldly grace. At its top, between two sharp silver blades shaped like the pincers of a crab, glowed a brilliant blue gem pulsing with energy. The Mind Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, the most powerful artifacts in the universe. This staff had once bent the wills of men, opened portals through the Tesseract, and laid the groundwork for both the creation of Ultron and the birth of Vision. It was a weapon of gods, and now, it was in Marcus's hands. For a moment, he simply stood there, feeling the faint hum of the stone's energy thrumming through his body. Finally, all the work, all the blood spilled, it had led to this. With the scepter, Marcus could open dimensional portals, manipulate minds, or hand it to Tony to accelerate the creation of a sentient artificial intelligence. Whatever he chose, the world's fragile balance would shatter. After months of playing the obedient soldier, he finally had his reward. Let's see what kind of trap Hydra's left for me. He turned, raising the scepter. He wasn't overly concerned about Baron Strucker's supposed contingencies. If Hydra had any true weapon capable of stopping him, they would have used it long ago on the front lines against S.H.I.E.L.D. He'd seen enough of Hydra's strength to know their limits. But the moment he turned around. Clang! The vault door slammed shut with explosive force, sealing him inside. The sound of reinforced metal locking into place echoed through the chamber like a cannon blast, plunging the room into utter darkness. Marcus froze, expression hardening. A mechanical pressure trigger, of course. The floor beneath the scepter's pedestal must have been equipped with an old-fashioned weight sensor, a purely mechanical trap immune to any electronic interference. Once he'd lifted the staff, the trigger had snapped. It was almost laughable. He'd bypassed advanced alien technology and state-of-the-art security systems, only to be caught by the oldest trick in the book. How quaint, Marcus muttered dryly. A flicker of light illuminated the darkness. A holographic screen blinked to life on the wall, revealing the smug, scarred face of Baron Strucker. Well, the infamous Black Reaper himself, Strucker sneered. I must say, I'm fortunate that Wanda didn't finish you off earlier. I still have plans for you. His eyes burned with barely contained hatred. And why wouldn't they? Marcus had single-handedly destroyed Hydra's most elite forces, dismantled entire divisions, and humiliated Strucker at every turn. If the Baron ever discovered that Marcus had also annihilated the Hydra extraction unit at the island prison, he'd likely die of rage on the spot. You've finally fallen into my hands, Strucker continued, his tone twisting into mockery. Don't bother trying to escape. That vault's walls are constructed from Chitauri alloy, stronger than titanium, stronger even than Stark's gold titanium composite. The same material could hold a Hulk, and you're no Hulk. He gave a cruel smile. Consider it a fitting prison for a monster like you. The screen flickered. And Marcus's fist slammed into the wall. The impact thundered through the vault, shaking the entire chamber. The wall dented slightly under the strike, the metal rippling like liquid before solidifying again. The shockwave was powerful enough to crack the screen itself, distorting Strucker's face into static. Not bad, Marcus thought, examining the shallow imprint his fist had left. That's tougher than I expected. Even a full-force strike, 10 times his usual strength, had only managed to leave a faint dent. In other words, unless your name was Hulk, you weren't breaking out of this place. No wonder Strucker was so confident. This vault wasn't just a containment chamber. It was a prison built by gods, using alien metal. _________. T/N For readers who would like early access, my Patreon is available for just $4 per month. You'll unlock 90+ advanced chapters and help support ongoing works. Patreon.com/user?u=79514336. You may also search Translator Sama directly on Patreon. Your support is sincerely appreciated. Chapter 119, Chapter 118, Hydra's Desperation. 1081 words. Sorry to interrupt, Marcus said casually, brushing some dust from his shoulder as he turned toward the holographic screen. Don't mind me, go on, finish your little speech. Baron Strucker froze mid-sentence, his face twisting with rage. You arrogant. You think you can still escape from here? Escape? Marcus smiled faintly, his tone almost amused. I came here to find you. His right arm gleamed as it transformed into a long, silver blade. The edge shimmered with an intense metallic glow, vibrating at an impossibly high frequency. Heat waves rippled through the air as the blade's friction filled the vault with a low, ominous hum, like a lightsaber being drawn in the dark. Strucker scoffed. You think that cheap trick can? Before he could finish, Marcus thrust the vibrating blade into the thick alloy vault door. The metal parted like warm butter. With a single twist of his wrist, the locking mechanism within the door melted into a pool of molten steel. Impossible. Strucker's words caught in his throat as the vault door gave way with a heavy clang, swinging open once again. Even adamantium would have struggled to endure such power. What chance did alien alloy have? The high-frequency blade cut through it as though it were nothing more than paper. Stay where you are, Marcus said, his smile cold and deliberate. I'll come to you. We can talk face to face. Strucker flinched. That smile wasn't human. It was the smile of death itself. As Marcus stepped out of the vault, several Hydra troopers awaited him in the corridor, weapons raised. These men were better armed than the standard soldiers outside, clearly Strucker's remaining elite guard. Unfortunately for them, there were too few to make a difference. A hail of red laser fire erupted, streaking toward Marcus like rain. He raised his left arm, which morphed into a round metallic shield. The blast struck it harmlessly, leaving only shallow dents. Against that level of durability, conventional weapons were a joke. Within 10 seconds, it was over. The guards lay motionless on the ground, dispatched with brutal precision. Marcus hadn't even bothered to use conventional weapons this time. Each kill was a direct strike, his arm forming into a needle-like injector that pierced their flesh and delivered the virus. Soon, these soldiers would not remain dead for long. Within hours, they would rise again as zombies, perfect tools for his next stage of misdirection. S.H.I.E.L.D. came here for the zombie virus research. Then I'll make sure they see the results for themselves. To ensure the illusion was perfect, Marcus needed to leave tangible proof, evidence that Hydra had been conducting zombie experiments here. The reanimated soldiers would be that proof, and the chaos they unleashed would make the story believable. The helpless Hydra scientists still trapped within the base would become the next fuel for the infection. Outside, the battle between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Scarlet Witch still raged. Even weakened from exhaustion, Wanda Maximoff remained powerful enough to delay Captain America's advance for a while longer. That was all Marcus needed. He wasn't doing this for S.H.I.E.L.D. He was setting the board for his own game. The data Hydra had traded with Killian months ago had already included partial zombie virus information, enough to mislead S.H.I.E.L.D. and let them discover something credible. But the real research, the true design, would remain Marcus's alone. Let Hydra take the blame. Let S.H.I.E.L.D. think they'd achieved a victory. Both would become pieces in his plan. But simple undead soldiers weren't enough. Marcus's gaze turned toward the colossal figure looming in the shadows of the underground chamber, the Leviathan. Half machine, half organism, plated in alien steel, and lined with rows of jagged teeth, the creature's monstrous body stretched across the vast room like a sleeping dragon. If it's alive, or was, it can be infected. Marcus approached the creature's massive skull, resting his hand against its armored plating. His arm reshaped once more into the humming high-frequency blade, which he drove deep into the Leviathan's head. Sparks and heat flared as he carved through layers of metal until he reached organic tissue. Virus, transfer, he muttered. The pulse of the virus touch spread into the dormant beast. Its massive body trembled faintly. Marcus pulled the blade free and then plunged it upward, slicing open the brain structure completely, ending what little life remained and ensuring the virus would take hold. Estimated mutation time, 5 hours. But acceptable. Even at that pace, it would be more than enough. When the zombie Leviathan awoke, it would unleash a horror the world had never seen, and give S.H.I.E.L.D. the surprise they deserved. Satisfied, Marcus retracted his weapon. There was still work to do, erasing every trace of his presence. He began walking toward Hydra's central command chamber. Meanwhile, Baron Strucker stared at the empty vault feed in disbelief. That vault, constructed from alien alloy, tested personally by the Scarlet Witch, was supposed to be unbreakable. Even she had failed to escape it in his trials. Yet this thing, this Black Reaper, had cut through it as though it were nothing. Strucker's pulse raced. He had underestimated him completely. Every word Marcus had spoken before leaving, every casual threat, now rang in his ears like the tolling of a bell. He turned sharply to his aide, his voice trembling. Gather everything, every file, every specimen. Now. The aide hesitated. But, Baron, the Scarlet Witch is still. Strucker's eyes flicked to the monitors, where Wanda Maximoff fought desperately outside, her crimson power tearing through the battlefield. For a brief moment, guilt flashed in his gaze. She was a weapon, one of his finest creations. But now she was also a liability. The data is worth more than one mutant, he hissed. Especially that data, on Loki's scepter. The Russian branch will need it. Move. But sir, the doctor said weakly, the scepter, it's already. Enough. Strucker snapped, slamming his fist against the console. Don't say his name. Don't speak of him. His voice broke into a half-scream, the fury and panic overtaking him. Because deep down, Baron Strucker knew the truth. From the moment Marcus had stepped onto the battlefield, Hydra's fate had been sealed. There was no more escape. No more control. For Hydra, this was the end of the line. __________. T/N. For readers who would like early access, my Patreon is available for just $4 per month. You'll unlock 90+ advanced chapters and help support ongoing works. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. You may also search Translator Sama directly on Patreon. Your support is sincerely appreciated. Chapter 120, Chapter 119, The Leaked Message. 1023 words. At some point, Baron Strucker realized that the Hydra soldiers who had been moving in and out of the command center had quietly vanished. He turned his head, and in that brief moment, a dull thud echoed behind him. His trusted aide, the scientist who had stood at his side for years, collapsed lifelessly to the floor. Come out. Strucker shouted, his voice cracking with fear as he raised his pistol and scanned the room. But when he turned a full circle, there was no one, only the corpses and unconscious bodies of his subordinates lying in silence around him. It was then that he truly understood why his men called him Black Reaper. For those who could neither see nor sense his movements, facing him was less a battle and more a haunting. He's here, watching. Bang. Bang. Driven to the edge, Strucker fired wildly into the shadows. Bullets tore into the walls, shattered monitors, and even struck the fallen Hydra soldiers, but none found their real target. His breathing quickened. Sweat poured down his face. The hand clutching the gun trembled uncontrollably. For years, Strucker had believed himself prepared for death. But now, standing alone in this silent chamber, he realized how difficult it truly was to face it. What do you want from me? He demanded into the void, his voice cracking under the strain. He knew that if his enemy wanted him dead, he would already be dead. Marcus was toying with him, and that made the dread even worse. No answer came. Only suffocating silence. Then the main screen flickered. The surveillance feed vanished, replaced by a blank blue screen. Startled, Strucker aimed his gun at it. A blinking cursor appeared, then began typing, one letter at a time. "I want you to live." Strucker froze. Then, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. Slowly, he raised the gun, the barrel trembling as he pressed it against his own temple. "Damn you," he whispered. A red mist burst across the desk. The gun clattered from his lifeless hand. From the corner of the room, Marcus stepped out of the shadows, the faint blue light of Loki's scepter illuminating his face. Calmly, he picked up the pistol and fired several precise shots into the unconscious Hydra staff around him, then placed the weapon back into Strucker's limp hand. The scene was perfect. A staged tragedy, Strucker, in despair, executing his men to protect Hydra's secrets before turning the gun on himself. Not flawless, perhaps, but convincing enough. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't the FBI. With hundreds dead in the siege outside, no one would bother to question a few more bodies inside. Marcus surveyed his handiwork, then activated the command center's communications console. Mimicking Strucker's voice perfectly, he sent a message to the front lines where the Scarlet Witch was still fighting. "Hydra soldiers. We do not surrender. Let the Americans see the courage of Sokovia's sons. Hail Hydra." The transmission echoed across the battlefield. The Scarlet Witch, exhausted but resolute, redoubled her attacks, believing her leader was still alive and urging her on. Strucker's death would eventually come to light, but for now, Marcus had all the time he needed. His next move was to use Strucker's personal computer to send a secure message to Hydra's Russian branch. Within the message, he transmitted complete schematics for the zombie control helmet, urging them to begin reproduction immediately using their government contacts. The Russian Hydra faction, deeply entrenched in their nation's political and military structure, would undoubtedly take action the moment they received the data. Of course, Marcus wasn't about to let it end there. Using his advanced cybernetic skills, drawn from Tony Stark's knowledge and his own experience as S.H.I.E.L.D. security advisor, he subtly weakened the encryption on the message before sending it. Not enough to look suspicious, just enough that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cyber defense unit would accidentally intercept it. A little leak in just the right place. When the Americans discovered that Russia had gained partial control over the zombie virus, their reaction would be immediate and predictable. Government tensions, military escalation, paranoia. All precisely what Marcus wanted. The consequences would unfold later, once the first-generation zombie vaccine was complete. For now, his focus remained on securing every resource he could for the coming battle, the New York War, where he would unleash his undead army upon the world. With Loki's scepter now in his possession, the next target was the Scarlet Witch herself. Marcus looked up at the large monitor, where Wanda Maximoff stood at the front lines, her hands glowing crimson as she held back S.H.I.E.L.D.'s relentless assault. Even drained and trembling, her power was magnificent. A faint smirk crossed his lips. Let her tire herself out. You've played your part, S.H.I.E.L.D. Now it's time for you to burn. He switched to another monitor feed, the Sokovia City Center, where two monsters continued their earth-shattering duel. Hulk and Abomination. The green and gray titans clashed with apocalyptic force. Each blow cracked the streets and shattered the skyline. When Hulk charged forward, slamming his shoulder into Abomination, they crashed through the base of a skyscraper. The building groaned, tilting before collapsing entirely in a cloud of dust and debris. Moments later, both giants emerged from the ruins, roaring and charging once more. Their fists collided midair with a shockwave that ripped the dust from the sky. This time, however, the balance shifted. Abomination's raw strength began to overpower Hulk's. The green behemoth stumbled back several steps, then took a brutal punch to the gut that sent him flying across the street, crushing a row of cars and rupturing underground pipelines. Water gushed up from the cracked asphalt, flooding the street. When Hulk rose again, his movements were sluggish. His breathing ragged. His roars, once thunderous, now sounded almost. He's weakening, Marcus observed quietly. And for the first time that day, a faint glint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. _________. T/N. For readers who would like early access, my Patreon is available for just $4 per month. You'll unlock 90+ advanced chapters and help support ongoing works. Patreon.com/user?U=79514336. You may also search Translator Sama directly on Patreon. Your support is sincerely appreciated. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.